and welcome everyone to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on this Friday night, early Saturday morning if you're on the East Coast or across the pond. And I tell you, we are getting into the weekend with some serious mega woo. If you have never heard of Swamp Dweller on the YouTube channel Swamp Dweller, you are in for a major surprise. I literally go to sleep after the show and I go crawl into bed. The first channel, the only channel I turn on is Swamp Dweller because the stories this gentleman has, Robby Antilla, are amazing. Amazing encounters that people like you and me are having on a daily basis. And I'm telling you, it is well worth it. And before we bring in Mr. Swamp Dweller himself, let's give a rundown of everybody who is in our chat room so far tonight. Snakes on a UFO, taking home the gold medal. Jay Foxhunter with the silvers. And it's Gorgeous Cosmic Fleur taking home the bronze. Race Fan, good to see you. Philip Baca, nice to have you here. The Gorgeous Steph Dickey. John Swan, nice to see you. SJ, thanks for coming on in, my friend. Jack Clark, good to see you. Molotov and Andrew and Mennonite Abe, thanks for joining us, guys. We really appreciate it. And scrolling on down here as we continue on, Nicola, Dal Boop, where you been hiding? The gorgeous Dal Boop. She'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Grand Paul Holland, Todd Purdon, how are you guys? Thanks for coming on in. And there is Sonny Sloan for the third night in a row. 509er, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. And there is Tawaz. Tawaz, by the way, will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio. So we have Dal Boop on the left, Tawaz on the right, and it's going to be a good night. Justice Sloth, welcome to our chat room for the first time. Mama Susan, thank you for joining us. Mondak, ufologist, how you guys doing? Jasmine Rachel Love Shadow, thank you for joining us for the first time in our chat room. We appreciate your listening ears. Jello Putin, how are you? Thanks for coming on in. 416, nice to see you. And there's the gorgeous Helena and the stunning Carrie Ann. Jason William, glad you are here. Thank you for joining us. And Smokin' Joe, Mennonite Abe, William Townsend, good to see you. As we continue on here, Swamp Dwellers on the show tonight. Gorgeous Larry, Magnus Zerum, nice to have you here. Little Mikey Rainbows, how are you? The stunning and talented Science Melinda from Australia is here. And Double Tim, good to see you. And Vincent Proto, nice to have you here, my friend. Steam Train Mark in Australia, how's tomorrow looking? Please update us to let us know if we are alive here on the West Coast or in North America. We'd appreciate that. Fapster, how's your wrench doing, man? Looking a little rusty tonight. Nikki, the gorgeous one from Seattle, nice to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Adam Lakatos, good to see you, my friend. Jeremy Jones, Howard S., thank you for coming on in. The gorgeous and talented Manitoba Becky. She is our wheat queen, everyone. And there she is. Raven is Ryan. Nice to have you here. Richard Elmore, thanks for coming on in. There's Swamp Dweller in our chat room. Chad Smith is here, everyone. I am Chad Smith. Are you Chad Smith? Let us know in the chat room. Jose, nice to have you here. Good morning, Andrew Fricker. Good to see you. JR, thanks for coming on in. Little Davey Altman is here, everyone. Little Davey Altman. Gorgeous Renee, how you doing? Good to see you. Where is that mouse there? I want to make sure we start that feed. And hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Christopher Morales, thank you for joining us. Pam McSee, looking lovely tonight. DB Queen, how are you? Thanks for coming on in. Joshua, nice to see you. Smoky Mountain Wanderer, nice to have you here. Travis DeLuca, good to see you. Joshua, thank you so much for kicking off the super chat tonight. Really do appreciate that. The lovely Pam C is here as well. So thank you so much, Joshua and Pam. Good to see you. As we continue on, Third Eye Sour, welcome to our welcome to our chat room for the first time. Eric Eris Mana, welcome to our chat room. Thank you. We're going to get going here in about 20 seconds. If you're new here, and I'll say hello to everybody else here momentarily, but if you're new to our room, this is a live radio show. We will be taking commercial breaks at every half an hour for a few minutes, but you guys get to hear behind the scenes. As Super Chat is a great way to support what we do here on a nightly basis. And of course, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell. We are literally here 7 days a week at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern for your entertainment. Here we go, everyone. Get your horns up. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Gather round, gather round. The Swamp Dweller has a tale to share with you. Robby Antilla is the creator of the Creepypasta YouTube channel, Swamp Dweller. Swamp Dweller is a channel telling stories submitted by their over 250,000 subscribers and audience members of some of the creepiest and scariest encounters with cryptid creatures from around the world. I don't know how he does it. I don't know where he gets these stories, but I can tell you this. I am a major fan personally. I'm actually fangirling a little bit tonight because I go to bed every night after this show, and the first channel I go to is Swamp Dweller because I want to be freaked out before I go to bed, talking Wendigos, talking anything from ghosts to alien encounters, Bigfoot, Dogman, Skinwalkers. You want it? He has it. And we are so proud to have Swamp Dweller here. He doesn't do a lot of interviews, but we're so glad to have the Swamp Dweller, Robby Antilla, here on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Rob, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I know you doing interviews is very rare, so we're very proud that you chose us to come on the air with.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for having me on. This is an honor.
I got to ask you, your channel is 250,000 subscribers on YouTube. You do a lot with your website. You're becoming ever more popular each and every day. I check your channel, and trust me, dude, I am stalking it because I'm such a fan. But I want to ask you, for you, when you look at the overall experiences people are having, did you ever think going back 10, 15 years that this would be something that you would be doing as a full-time job?
Honestly, no, never. I did not. Honestly, 10, 15 years ago, I didn't know what YouTube was, but I've always been very much obsessed with the radio and would just listen to the AM, FM all the time. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. We didn't have internet and all that until I was like 15, so I just always knew I wanted to do something in the broadcasting field, that's for sure.
So for you, how did you come up with the idea of Swamp Dweller? Like, how did this come about?
It's honestly just a really random story. So I guess I'll try to condense it. It's kind of long.
Oh, we got lots of time. Tell the long version.
All right. Well, basically, music was like my first real passion in life. I was in like metal bands and we played shows and toured all over the East Coast of the United States and stuff all the time. And I did that until I was about like 19. And as a lot of people learn, you don't really make a lot of music and gigging and stuff like that. Or it's not, excuse me, you don't make a lot of money in music gigging and such. And so one day I had to make the decision to go work a normal job, be a normal person, and have a hobby on the side to keep myself happy. So I started a podcast after I had a really strange experience one night coming home from work at about probably 2 a.m. I was driving down this road. It's actually the same road that Jeepers Creepers was filmed on in Denellen, Florida. It's this long road that's probably about 10 miles, 15, well, I guess it's not long. It's like 10, 15 miles. It goes like cuts through one part of the town to the other. and it's just nothing but cow fields on both sides, and it's always very foggy on this particular road for some reason. And I was driving this tiny little 2001 Honda Civic, super low to the ground, just making my way home. And I just remember there's this big mass in front of my car, probably about 500 feet away, and my car's so low that this thing looks like it's hulking over it. And I'm like, what the heck? So I begin to slow down. I turn my high beams on, and from what it looks like there's like some sort of dead bear or something in the road. It's like this big mass of like brown, reddish fur. It's kind of a hard mix of colors to explain. And as I inched up closer and, like I said, flicked my high beams on, I noticed the eye shine of the thing. And this thing just stands up. And what I notice first is that this thing just has like these really like piercing kind of crimson eyes. And it's almost like, I don't want to say like blood color, but like a dark red. Like it's really, it really, it's a color that I'll never forget. And I just remember freaking out for a sec because I'm like, what the hell? This thing is tall, because this thing was hulking over my car. And but it's like the craziest thing, because all this thing did was just turn and literally run off into the cow field. I've never seen anything run like this. It almost reminded me of like somebody who's bow-legged. You know, if you've ever seen somebody who's bow-legged run and such. And it like cleared like the barbed wire fence. Is probably about 4 or 5 feet tall, like it was nothing, and it was just like kind of blended into the darkness because there's no lights out there in the fog. And for a while, probably for like 2-3 weeks, I just thought I was really tired, hallucinating. You know, who knows? You know, it's been a tough time in my life at that point. And I find this show called Dogman Encounters, and I'm listening to it. And it's hosted by a gentleman named Vic Cundiff, and I get in touch with him, and I explain to him what I saw, and he invites me on his show. And then after that, he starts talking to me on a regular basis and tells me that he thinks that I have a good perspective and understanding of what I saw, and that maybe I should try to start some sort of podcast of my own. So I started a podcast called Swamp Dog Chronicles, because from where I'm from, Seminole Creek Legends, they have something they call the Swamp Dog, which is similar to like a dogman werewolf type creature. And so I based it off that and interviewed people who were on Monster Quest and people, you know, who allegedly were like researchers and such like that. And I did that for about 30 episodes and kind of got bored. And one day, a narrator who was one of kind of like the original narrators of this whole like creepypasta thing told me that, I think you have a good voice. You should try to do stories. And I had all these Dogman encounters and like Skinwalkers encounters that were sent to me from people who wanted to tell me their story but didn't want to come on the show. So I was like, well, maybe I'll narrate these and see what happens. And that's essentially how it all worked out. Was I started doing that. That was probably the beginning of 2017, and ever since then it's just kind of grown and become more diverse. I've started off with, you know, just like Dogman and ghosts and stuff like that, and we've gone into all kinds of things, cryptid documentaries, true crime documentaries, you know, just scary stories all across the board. And as I mentioned earlier, about like 95% of the stories I would say, come from viewers that watch the show and submit through the website and such. And it's been a very tumultuous and interesting 5 years.
That creature that you saw, do you think it was a Bigfoot? Do you think it was a bear that just was taking off over and running on two legs because you kind of startled it? What do you think that was?
I think about it all the time, and that encounter reminded me of one from when I was even younger, which I can share later if you'd like to hear. But what this thing looked like to me was almost more like a hyena. Like it's late. Like I didn't get to see like a good picture of it because this happens super fast. Like I've tried to like slow it down and explain it, but like this happened probably in like 15-20 seconds max. Like I'm pulling up, this thing stands up, runs off, and it's like, oh crap. And then I obviously floor it down the road freaking out like, did I just see Jeepers Creepers? Like what the hell? But kind of think it was closer to some sort of dogman creature. It could be a Bigfoot. I'm not sure. Maybe a skunk ape. But all the descriptions and things that people have sent over the years to me, it makes more sense that it was maybe some sort of dogman type thing.
Is that the persistence that you have in this field, dealing not only with creepypasta, but all of these strange stories that you've collected over the years, is to maybe one day find out what it is you saw?
I guess yes and no. I've kind of resigned myself years ago to not to like when I made this whole show and all that, I never wanted to be the guy that was trying to like convince people that, Bigfoot is real or cryptids are real or the paranormal is real. I never wanted to be that guy. I'm not here to push an argument or to, I guess, necessarily push a narrative. I've always wanted to be the person who's just trying to ask questions and figure out what is actually happening. So ultimately, like I don't think I'll ever have answers for what I saw that night. It could be it could be anything. It could be a cryptid. It could be something that was from stress and being tired, or it could be something paranormal. Who knows? But I've kind of resigned myself to like not worrying about trying to figure out what these things were, but more trying to understand what these things are.
The experiences that people are tuning into you, okay, and I was blown away when we were talking before the show. I was blown away that literally you have thousands upon thousands of these stories to go through that people have sent to you over the years, and you're only pretty much a one-man operation doing all of this. I mean, how do you keep account for stories that are real and stories that are just so out there that you're like, there is no way this could be real? Or do you just throw them in one basket and just say, look, this is what we're doing, this is how we have built this, it's up to the audience to decide?
It's evolved over the years, but for the past probably like 3 years, I'd say now everything is pretty clearly like marked and separated on my channel. But like basically like the main show, it's just allegedly true. I always say that every video. It's allegedly true. This is claimed to be true by the people submitting them. Some of the stories are more outlandish than others. I do a degree of quality control, of course. Obviously, if it's something that's so ridiculous that it would just make the show look bad, I probably will pass that one up. But for the most part, I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And at the end of the day, it's alleged. Nobody can really prove any of these things. It's not like I can, give you physical proof, tangible proof that, this guy saw a UFO or something. But, that's what they're claiming, and that's the validity of what it is. And at the end of the day, as I always say, it's just entertainment. I'm not out here trying to, push that like this is all real, but I believe that there is a grain of truth to just about every story out there. All folklore comes from somewhere, you know. So I don't try to mix them, on purpose. Like I'm not somebody that's gonna put like a creepypasta and then title it true or something. I'm gonna clearly title it that like, hey, this is a fictional story. This was written by myself or somebody else. This is based on true events. Like I make it pretty clear.
Yeah, and I can see that. And I'm going to tell you what made me a fan of your channel was just the honesty and the way you read these stories. You were trying to read them from a first person account, and the detail that a lot of these people go into with what they have seen and what they have experienced themselves. I mean, do you yourself still get creeped out by some of these?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not somebody who spooks easily. I'm just like you. I'm literally somebody who falls asleep to like murder documentaries and stuff like that. But a good ghost story, sometimes it just depends. Especially when it's something that's I guess relevant to myself that I've experienced. Especially like a good ghost story, it'll give me goosebumps, make the hair in the neck, stand in the back of my neck. And I've noticed definitely over the years, like if I'm on a day where I'm like just recording a ton of episodes in a day, just getting stuff ahead, if I'm going to be out of town for a week or something, I notice that like towards the end of the day after I've read like 30, 40 stories, I'm starting to get freaked out by the littlest of things. Like there'll be like a bump on the other side of the house and I'll be like, oh crap, somebody's breaking in. Like, so sometimes, yeah, I get a little paranoid, but not too often.
You have a favorite topic? I can tell you mine. The ones that screw me up the most are the park ranger stories that you do. Those ones, I don't know what it is about them, but they scare the daylights out of me.
I love the park ranger ones. Honestly, the park ranger one was just something that like I felt like nobody was doing all these years ago, and I was like, I've never really seen somebody be like, go out there and talk to park rangers or and such like that. And I actually worked as a park ranger for a short time at a local state park when I was a teenager. So I always heard like interesting stories from the older people that would work there, and they would always tell me crazy stuff. It didn't have to be like Bigfoot stories, but it could be just like, oh, I saw an alligator attack somebody once or something crazy like that. And it's just like, I was like, this would make for a great series, thinking back on that. And it really does, because there's a lot of weird stuff that happens out in the woods, whether it can be explained by natural things or just something paranormal. There's a lot of weird stuff going on in those trees.
So for you, What about the creatures? You deal with everything from skinwalkers to wendigos. That one just blows me away, by the way. To little people, to gnomes, to anything weird and strange. Do you have a favorite topic that you love to talk about?
Favorite topic, creature wise, I'd probably say, man, that's hard. Either a raven mocker or a wishuge. Those are really, really creepy cryptids that just, like people are scared of skinwalkers and wendigos. I'm like, you need to look at Wendigo's cousin on the other side of Canada, the wishuge. He's a little more scary. And topic wise, in general, I would just say I just love the outdoors. Kind of what I've based my whole brand on at this point is just like the nature outdoors. I've always had like an affinity with just mountains and the national parks and state parks and just preserving stuff and stuff. So I just love the outdoor stories. There's, like I said, nature is just endless. Anything can happen out there.
As your channel has grown, do you get a lot of different like park rangers or police officers or military people now kind of reaching out to you behind the scenes via email or social media saying, "Hey, I'd like to talk. I got this story that's happened and I don't know where to turn." Do you get a lot of that now?
Um, yeah, well, I would say I got it more back in the day, but I get it all. Oh, my dog's barking. I get it all the time. Um, and the most interesting ones are actually like not necessarily like military or like police, but it's like first responders in the sense like search and rescue people, EMTs, stuff like that. Like especially EMTs, I'd say like I've had a gentleman who's reached out to me and sent me many stories about what he believes to some sort of spirit that's attached to him from one of the times he went to one of the jobs where somebody was hit by a car. And he's been sending me this series of letters over the past couple of months of the torments that's happened and all that kind of stuff, and how it's kind of worsened his PTSD and such like that. And it's there's just lots of interesting things like that. You really meet a lot of really cool people, but at the same time, tragic stories that come with it.
Are there any topics for your followers that you will not touch? Like any topics that are just a no-go zone?
Um, I would guess I would never say never on any topic, but for the most part, you'll probably never see like the typical like narration trendy topics. Like you're not gonna see like let's not meet stories on my channel or something like that. You're probably not gonna see like Instagram stories or fast food stories, like anything like that. But anything natural is kind of what you're gonna see more on my channel.
Yeah, so as you're editing these stories though, like for instance, I think you always have to have a modicum of focus on what you're doing on your channel, and I'm sure you do too. I mean, you try and keep the reins as loose as possible. But like for me here, we don't talk politics, we don't talk COVID as much as we possibly can because our listeners are coming in on a nightly basis to try and get away from that because they've been hammered by it all day long from the time they wake up to the time that they tune us in. So for you, is there any type of true crime or anything that just kind of, you know, makes your stomach turn and you're like, yeah, we're never going there?
Well, yeah, I guess politics are definitely something I keep out. Controversial stuff, I try my best to keep out of the content as well. It is really a place for people to come and relax and unwind. I guess the only other real thing I keep out of there is just like stuff that involves like crime wise, just like assaults, stuff on children, things like that. Just like that's the only thing I really kind of dance around when it comes to that. But for the most part, I keep all my stuff clean and to the point. I don't do anything that's like over the top. I don't try to make anything more than it is. I guess I kind of just present it for what it is, and hopefully that speaks for itself.
Now, you're somebody who is very rare in this field where you actually, have been able to carve out a career through this niche type of broadcasting. And congratulations for you on that because not a lot of people, including myself, have had that ability to do that yet. When you look at overall the big picture now as you look back, since when you started to where you are now, what have you learned about yourself, not only as a broadcaster but as an entertainer?
Um, I would I would say I learned a lot more just about who I am as a person. I'd say I learned that I have a lot of resolve and I have a lot of perseverance. I mean, 5 years going, never missing an upload nearly every day, I think is something that is tough for anybody to do. And I'd say I've learned honestly just so much that I don't even know where I would start. It's just I'm a completely different person, I would say for sure. Smarter, wiser, more caring, more empathetic, and it's all because of the people that I've met along the way, other creators, the viewers of the show, and amazing people like you who I've met along the way that I get to
Thank
come
you.
on platforms like this and just get to learn and grow every single day. And I guess that's my biggest thing that I've learned over the years since I began is just to try to grow, learn something new every day, and just be completely open and try not to be biased.
So for you, as but you also have a sign of anonymity to you. People recognize your voice, but you're not somebody broadcasting your picture like my ugly mug on YouTube, where I know I have a face for radio, and sometimes a voice for print. I mean, you're somebody who has a little bit of anonymity to yourself. Do you like that type of being able to just kind of be on the side? This is what I do. This is my job, but I'm able to separate my personal life from what I do in my public life.
Yeah, I actually, I've never been somebody who wants to be like walking outside and it's like, oh my God, that swamp dweller. That's my worst fear. Like if I ever walk out and that happens to me, I'm probably gonna have to move. But honestly, like I guess I've never necessarily hid my face. Like if you go on Instagram stuff, like there's pictures of me out there and stuff, and I've been on stream before. It's just I'm more of I'd rather let the content shine and do what it is, and I'm not really trying to be necessarily the star of the show or anything. As much as I guess technically I am, but like for me, it's just more of the content is what matters. The stories, purveying them in as authentic and as first person of an account as I can to do justice to the people's encounters and such. And yeah, that's really it. Just doing the job. I'm not really out there looking for the accolades or the pats on the back or anything. I'm more just trying to move forward and try to make any difference I can.
We got 90 seconds before we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. And we have Swamp Dweller, a.k.a. Rob Antilla, joining us tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I want to know, for our people who may be asking, how'd you come up with the name Swamp Dweller?
Honestly, I lived in a swamp growing up, and that's honestly all it is.
Nice and easy.
Oh yeah, short and sweet.
Yeah, well, when we come back from the break, my friend, I want to get into some of your creepier stories and get into some of these cast of characters of monsters and legends that are out there that people are reporting to you because, you give these beautiful stories and these beautiful narrations of the stories that people send to you. But I don't really know if a lot of people know you actually have an opinion on some of these, on whether or not they're real, what they really are, what we're dealing with on a daily basis. And I think a lot of people are going to be excited to hear your opinion.
Oh yeah, well I'm glad to give it.
Well, let's do that, my friend. And we're so glad to have Swamp Dweller Rob Antilla here on Spaced Out Radio. He's got a very large YouTube channel called Swamp Dweller, which we highly suggest that anybody listening to this on terrestrial radio or on our podcast side goes and hits that subscribe button on Rob's channel, because Swamp Dweller literally is one of the best. If you like to be creeped out and you're trying to figure out where can I hear some freaky stories, creepypasta stories, Swamp Dweller, it's the best channel out there when it comes to creepypasta. When we come back, let's get Rob's take on Wendigos, skinwalkers, and some of the other creatures. Does he actually believe these stories and in these monsters? We'll find out when we return on the mighty SOR. Great start, buddy. Great start. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I'm glad it's going well.
Remember, our YouTube channel, our YouTube audience still can hear us.
Awesome. Sorry about my dog barking, by the way.
Oh, that's all right. You wouldn't believe how much we get dogs all the time. I'm okay with that. I'm not one of these guys who's like, get that dog, shut him up. No, not like that at all. It's kind of cool. My dog's in the studio with me right here.
Oh, mine normally is, but he's hanging out with my girlfriend and her friend, and I guess he decided to make himself known.
Oh, that's all right. My guy here, every now and again I look at him. He hasn't done it for a while. And all of a sudden this week he's like, "Yeah, I guess my holiday's over. I'm coming back to work, Dad." And I'm like, "Okay,
All
let's
right.
do it." Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what caused him. He's now passed out on the floor down there, so that's all right.
No, he's working hard.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he makes sure that none of the monsters come in here. And I think he's so laid back that I think if a monster actually did crawl through my window and attack me, he'd kind of look up. Oh, okay. I'm not dealing with this. I'm going back to bed.
Oh, my dog would probably just run away barking at him.
Thank you, Cat Chaser, for that awesome super chat. Really appreciate it. And thank you, Tewaz, Dirty Filth, and Joshua for the super chats as well. It's a great way to support this show. And yeah, I'm just going to give a quick rundown because we've got a bunch of new people in here, if you don't mind. Hi, lovely Laura Tarnowski and Ed Parnell. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. And Logan, Magic Maiden, looking good tonight. Thank you for joining us. And the Aikinator, nice to have you back, man. Where you been hiding? And I'm Chad Smith, by the way. Chad Smith is not the real Chad Smith. Gorgeous Kira, how you doing? Good to see you. And we got a number of your followers in here too tonight. So Yancey Scott, welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Davey, Michael Franks, welcome to Spaced Out Radio's chat room. Thank you for joining us. So got a bunch of people in here for you here who support your channel. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, good to see. Awesome. See some recognizable faces as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Robert Dixon, good to see you. When you look at, no, I'm not going to ask you any questions right now because then I ruin it for the radio side of everything. And I sometimes do that, and I don't like when I do that. All right, big question for you. Probably the hardest question for you tonight. We'll ask you two of them. We ask every new guest on the show about this. What's your opinion of eating breakfast foods for dinner?
It's would be a crime not to, I'd say.
You're from Florida. You don't understand that stuff. You don't understand that stuff. Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah,
terrible.
I'm just a savage.
You are a savage doing things like eating breakfast foods for dinner. Jesus. Like right there. TD, welcome to our channel. Thank you for joining us. And okay, let's see if you can go at least 1 for 2 here. Desert. What the hell am I thinking? Devil's Tower in Wyoming, where they filmed Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Are you on Team Stump or are you on Team Rock?
Honestly, I'm going to be honest. I've never heard of this one, so I'm just going to give my best guess. I'm going to go with The Rock.
Man.
Damn.
I thought we had it here, man. I thought we had it.
Oh, my gosh. I should have went with the Stump.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll forgive you this time. You're a rookie. You're a rookie to this show, so that's okay. What do we got going here? We got about just over 1 minute, 1 minute, 10 seconds here. Thank you to everybody new who is tuning on in tonight. This may be your first time listening to Spaced Out Radio. We want you to know that this is an actual live radio show. So we do have to have these commercial breaks at the bottom and top of the hour where we got to time everything out with our radio affiliates. And so if you're wondering why this sounds a little bit different, that's the reason why. So I hope you don't mind. It is a little bit different what we do, but you'll get used to us if you give us a second chance. That'll be cool. That'll be cool. So anyways, we got about 36 seconds. Once again, if you don't mind, if you're brand new, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell, and let everybody know that you are a new subscriber of Spaced Out Radio. We really do appreciate it. Thank you to all the veterans out there listening to this show and all of our other shows. We absolutely love you. You always have a safe home with us here on the Mighty SOR, and to all of our regulars out here, and we appreciate you, even you, Chad Smith, even you. Hey, Knucker, how you doing? Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on this wild, wild night. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We have one of the most popular Creepypasta hosts on YouTube with us tonight. Swamp Dweller is here. Robby Antilla, the creator of the Swamp Dweller channel. Over 231,000 subscribers on his channel, where he tells all of these amazing stories of weird, strange encounters that people are having. And I'll tell you, if you want to stay, try and fall asleep to some serious, weird stuff at night, do what I do. Listen to Swamp Dweller. Rob, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me on again. I'm very happy to be here.
Glad you were here as well. I got to ask you, right before the break, we talked about, some of your favorite stories. We talked about park ranger stories a little bit. I want to get into the Wendigo here, because this is another one that really creeps me out. And you seem to get a lot of Wendigo stories. For the people who may not know what the Wendigo is, could you explain this creature?
Well, the Wendigo is from Algonquin lore. It's going to be, up there in the good old Canadian area. Basically, a Wendigo is a spirit. It's a cannibalistic spirit that looks to possess human beings to become what is then known as a Wendigo. Essentially, the story goes is this in the midst of winter. Everybody was stuck in and they can't hunt. The blizzards are going. It's very nasty weather and nobody can get food and they're starving. This spirit will find the weakest link in the family, often the father or someone like that, and possess them to drive them mad to insatiable and quenching hunger for human flesh, which they will then mutilate, eat their family, and then eat off their lips and their fingertips, such like that, go running out through the village or the settlement or wherever this may be, and attempt to eat and kill everyone else. And the only real way to kill a Wendigo, according to the lore, is to, I believe, melt its heart.
Now, this creature has been seen in other areas as well, like from everywhere from deep, dark forest to local, parks where people are, maybe going for a jog or a quick hike behind their home. I mean, this is just a freaky sensation with, people saying that their skin is oozing off their bodies. It's got antlers like a deer. I mean, how often are you hearing about these encounters?
Honestly, I'd probably say 2 out of every 5 stories sent are some sort of cryptid encounter, whether it be these Wendigos or these skinwalkers or, something similar. As in my opinion, I think a lot of these Wendigo encounters, skinwalker encounters are misidentifications for different types of creatures that are similar. But all the time, very, very frequently.
Now, the stories that people are telling you, is there 1 or 2 that stick out to you that you could share with our audience?
One that always sticks out to me off the top of my head is one of the classic Skinwalker stories on my channel. One of the first ones I think that really kind of gave the channel the name that it has currently is one called we call it the Find the Real Cindy. And it's a story of this guy and his girlfriend who go on a road trip, and they stop at a motel that's kind of in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, not too far away from a reservation. And they go out to this bar, they're having a good time, but they start having some issues with some weird people at the bar. And as they're leaving, the creepy guy they're having an issue with says something along the lines of cursing them or getting them or something along like that. They go back to their hotel, but before they leave, when they're in the car, his girlfriend notices that her ID or her card, something like that, is missing and it's back in the bar. So she goes back in. When she comes back out, it takes some time. She looks weird. She looks a little bit disheveled. She doesn't look necessarily normal. but she's kind of talking like she's okay. And they go back to the hotel, and everything is fine until they shower, all that. She doesn't shower, but he does. When he goes to shower, apparently she leaves to get something from the car and never comes back. He goes out to look for her, and he sees what he looks like his girlfriend running down this ravine. So he goes to follow her, and when he does go through the bushes to follow her, he sees just a mess of blood, clothes, all kinds of stuff, and then he sees what he thought was his girlfriend again, but it's just completely wrong now. It looks like her, but she's like distorted. Her voice sounds weird. It's just completely wrong, and that's basically the entire story there. Basically, it runs to, you know how these stories end. Normally, I ran away and I got away, but
Yeah, it's anticlimactic in a way. No offense.
it always sucks, yeah. But yeah, that's like the first one that always sticks out to my head. It's just like we got to find the real Cindy. What happened to her?
You know, I've told this story on the air, and I'm very curious to get your opinion because, about a year ago, 6 months ago, I was listening to one of your shows, and it was talking about how these creatures were mimicking experiencers and the people that they know. So, for instance, if I'm in the forest, all of a sudden I hear my mother in the forest, or my sister, or my child, or whatever it may be. My buddy Mike, and I know I think he's still listening. He's in the chat room tonight earlier. And my buddy Mike is a hunter, and here he was about a year ago, and he goes into this gravel pit, and he's looking for grouse, he's looking for rabbits to hunt. And as he's standing in the forest, by more of the forest area of the gravel pit, he starts hearing my voice yelling, "Help me! Come on in! Come on over here! Help me! Help me!" And to this day, it freaks him out. I was 25 minutes away in town working at my daytime job. And when I hear this story, it absolutely freaks me out. And it never really clued into me about it until I hear one of your stories on Swamp Dweller talking about Wendigos and skinwalkers mimicking people from their, voices that they know. I mean, to me, that is the ultimate scary stuff, man. When you hear that, totally hear that.
It's a different kind of fear, in my opinion, because it's not just the fear of, oh my God, I'm scared. It's also that feeling of being deceived and feeling like you were because like you're in that sense of safety for a second. Because for me, I've heard voices, but it's never been out in the woods or anything. But like I'll be like home sometimes, and every once in a while it'll sound like my mom who lives far from me, or some female voice. Every so often I'll hear it sounds like it's calling my name, and there's nobody here, and it's like the strangest thing. And I've never had that happen like while in trails, but to me it's just like also just like the feeling of feeling like, oh, this is a familiar voice, or this is somebody that I know and I should be able to trust, and suddenly it's just a monster. It's going to eat my face.
Always comes down to a monster wanting to eat your face, man. Definitely, definitely. The big thing is, I talked to one of our First Nations elders around here about it, and I was asking him because thanks to you, I had to ask him, do we have skinwalkers or wendigos around here? But what I also learned is the folklorish creature called the Little People up here with the First Nations, they are also known to mimic and try and lure people into the forest as well. And there is a theory that maybe they take people into a different timeline, or maybe they butcher them, or whatever may be. They don't really know, but they have caused people to go missing. Have you ever done any stories on the Little People First Nations deal with?
Yes, there's actually tons of different types of little people, depending on where you are, especially in North America, especially in, First Nations up in Canada, and especially down here in the United States. I've done a documentary in depth on one type of little people known as the Duende down in the Southern American area. And I've also read tons of stories about pugwagees and little people, and I've done an interview with a gentleman who had a really interesting encounter with what he believes to be a little person on near a burial ground of one of the native chiefs around there. So yeah, I've done a little bit about that, but it's not too common that I'll get stories about little people.
So for you, when you get a topic that you haven't heard of or a creature that you haven't heard of, are you still caught off guard by them to see, well, this doesn't sound real or this sounds way too fantastical?
Sometimes, yeah. There's definitely descriptions that I've been given sometimes, and it kind of like I have to pause the recording for a second and be like, "What the hell did I just read?" Like, it's like, "What the heck is this thing supposed to be?" But yeah, there are some very interesting ones, and I say the ones that take me back the most are probably the ones that just seem like they make sense. You know, like that could be real. You know, it's like, what the heck? Like, I feel like that would definitely be a thing. Like I said, like the relevance to some of these stories to my own experiences. When I was 10 years old, I was up in Connecticut visiting my stepmother's family, and I was with a friend, and his backyard has this incline that goes up. And we were building a fort, and for some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to pee around this fort because we were like, yes, that's how you mark your territory. But not knowing that attracts predators. This day, I remember my friend was clearing these leaves on the floor, and then I'm just looking the opposite way. He freezes, completely quiet because he was talking. And then I look back and I notice he's staring at something. I look up and we see what looks like a Great Dane standing on its hind legs, but like kind of yoked or buff, and but also like emaciated looking at the same time, peeking out from behind a tree. And it's stuff like that that makes complete sense because that could just be a dog. But at the same time, it could be something completely different. So like stories that are like that, like you have some sort of relevance to that you can feel are most important. I'd say.
That human aspect of it.
Yeah,
They,
I would say those are the ones that take me aback. You know, because it's like, oh wow, like that actually seems like this is legitimate.
what do you think of black-eyed children stories? Do you get a lot of black-eyed kids?
Honestly, there was like a fad at one point when I first started, like heavily, that like I was getting all these black eyed kid stories, like these black eyed people in general. Like, but honestly, I'd probably say in the past like couple of years, I haven't been sent a single one.
Really? Do you think that okay, that brings up a good question here because nobody ever asks your opinion of whether or not you actually believe in these creatures. So do you believe in something like the black-eyed kids?
I think it's potentially possible, you know. I'm just not entirely sure what they would or could be. It can make sense, like a lot of the stories, you know, like some sort of vehicle, some sort of van with two strange adults sitting inside, and these kids go up to the door. Like it sounds like it could completely be some sort of real phenomenon. Now, where the black eyes come from and where the strangeness and all these other crazy details come from, that's where it kind of gets muddied. But I think it's completely plausible. I just don't know exactly what umbrella they would fall under.
What other of these creatures that you look at and you talk about on Swamp Dweller do you literally, away from the microphone say, there's no way this is real? Which ones do you question?
Honestly, to be honest, I'd probably say most of the most ones I question are probably Skinwalker ones, just because like they're all like kind of like the same in a sense, like they're kind of cookie cuttered. But I'm kind of a kind of person that's not going to cover something if I don't have some sort of like inkling that it could be true. Like I don't want to cover like say Bigfoot doing a backflip and slapping your grandma. Like I don't want to cover that. That's not something that like looks good on me, you know. But yeah, like personally, if I don't believe in it, I'm not going to share it.
All right. Give us a creature. I'm going to put you on the spot here. A creature that has come out that you're like, there is no bloody way this thing is real. I'm not even putting this on my channel. It sounds way too dumb or way too fake. Is there one? Maybe two?
Um, Man, there was one somebody sent me, and I just don't know what it's called. I can't remember the name, but it was like this creature that has like one eye, tentacles, plus like deer legs, and like a spiked tail. Like I don't know. It was like the weirdest type of thing. I was like, this is like some sort of tulpa or something. I don't remember what they called it, but that was something for sure. And I'm trying to think. Man, that's really hard. It's been so long since I've been sent something that was like so crazy that I'm like I can't share that. I'd probably say that's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Most of the time that I won't share stories is just because like the details are too far fetched rather than the creature itself.
I don't I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you at all for that because I mean you do have to have editing skills for this. It's not just okay, somebody submits something and then I'm just going to read it and whatever happens happens. I mean, you do have to have a modicum of respect for your audience and namely the YouTube algorithms.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So getting back to something like the black-eyed children, it always seems to turn into everybody believes that it ties into the Men in Black or extraterrestrials. With all the UFO flap that's going on now, are you seeing an uptick in UFO talk and or an upflip in alien encounters?
A little bit, yeah. I've definitely been sent more UFO stories recently than probably on average. But like encounters with actual like aliens or ETs or anything of that sort, like have been super scarce. A lot of the times when people send me like stuff like that, it's mainly like they see it in like dreams or like I have read a few like abduction stories, but in my opinion, I feel like abductions are kind of hard to tell when something's like a lucid dream or something and an actual like experience. I feel like that's always been why I've kind of been a little arm's length with like UFO type stuff and like alien type stuff, just because not that I don't believe in it, but I don't really understand how to process a lot of it. Like, how am I going to explain this to the viewers to make it seem more or make it more digestible?
Yeah. So, I mean, when you're going through that in extraterrestrial encounters and people are having more lucid dreaming, as you saying, they're not really sure. Do you ever get ones where people are having those daytime encounters, or, maybe they're playing, like kids playing a game of hide and go seek, and all of a sudden an alien pops out from behind a tree? Do you get those as well? And if so, could you share one with us?
Yeah, actually, this is one from one of my family members. We were playing Manhunt once, and I didn't see this personally, but I was there. And we basically Manhunt is like it's like extreme hide and seek, but outside. And we were running through the woods, and my I can't remember if he's my cousin or my friend's cousin, but he's somebody that was always around. I haven't seen him in a few years, but he comes back crying, like absolutely sobbing out of nowhere. Like the game is kind of ruined because like there's obviously somebody sobbing hella hard. Like we thought he got hurt or something, and we're asking him if he's okay. Like what happened? Like what'd you do? And he's just not talking. We bring him inside. Like nobody can calm him down. Eventually, his mom comes, calms him down, and he starts talking about like the next day we see him again. He starts talking about like the big owl. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, what are you talking about? What big owl? Like we have a lot of owls in Florida. We got barn owls, everything. They're huge here. But there were no. I think we would have heard or saw an owl. At least heard them. And there was no hooting or anything. So we were kind of confused. And then he started talking about it more, saying it was like a really tall owl. And so we were still confused. Like, what do you mean? Like a tall owl? That makes no sense. And eventually he kind of drew out a stick figure of what he saw, and it looked like what you would expect, like kind of like a typical gray ET to look like, with like these big eyes and like these really long legs, but almost like an owl body at the top. Like the arms, like he drew, like they were like almost like penguin looking arms. Like it was weird. So that's one that comes to my mind first off when you talk about that is apparently this little kid saw an alien or something out there when we were all running around playing hide and seek, and it just terrified him.
Small arms, big head. That sounds like one of our wrenches in our YouTube chat named Fap. Honestly, it does. And I'm teasing. No, I'm not really, because he gives me shots all the time that I don't put on air. But it gave me the opportunity to do so. And for me as an experiencer as well, I will never ever forget what I saw in the forest when I had my first extraterrestrial encounter as well. I mean, when people are sending you these emails and these stories about what they have encountered, you are just giving the basis of the story. Do they ever get into the personal part about how this has affected them emotionally, how it's changed their lives, how it may have made things positive, maybe negative? Do they ever get that personal in depth that you can maybe leave out of the story?
Yeah, there's a lot of omissions. There's like like a lot of people will send in their story and then like have kind of like a letter or kind of like a preamble to it, a cover letter of a sorts, kind of just explaining things. And there's a lot of people that actually include that within their story as well. There's been a lot of beautiful stories that I've read that where people have like these crazy life changing effects at the end, whether it's negative or positive. And quite often I'll get sent like letters or especially on like social media, I'll get messages all the time, people wanting to just express and vent themselves from these experiences they've had, but not necessarily share the stories on the show, which is completely fine with me as well. Like I don't want anybody to have to feel like they have to be on my show to be able to contact me and maybe just explain what they saw and have somebody not judge them and maybe try to figure out what it was they saw. I mean, I'm not an expert on anything. I don't claim to be a cryptozoologist. I don't claim to be a professional Bigfoot hunter. I don't claim to be anything other than just a guy with a YouTube channel with some interest in these things. And it's always an honor to see that people trust me enough to share these things.
With all the information that you were given through the personal experiences people are having, how do you control yourself from looking deeper into the subjects? Because that takes a lot of discipline. Like for me, I love patterns. And if I were to get like 10 stories of Wendigos or black-eyed kids, I would be looking trying to find the patterns in regards to these scenarios. How do you stop yourself from doing that? Or secretly, are you looking for patterns or anything like that?
Um, at one point I was. I actually was helping a lot with this dogman sighting map for like all over the world for a long time. I was helping with Bigfoot sighting maps. I've done a lot of help with like allowing people to compile my stories and help look for similarities, and as well as doing it myself. I just don't do it as much anymore because time has become a thing, and I'm just so busy trying to keep up with just the basics of the show that I can't do it as much. But when I do get free time, every so often I will sit down and compile all this stuff and look at it. And every so often I do put out cryptid documentaries. That is basically the result of these times that I'm sitting down and compiling these encounters and stories and everything that's sent to me to try to make some sort of sense and see if, like you said, if there are patterns, if these patterns, give us any information or help us, understand better what's actually happening, what this phenomena is.
Do you ever, as we got about 45 seconds left here, do you ever or have you ever kind of encountered something that has kind of led you down one of those rabbit holes?
Um, what do you mean? Do you mean like encounter something in my life or just like somebody
No,
sent
no, just
something?
just in regards to the patterns
Oh,
that people
oh.
that you've seen.
Yeah, like I've definitely noticed like things happen in clusters, happens like in threes, it seems. Like
Right.
I'll get sent like three encounters with something very similar from like North Carolina, and then I'll get sent like three encounters from like something similar from Tennessee, all at once. It's kind of very, very interesting.
Rob, I'm going to get you to hold on right there as we're about to wrap up hour number one here on Spaced Out Radio. Rob Antilla is here. You may not know his name, but you definitely will know his YouTube channel, Swamp Dweller. If you're into creepypasta stories like I am about all of these creatures that we talk about on Spaced Out Radio on a nightly basis, this is the man to listen to. Real tales from people like you, people like me who have experienced something of the unknown, and he's going in there telling your story. At Swamp Dweller on YouTube, Swamp Dweller on you just Google his website as well. We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio right after this. I got tongue tied there for a second. God damn.
Oh, it happens
Sorry.
to me all the time.
Oh, I hear you. We got about 6 minutes. I'm going to quickly run my dog outside. I'll be right back with you. Okay. So
Sure.
I'm just going to put your microphone on mute, and I'll be right back. All right. unmute. Sorry about that, bud.
Yeah, no problem.
Having a great time with you tonight, man. We've got about 35 or about 45 seconds here before we're going to come on. Or, no, sorry. Just over 90 seconds before we come back here.
Awesome.
Having fun?
Yeah, this is great. It's a good time.
Thank you so much for doing this, man. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Low Pro, how you doing? Welcome back to the chat room. Scrolling on down. Oob to Joe's Bane, you've got owls and aliens. And no, I did not say run the dog, Brian. Let's see here. Just making sure we're all caught up here. Simply Coco looking lovely tonight. And what is your drink of choice for tonight, Coco? Please let us know. That's kind of important. And want to say a big thank you to Andrew, Jennifer, Apollo, Kat, Chaser, Dirty Phil, Tewaz, and Josh for the amazing super chats tonight. Thank you so much for all your support. And to all of our new listeners who are tuning in for the first time, like Black Dragon, thank you so much for taking the time to tune us in. We really do appreciate introducing new people to our show. Thanks tonight, courtesy of Swamp Dweller, bringing in a bunch of new listeners. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, ring that bell. We are here 7 days a week talking some major woo, starting at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern time. We're going to get going here in about, let's see here, a couple of seconds. So sit back and get ready.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello, everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Yicker. Yicker is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. And an update, because we do this all the time, it's a new feature here. Simply Coco, one of our listeners in YouTube, her drink of choice for the show tonight, pineapple vodka with a splash of cranberry pineapple juice. Sounds yummy, doesn't it? Tonight we are talking with the legendary Swamp Dweller, Robby Antilla. He has his wonderful Creepypasta YouTube channel where you can hear stories from around the world on some of these incredible creatures and myths and folklore and legends that people are encountering on a daily basis. He puts up new videos all the time. I am a major fan of his work, and I hope you will too, and hit that subscribe button when you go check out his channel. Rob, welcome back to Spaced Out Radio.
Glad to be here.
Now, we have talked so much, so quickly here in hour number 1 about everything. You know, I look at your channel and you deal with everything from these creatures to encounters from national parks and park rangers and stories from the deep woods and the swamps of Florida. You had one recently where you put up about the missing 411 people, where this person wrote in where they know where people are going. What do you think is happening there?
I think it's a mixed bag of things. I think obviously there's going to be weather, terrain, accidents, people getting lost, such like that. Inexperienced hikers doing things that are a little too hard for their skill level. And then I also think that wild animals, such like that, are also a thing. I think people falling into these cave systems. If you look at the map of missing 411 sightings, all the clusters are on where there also happens to be old mines and cave systems. And I also think that there could potentially be a supernatural side too. I mean, there's always the possibility that there is something otherworldly or unexplainable or unknown to us happening. But I do think it's a mixed bag of things ultimately. I don't think there's one single thing causing people to go missing.
Do you believe in the theory that maybe some of these people who go missing are actually walking into portals or into different timelines and they're not even realizing that they've done so, even though on this timeline they're now gone?
I want to say I do. Like I said, like it's hard to say. I guess I believe in it because there's not much to really study or know about this phenomenon. But I've been sent so many stories. I've looked into so many cases to where it just seems like people are walking through like these lost time stories. Like the other day in a recent episode, somebody sent in a story where they went outside at like 10 a.m. to go play with their friends, and then they went into the woods to do a shortcut and they had some kind of weird, freaky encounter happen. So they run back home, and it turns out they were gone for 8 hours instead of the 20 minutes they thought they were. So the portal thing kind of makes sense to me. I'm not, again, like I said, I don't really know how to explain it, but it definitely does make sense.
So for you, do you have a favorite missing time story you could share with us?
I would say the one that came from a gentleman who worked at a fire lookout. He was going down because he saw what looked like smoke down yonder, and he needed to go, make sure obviously that there isn't a fire. So as he's running down his stairs, running into the woods to go see, try to go see where this thing is, he feels like he notices there's like this arch of trees. A lot of people mention that Bigfoot does kind of stuff like this, or that they see these things in the woods all the time, like these two trees bent over together, kind of like twisted together, like an arch. He runs through this arch, not thinking anything of it, and after a while of running, probably 5 or 10 minutes, he tires out and realizes that he's going past like the same stretch of woods over and over. Like he has not gotten any closer to where the smoke is, where this fire is, etc. And he starts freaking out. So he tries to run back the way he came, and he comes back to this arch. He runs to this arch, and he realizes right before he does that everything has been silent this whole time. There's been no birds, there's been no noise, there's been nothing. It's not even the breeze. The moment he walks back out through that arch, he hears bugs, birds, breeze hitting his face. It just feels like a completely different environment. And when he looks back and goes up back into his tower, he notices there was never any smoke at all. Like it's gone. So those are the, I don't know. There's just so many strange stories like that I get sent all the time when it comes to like missing time and going into the woods and passing through these arches. That's been like a big thing recently that I've been looking into. That's been a prevailing theme recently, is these arches in the woods.
One of the topics that kind of weirds me out, because I'm one of these guys who goes searching in the forest for Sasquatch up here in the mountains of British Columbia. And these stories about these creepy stairwells that just appear in the middle of a forest. There's no old house frame or building frame around it, just these stairwells. Have you investigated or had anybody report on these eerie stairwells, and did they ever climb to the top and see what happens? Because the theory is if you see one of these stairwells, you're not supposed to go up the stairs because something bad will happen when you get to the top.
Yeah, I know the whole original phenomenon for the stairs came from a search and rescue creepypasta series that was popularized. But I have been sent a lot of stories for people allegedly are seeing these random staircases, and they kind of differ. I've even been sent a few pictures, and it's kind of weird when you see them. It'll be like a full on like marble staircase, maybe not marble, but like concrete staircase, like something very nice. But like I guess I say marble because it's like pristine, like it's completely white, it's completely fine, it looks brand new, but it's in the middle of the woods. Like it'll be a place where like you're hunting or something like that, like a place where like there was never gonna be a house, or there's no reason for that. And then you hear these other ones where people have like these wooden stairs that are popping up, and sometimes they go up in the trees, sometimes they don't. And I've only been sent maybe 1 or 2 stories of people actually attempting to climb these, but they've been super anticlimactic, so it's never been anything like they climbed it, went to a different universe or anything, because then I don't think they'd be here to share the story. But
would you ever go up them? Be honest.
Oh yeah, for sure. I am that guy. I'll be the first. I probably would have ran up. No, I don't know. Like probably after some heavy deliberation and probably being hyped up by whoever's with me, I probably would have ran up him.
Not me, man. That is one thing I'm not taking the chance, because if there's any type of serious woo that happens, it'll happen to me. It just will. In hour 2 here of the show, I always like to include some audience questions here, if you don't mind, and we'll mix them in. DB Queen or D Queen B is asking, Swamp Dweller, is there a story that has scared you so to the core that you just cannot forget it?
That's a good question, and I would have to say, there was a story that was sent to me a long time ago, and it's no longer on the channel. Maybe I should redo it one day, but it was about a family who lived on a farm where they allegedly were encountering what I guess could be a dog man, some sort of bipedal wolf creature that was coming and just tearing up their livestock. And one day, their grandfather, who lived out in the shack on their property, got tired of it and ran out one night with his shotgun. And when they found him, he was found mauled, and it was actually posted in local newspapers that he was mauled by a bear and killed. But the family doesn't believe that because, well, there's no bears in the area and haven't been for a long time, so it would be very random that a bear suddenly mauls somebody in this area. Not to say it's impossible, but it was so after that they had no explanation. It was officially put as an animal attack, an accident. They had funerals and all that, but they were still having this problem to where their cattle, even their horses, were having these scratch marks on their legs, and this looked like they were spooked all the time, like they were being chased around by something. And that's one of the stories that sticks out the most, I'd say, that really shook me to the core, just because of how genuine it felt. And it was one of the first real long stories I ever did on the channel, and I was on the phone with the family. This is back when I was much more hands-on with each story, since I didn't have hundreds coming in every week and all that. And it was just one of those experiences where I'll never forget hearing the fear in the family's voice, and that kind of just made me realize, regardless of what I believe about, say, this monster or this story, these people have obviously encountered something that has shaken them, and that forever has stuck with me and shaken me.
Swamp Dweller is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. YJ here in Canada has a question for you. Have you ever had any reports of red-eyed, horned men with legs and hooves of a goat? So basically a goat man?
Dave has showed up at my house a few times. No, I'm just kidding. I've been sent a lot of stories of goatman type stuff over the years. I mainly get sent them from very interesting areas. It's mainly rural areas just outside of cities, like in Texas and places like New Jersey, where these stories seem to be coming from a lot. Delaware is a hot spot for some reason. For whatever reason, that little tiny state has a lot of goatmen running around.
Really? That amazes me.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
What do you think is the cause of that, or the root of it?
I think on one hand, it is a mix of hysteria, a mix of wanting to be a part of something as well. I think some people kind of embellish what they're seeing, but I also think there's too many stories to simply dismiss something. There's obviously something going on. So I'm kind of in the middle of is it misidentification of something else, or is there actually something going on? And I think what I think is interesting from what I've noticed over the years is that it always happens in clusters. So it's always clusters of people seeing these things and sending them in, and these people have no way of knowing each other, and a lot of the times these people are coming from different parts of the country and even different parts of the world sometimes, and their stories are so similar with details and just mannerisms of how these creatures act when being encountered that it's almost impossible to say that this is a coincidence or misidentification.
You deal a lot with shadow people stories, and these ones, if you've never encountered a shadow person, it's very strange because, I know when I have, it's kind of weirded me out, but it's kind of creeped me out at the same time. And SJ is wondering, is there a shadow person story that you could share that stands out for you the most?
Shadow people are one of my favorite paranormal topics. I recently did a video on those not too long ago. Honestly, I've seen them so many times, and I just wish I knew what they were. But the one that stands out to me is one that a friend of mine shared with me a long time ago that I put on the channel. He used to have really bad sleep paralysis, like to a point to where like most people, like for me, I've had it like twice in my life, and it was like maybe 30 seconds at most. He would have it for like solid like minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes sometimes, where he just could not move, but he's aware, and he would just have these crazy lucid experiences. And one night he had been having a bad day, he'd been in a bad mood, he'd been kind of exerting some negative energy all night. And so when he went to bed, he woke up probably around like 2, 3 a.m. But like this was different than any other sleep paralysis, he said, because he felt like there was somebody actually like choking him and holding him down. And when he opens his eyes, he sees this complete dark shadow person holding him by the neck, like forcing him down on the bed. And then he sees two more trying to hold his feet. And he can't move. He can't do anything. He can't make a noise. He feels like he can't breathe, and he feels like he's gonna die. And this was probably going on for a solid 30, 45 seconds, and then he hears it's like a buzzing noise almost, is what he says, and it's coming from like the corner of the room. And he looks up, and what he thinks when he says he thinks the noise is coming from the corner of the room, that's where the sound is coming from. But when he looks up, it's hard to explain. Like there's like this dark disc above him, and it's just making this, it's like spinning really fast, and this humming noise that's kind of off, weirdly coming from a different angle from where it's from. And then when he looks back at the person holding him, suddenly its eyes open, and like there's these two like white, bright lights for eyes, and then they just disappear. And like he can breathe again. He's freaking out. He's flailing. He's literally running out of his house screaming like, "What the hell just happened?" And that's just such a creepy experience to me, because it almost reminds me of like an alien thing or something. Like I don't know. Like that's why these shadow being stories are so interesting, because some sound more like ghosts, some sound more like demons, some even sound like aliens.
No kidding. No kidding. And that's the creepy part. We just don't know what they are, where they're coming from, or are they figments of imagination? Now, one of my favorite topics is time travel. And Solar Warden here has a question. Within the realm of cool tales and creepypasta, what are your thoughts on John Teeter, one of the originals to pioneer early internet lore circa 1998 to 2001? Do you ever get time traveler stories?
I feel like I have been sent something like that, but I don't think I've ever done anything on the channel or on the podcast or anything like that about that. But I am very interested in time travel. I think there's a lot of very compelling arguments out there. But I'm kind of, it's one of those many topics where I can go either way at this point, because it's just like there's just so much out there, and there's so many ideas and such. But I kind of feel like it's a thing. It makes sense. Like interdimensional travel, time travel, all this stuff kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, that is one of the topics that it enthralls me, because I really do believe maybe it's this the kid in me who wants to see or hear from time travelers that are actually from the future. I mean, the ones I've heard online, don't buy them. But I think it'd be interesting to see if there are people coming here from the future to check this out. I don't know. It's just one of those weird topics that just intrigues me. Body Void wants to ask you, do you have a cat?
I actually recently did just get a cat. It's a hairless Sphinx cat, and she's probably the most annoying thing I ever got in my life. But I do love her.
Yeah, we're turning into a cat house here.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 dogs and now 3 cats. 3. There's a stray that has decided to find a home here. So, anyways, Lazarus, pardon me, is asking, are you planning on doing any documentary type projects in the near future?
Yes, I have one on the Camazots coming soon, which is one of my favorite cryptids from Mexican lore. And I also have one coming on the Aztecs and all their lore, and then I do have one in the works slowly that's on the St. John's River monster here in Florida. It's just going to take some weird timing because, unfortunately, one of the researchers I was working with, the main guy, passed away recently. So we're kind of having to figure out how to end it in a kind of solemn, but I guess tribute way.
What's that creature in Mexico?
The Camazotz.
What the heck is that?
It's essentially what Batman was based off of. If you look up the Mexican Batman, you'll be shook when you see these things from Mayan and Quiche lore. You'll see these literally looks just like Batman. But there was the running theory for Camazotz. It's the death bat, by the way. It's what many of the Mayan and Quiche people thought were like basically the messengers of the underworld and whatnot. But what a lot of people think they were these giant bats in South America that used to live all the way up until right around the time these tribes actually started dying out, and these bats were like 4 to 5 feet tall, like from head to toe, just standing, and their wingspan was massive. I can't remember the name of them, but I'll have to send you some links after the show. But there's a lot of interesting stuff about what these death bats could have been.
Oh my goodness, never heard of that. Thank you for sharing that. All right, Mennonite Abe is asking, do you have any stories about phone calls from beyond the grave?
I don't know. Maybe not. Well, I guess I can think of vague details from some stories, but the closest thing I can think of off the top of my head was a story about this guy whose mother died not too long ago, and then he got really sick, like basically like life-threatening sick. I think it was some sort of cancer. And as he was, attempting to recover with doing chemo and all this, he was staying on his friend's couch. And one night when he wakes up, because I think he said for like a week before that he was smelling what smelled like garbage every night when he was sleeping. It smelled like it wouldn't be there during the day, but this morning, it didn't go away. And the friend upstairs came down and was like, "What is that smell?" But the friend couldn't figure it out, so he's looking around the house trying to figure out where the smell's coming from. When he's coming back down the stairs to the living room with the friend, where the guy who's dying is sleeping, he sees what looks like some lady trying to put a pillow over his face. And then when he runs down yelling at her, she disappears. And when he gets to the friend actually was awake the whole time with tears down his face because like sleep paralysis basically, and was saying that was his mom trying to kill him from the afterlife. Yeah.
That's terrible. That's terrible. We've got about 2 minutes here. Big J wants to know if you've got any Slender Man stories that have freaked you out a little bit.
I've gotten some Tulpa stories that have that basically are Slender Man stories where they believe. Basically, a Tulpa is when you believe something hard enough that it becomes true. So I've read a few stories where people have allegedly seen these Slender Man after believing it so hard and kind of conjuring it for themselves.
So do you believe in these Tulpa type stories, whether it's Siren Man, Slender Man, Hat Man?
The Siren Head stuff and some of those, not too much, but stuff like Hat Man, definitely. I've had plenty of encounters of my own with this Hat Man thing. But Tulpas, I believe in it. I do believe that I believe when you speak things into existence, if there's enough belief, enough energy, and enough human willpower, that sometimes things can happen. And I think we see examples of that all the time with things like religion and such. So,
yeah, much like the word is on the tip of my tongue here. The jinn is kind of what we see with that too. So that's kind of interesting that you're going there. Now, for you, there's a lot of First Nation stories. There's a lot of stories from the Middle East that make their way over here. Do you believe in a lot of those legends? That these older cultures still carry over to today.
Oh, definitely. I think they change as time changes. I think as a good example would be like skinwalkers and wendigos, how they've changed into like deer monsters over the years instead of possessing people and such. So I think a lot of those Middle Eastern like European monsters and a lot of like just First Nations people in general all over the world, a lot of the stories stem from like cautionary tales. They stem from times where there was no other explanation but this, at least in my opinion.
No, I hear you there. I totally hear you there. Once again, as we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour, Swamp Dweller himself, Rob Antilla, is here sharing spooky stories, your questions of all the creatures in the night that literally scare the pants off of us. We continue with Swamp Dweller on Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this. I'm not going to lie. I'm having a blast tonight, man. I am having a blast.
Oh, I'm glad. It's a good time.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. Thank you. We're getting lots of compliments from our chat room tonight, so that's kind of cool.
I'm glad everybody's enjoying it. That's great.
Right. We got a couple of minutes here.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely get more into a lot of obscure cryptids. That's been my goal with like the documentaries, is try to just bring stuff that people don't know about. Like Bigfoot and all that stuff is really cool, but like everybody and their grandma is like an expert on Bigfoot apparently, and like has a book about it. But like nobody ever talks about like the bunyip or the camazotz or the knot deer or any of these other tons of really awesome creatures and lore.
Well, we'll get into that if you don't mind. Obscure.
Yeah, sure. I can go on for days. There's so many.
That's what I love. I love those ones. It's kind of like I talk to my paranormal buddies about this. You watch all the paranormal shows and you see all these paranormal groups on social media, and they're all like, oh, I can't wait to go to Waverly Hills or Gettysburg or Alcatraz. I am so sick of that crap. Like there are literally thousands of little towns in North America alone that have their own little creature, their own little creepypasta story that they don't want getting out to the public, or because they're so small, it'll never get out to the public. Those are the stories I want to hear, man. Those are the good. That's where the good stuff is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That's been my goal the past year or so, is just making like these mini documentaries on all of these local lores. Like say St. John's River monster, like the Altamaha monster, all these. There's like a million monsters just from like, I'm sure even like if you step outside in your local area, you'll probably be able to find at least 5 or 6 legends from whether it be a lake monster or some Bigfoot type thing or whatever. They're out there, so it's endless.
Yeah, I totally hear you on that. Oh, look at that. I got a daddy long legs right on my desk here.
Oh, he's chilling.
Let's see if I can get him here. Got him. Slow down, buddy, because we're going to take you outside. Hold on. There we go. You can go to another one there. Seriously, guys. My screen broke on my window.
Oh, man.
So I get this invasion. I don't kill spiders because as much as they creep me out, they eat all the bugs. So I mean, how can you be too mad at them? You know.
Yeah.
Do you have any megalodon stories?
Probably. I don't think so. I don't know. Like, it's kind of a hard question. I have to like go through the archives and like search for the keywords. I could probably do that real quick. Let me see if I can look that up.
I can do that. I'm right here.
I got a lot of. So I got like archives on the back end of the website, and then like in the email and all that, but probably like 11 to 12,000 stories. So like keywords will help me a little bit, but it still takes a long time to find specific stories.
That's okay. Would you mind if, and I'll keep this kind of vague because we are kind of live, but would you mind if I gave you a call off the air sometime soon here, I want to just ask you a couple of YouTube's questions.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, you got my info.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to talk or anything, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that would be cool because we're all about improving our channel here and getting things going. And you're having success. I know some other people who are having success, and that's how we kind of like to learn. So that way we can keep being accused of buying followers.
Oh yeah, man, teamwork makes the dream work, and that's when people are accusing you of very nonsensical things like that don't really make any sense if you think about it. They're just jealous. You know you made it at that point.
Right on. We got about 25 seconds. I want to say a big thank you to Andrew, to Jennifer, Kat, Apollo, Dirty Phil, Tewaz, and Joshua for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. And a big thank you to you for helping us on out. Big thank you to all our new subscribers here on Spaced Out Radio. We appreciate you. Here comes the second half of the show right now. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Reminder to all of you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with Creepypasta stories. One of the best on YouTube for these stories, and literally he is downloading daily, is Swamp Dweller. You want to hit subscribe on this channel. And Robby Antilla, the mastermind and creator of Swamp Dweller, is here with us tonight, sharing some of these weird, strange creatures that he gets told about from public like you who have these encounters, don't know where to turn. Send him the letters, and he reads the stories and puts them on the air. Rob, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's been a great time.
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. I got still a bunch of audience questions here. And, I want to get to this one before we get to a question that I have for you. And Smokin' Joe is asking, he goes, I live along the Missouri River. Do you have any Momo reports?
Missouri Monster reports, huh? Honestly, I think I've gotten one, and that was so long ago. It's in one of my oldest videos ever, which is a long compilation of Bigfoot encounters. Yeah, I think that's the only one I've ever done that was specifically related to the Momo.
Do you like sea monsters?
Yeah, I think they're fun.
I'm me, man. Meal. I'm a meal.
I'm a toothpick, so hopefully they'll go past me and go with the better option there.
I am so never hanging out with you by water. I'm just telling you that right now.
I specifically hang out with people who are bigger than me by water for that reason.
I don't blame you. I'm the type of guy where if I went to North Carolina looking along the beach for megalodon and I stuck my pinky toe in the water, that's the time that a great white or megalodon is going to literally come out of the ocean, come right up on shore and grab me. That's how paranoid I am. Thank you to my sisters for forcing me to watch Jaws as a kid. So that's literally where it stands. You deal with, and I know one of your passions is you love the Bigfoot stories, the shadow people stories, Dogman. Everybody talks about them. But I think you're a lot like me, where it's these weird, strange creatures that no one really ever talks about. These obscure cryptids that are out there that seem to inhabit all of these small towns and local legends and folklore. What are some of your favorites out there?
I mentioned Camazotz earlier. I mentioned Meshuggah as well, but I'd probably say some of my other favorites would be like the Altamaha monster from Georgia, which is like a river monster. Kushtaka is a very interesting one. It's like a shape-shifting monster. from Native American lore. Thunderbirds are very interesting. But one that's actually from your neck of the woods that I like a lot is something called the Backwest. It's like a supernatural spirit type wild man monster that like eats what they call ghost food out of what do they call it? Cockle shells, I think. And oftentimes they'll present themselves to try to help somebody who's lost in the woods. And a lot of the times when people go missing in the British Columbia area, especially in the woods, they think it's a Backwest. And especially the Missing 411 talk about this a lot because it'll offer you help. Like, hey, come stay in my cabin. It's down here. And in order to basically it'll lure you in there so it could enslave you to get them more food. And then if you cannot get them the food that they want, then I guess they make you disappear.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's fun considering I'm in the mountains here of BC. I appreciate you giving me that one to look out for now. You know, I can tell you this. My son was about 3 years old. So this is going back about 5 years. We had just moved here. And one of the hobbies that we do is geocaching. And my son and I went out on we have a lake that's about 3 miles away from us. And there's a beautiful trail that goes right around the lake. And my son and I we came up to this geocache, and he's still in his stroller. And it's that time of year where normally I would allow my son to walk, but it's that time of year in late August, early September when we were doing this, where it's bear season here. And at any time, we're walking down the trail, and, I can't have my son there. I had him in his stroller because just in case we encountered a bear, it's easier to get away with him in a stroller rather than me trying to carry him out at that point. Long story short, here we are. We get this geocache. I put him back in his stroller, and we kind of walk up this knoll, and we get to the top, and we see this little, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, there's a drop off to our left that goes down about 30 feet to the lake. And it's pretty steep. But coming up from that side, about 25 feet in front of us, there is this little 18-inch creature. Literally looks like a rotted 2x4 with little, like, South Park, like, I hate to use this terminology, but I don't know how else to explain it. It had, like, the character Towley on South Park?
Yeah.
Okay, with the little stringy arms and the hands and the little feet or the tiny pegs for legs with the little feet. That's what it looked like. And it comes walking up this embankment, from the embankment, starts taking a few steps onto the trail, and we stop, and it stops, and it looks at us, and then took off like a split second, just like that, like it was Usain Bolt, right back down the hill there. It all lasted a second or two, but the one thing that I remember about this creature is it's 20 feet in front of me, and it's blurry, man. It has like a little blur to it. And I've never seen anything like that. I talked to a First Nations friend of mine about it. He said it was a creature called a wood nymph that kind of patrols and takes care of the forest, picks up garbage, making sure that everything it tries to be clean. Have you ever heard of any of those type of weird small little creatures, maybe like garden gnomes or gargoyles or goblins running around?
Yeah, actually, there's one that man, what's the name of them? I'm trying to think of their name right now. It's escaping me at the very moment. No, it's called a Yahasuri, which basically is a Catawba legend from South Carolina, which is basically roughly translates to a wild little people. And basically, they are described as looking at like all kinds of things. Like sometimes they'll look like frogs with like bipedal frogs. Sometimes they'll look like giant bugs. Sometimes they even look like just little humans, apparently. And they live in like tree stumps and stuff. And the stories that people have sent in about these little people are super strange and kind of remind me of what you were talking about, because a lot of times like people say like it almost looks like there's like a mist or like a shroud around them because like you can't see them clearly almost.
Yeah, I mean, I always wonder about that blurriness because you gotta, when people are trying to photograph Dogman or Bigfoot, we're not all bad photographers or videographers. And yet we always get the blob squatch because of the blurriness. And when I saw this creature with my son, I often wonder if that had something to do, or if these creatures have something to do with the fact that they have this ability to blur themselves out.
Yeah, it's almost like it reminds me of a term that a lot of people bring up in the Sasquatch world, is this term cloaking. It almost kind of reminds me of that, where they have some sort of ability to be able to distort or hide themselves in some sort of manner. And it's interesting. I've often wondered it. I have stigmatism myself, so like at nighttime, lights and such are like super blinding and all that. And I've often wondered, like, when I'll be in like a national park or something, and it looks like there's something in the distance, but it's like super blurry. But then I also notice like sometimes I'll see like a moose or a deer in the distance, and I can see it just fine. So I've always wondered what that's about.
Me too. Jeannie, a new listener here for the first time. Thank you for joining us in our chat room, Jeannie. She is asking, she's a good Canadian kid, by the way, although she probably cheers for the Maple Leafs, so we'll just hold a reservation on that for right now. She's asking, Swamp Dweller, have you ever heard of any stories about stick people?
Yes, so there's like two different ones. Like there's ones that are like people that are a sort of like Bigfoot type thing, a sort of thing like that. Then there's also like the stick Indians, which is more of I believe it's a Canadian thing. It's like a Salish thing. I'm not sure if that's Canada.
Coast Salish, that's by me.
Okay, so it's like in that area. So like it depends like exactly which one they're talking about. But like stick people in general, most of the time refers to like a Bigfoot or Sasquatch type being. And I have read a few of those in the Bigfoot compilations in the past.
You have talked a lot about Missing 411 and the incredible work of David Politis and his investigations. On your channel, Swamp Dweller on YouTube, you also have a lot of different videos and stories coming from people in national parks. Is there a story or two that you have that really stuck out from you that people have encountered?
In national parks for sure. Like there is a never-ending bag of tricks in these places, and there just seems to be such a hotbed of energy and just weird mumbo jumbo going on in these places. And it seems like it's acknowledged to an extent by the government and the National Park Service and such. One of the more interesting ones is just, I would have to just say, is like the plethora of people who keep having lost time in these national parks. They'll go in, it'll be 10 a.m. bright and early, and they'll feel like they just started a trail like 20 minutes in, and then suddenly they're gone for 3 days. People are looking for them. There's these search parties going all over these hills, all through these forests, all through these canyons, helicopters, everything. And these people can't be found, and then they suddenly just walk up into the parking lot like nothing ever happened. And it felt like 20 minutes for them, but it's been 3 days in reality. And I've been sent a story about a man and his son where he lost his son for literally 3 days. His son was missing in a local state park around where I live. And he literally just walked off normally and felt like he was just, having a good time before they were going to go down the trail. And then suddenly his dad can't find him anywhere, freaking out. Like I said, 3 days of searching, and then just like normal, walked out of the bushes into the parking lot, looking completely clean, pristine, not a single speck of dirt. But it had been 3 days. The kid wasn't shaken, wasn't hungry, it was so weird. It's hard to explain those type of things, but that's definitely one that stands out the most, at least recently anyway.
Do a lot of these people who come back from being missing, have you ever talked to them or inquired about what they remember or where they went or what happened?
Yeah, I've done quite extensive conversations with a lot of these with a lot of the people that I've been able to cover stories from that have, obviously have come back and or survived. And one person said something that was very interesting to me, was that if they felt like they were, they said like they felt like they were almost in like a dream state. They said they were walking, they were hiking, having a good time, listening to their podcasts, and they said that it felt like they were lightheaded at first. Like, have you ever been like spacey, like very foggy headed? Where like you're going about your day, but like you can't really think straight. You can't really. It's just one of those days where like things aren't clicking in your brain. That's what they mentioned that they felt like. They just felt like all of a sudden like everything went foggy. They were having a hard time kind of focusing on what they were doing, and like several hours later they snapped out, and it was suddenly dark out. It had been like 10 hours that had gone by. They had somehow ended up in some super remote part off the trail because they had, I guess, just completely spaced somehow and just continued like a drone walking off trail just forward the entire time, I guess, for 10 hours. And when they come out, they said it was like waking up from like a hangover. They said like it was like they were in a stupor. They had like a migraine. They felt like piercing pains in the front of their brain, and it was just all around like just like a bad drug trip almost. But these people allegedly, according to them, were not doing drugs.
Yeah, no kidding. I was telling a story on our previous show with Steve Stockton about I have a Bigfoot gifting site up here. And one day I was out with my friends at the gifting site, and the gifting site is probably about 250 feet off of the main logging road. And this is an area that I had been to, more than 3-4 dozen times. And we decided we were going to leave. And I was the lead guy coming out. Everybody's following me. I all of a sudden didn't know where I was. Like every tree looked the same. I had no idea where the exit was. And this is something where I knew where my gifting site was. I knew where we were standing, but I could not figure out how to get out of the forest. And I started with like my anxiety started picking up, and you start breathing heavily, your mind starts racing, and I'm like, where am I? Like, are we lost? And I don't want to go anywhere because you don't want to, that's how people get really lost. You know what I'm saying? When they hit that panic stage. And it wasn't until a couple of minutes later, I actually heard another vehicle coming up the logging road that I was able all of a sudden to snap back into it and realize where the logging road was, where we were parked. And I can tell you, man, from firsthand experience, that feeling of all of a sudden being lost, especially in an area that I am extremely familiar with, that I would never bring a compass to because it's, like I said, it's only 250 feet off the road. It was a freaky feeling of panic there.
It's described as disorienting a lot in stories.
Yeah.
Like you just feel completely like it's almost like being like ripped out of reality for a second and thrown back in.
I don't recommend it. That's for
No.
sure. That's for sure. You deal a lot in the forest. We talked about the park rangers and people getting lost in the forest. It would be remiss, with 6 minutes to go here before we got to take a break at the top of the hour, about some of your favorite Bigfoot stories or Dogman. Let's stick with Bigfoot right now. We can tap on Dogman when we come back. But your Bigfoot stories, do you have a couple of favorites?
Yeah. My favorite of all time is just one that just sticks out to me because it's such a weird story. It's a story that I heard actually from, I believe, Les Stroud on one of his podcasts because he's a big Bigfoot advocate out there. And he was talking about a guy. Actually, no, never mind. That's incorrect. I actually was sent this story now that I think about it. There's a guy who apparently was camping and was abducted by what he believes to be a female Bigfoot. And this female Bigfoot apparently had a hole that was dug about 6 feet deep. And what she did was lick his hands and feet until they were raw. So he couldn't walk, crawl, or get away. And I think she did the same thing to his knees. So she would cuddle him and hold him all night and stuff like that, and then leave him in the hole during the day when she would leave. And eventually he escaped, yeah. A lot of people debate that story. I think it's been told on other mediums and platforms as well, and that's one of my favorite ones. It's a crazy one. Another one is coming up from, I believe, Vancouver, maybe that area. I do believe it's Vancouver. This family has a cabin up there. It's kind of remote or something like that. It's like in the woods, and I guess one day they come back during the night after going out for dinner, and they see that their door has been like absolutely smashed into pieces. Like somebody like splintered it. Like somebody like it almost looks like somebody like freaking like just super punched through the door. And their windows are trash, and then in the inside it just looks like a freaking bear went nuts. So at first they thought a bear, but they were really confused about, you know, the smashed door, the windows. It almost looked like vandals, but there was no evidence that people were there. So they set up these cameras, and these cameras are like night vision cameras. They see everything in the dark because everything seemingly happens when they're not there at night. So they left. They try to test this out for a couple of weeks. Nothing's happening. One night, they go about their night again. They go out for dinner. They're doing their thing. When they come back, they notice that all the cameras were ripped down and like stomped out. Like looked like something took it and like stepped on them. And so they go in. They check the footage up until it's obviously ripped off. And all they see before these cameras are being ripped off is just like some matted-looking black fur. They see what looks like a big hand and a matted-looking fur, and then it just cuts out. And that's one of my favorite all-time Bigfoot stories.
I have actually heard there's a Bigfoot researcher in Colorado named Mike Johnson, and he had this new investigator with him who was all about trail cams. And Mike was like, "Buddy, they're not going to be able to be photographed on trail cam. They don't like them. They take them apart. They step on them. They do whatever." And this guy just was all about trail cam. So he took a trail cam. He muddied it up. He put sticks around it, rocks around it, so it looked very natural. They go out on their walking tour looking for evidence and footprints and everything. They come back like 15 minutes later. The camera is broken apart, sitting right behind their vehicle, right on the ground now. The batteries have been ripped out. And this isn't the first time I've heard this, where the Sasquatch, they don't like to be photographed.
Yeah, seemingly so. It seems like ultimately, from my biggest understanding, is that they just want to be left alone. If Sasquatch indeed is out there, they just don't want to be bothered.
Yeah, Mike Johnson also has another tradition. So if you're a first time going into his Sasquatch area, and they put the tent, so they angle the door to the tent to the fire pit, and the person who is newest has to sleep at the back end of the tent with their cot, against the back wall of the tent. And he said it never fails that rookie person who is there when they are camping in this one spot will literally have their head and their arms felt from the other side of the tent by a Sasquatch. Said it's crazy. Wow. Yeah. Vinny, we got about 90 seconds. We can fit Vinny's question in here. Do you have any stories about floating people?
I've shared like stories of like people being picked up or moved like temporarily by like what they believe to be like a spirit or a possession, but I don't know about floating people.
Yeah, that is one where I think what he's talking about, maybe like you hear of these floating people in the sky. They almost look like witches. They see them in Mexico.
Okay.
These witch type of creatures. I think that's what he's talking about.
I mean, I've been sent like similar stories to that, but no, I don't. Nothing. I guess in that realm specifically.
That is freaky, because I mean, there's those videos out of like the 80s, that are shot by really shaky camera people, the old VHS video cameras that you would use. There is some videos of floating people that have gone out there, but I mean, who knows of the trickery that was happening back then, as the video wasn't that good. But you know what? I'm going to get you, Rob, to hold on right there, because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. We have 2 hours down. We have Robby Antilla from Swamp Dweller on YouTube, which I highly suggest that you hit that subscribe button to. We have him for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. And then after that, we are going to bring in John Hudson for the unbiased UFO report to come on in before Captain Shirk's news and the thought of the day in the final half hour of tonight's show. We're having a great time. We're going to get into a little bit of Dogman with the Swamp Dweller, Robby Antilla. Make sure that you go hit that subscribe button on his channel. You will not be disappointed. And after this show, throw it on your headset as you're going to sleep. See if you can actually make it into sleep mode with Swamp Dweller. All right, my friend, I am just going to run upstairs and get a glass of water here. I will be right back, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, I'm just going to mute you. Be right back, people. All right, I'm back. Yeah, let me get you off mute here. Hi, Crow Creek. How you doing? Good to see you. And Typical Watch, nice to have you back. Guillermo, how you doing, man? Good to have you here. Richard, nice to see you. And let's see who else we have. Moonflower, welcome to our channel for the first time. I think we're caught up. Let's see here. When we get to the commercial break at the bottom of the hour, just stick with me until we go into the commercial break, and I'll say a proper good night to you.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. So that'll be cool. Mm-hmm. The gorgeous and talented Wendy Williams is here, everyone. Drop out. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Iscaral, welcome back to the channel. How are you? Yes, Swamp Dweller does have a new cat. I did ask that question earlier. It's driving him crazy, the new cat.
Oh, all she wants is food. That's all she wants, that and pets.
Hmm.
She'll scream at me every morning if I'm not petting her while she's eating. It has to be while she's eating or she's not happy.
Strange.
Animals are animals.
Very true. Go that way. I would like somebody to solve the USB mystery. where you put it in the first time, it doesn't go in, you flip it over, it doesn't go in, then you put it back to the original side and it goes in.
Oh, yeah, every single time.
I want to know what that's about. Like, how does that happen?
Oh, no, that's some CIA spooky stuff right there, man. You don't want to question that.
No. Probably one of the weirdest things internet-wise that I had is one night I was sitting in the studio and I was doing some editing work and I was craving a bag of chips. And so I go upstairs, grab a bag of Miss Vicky's potato chips from my cupboard. Didn't mention it. Come downstairs. My camera, wasn't on or anything like that. And within as soon as I opened up the bag, I refreshed Facebook, and all of a sudden I'm hit with 3 Miss Vicky's chips advertisements in a row.
They're watching, bro. They're listening.
It was the weirdest thing. I think there's something in the codes. That's what I think it is. In the barcodes that something picked up.
It used to freak me out when they first started doing that, because I'd be like talking to somebody about something, and then suddenly it's everywhere on your phone. You're like, what the heck?
Yeah. And the stupid part about it is Mark Zuckerberg still and Facebook still deny it.
No, yeah, it's like, just a minute. We all know it. It's like, we're not stupid.
I know. Like, give us a break here. Yes, Guillermo says we need a program about the USB stick phenomena.
You have to charge it, is what my dad says, is you have to turn it over once or twice to charge it before it goes in.
Maybe. Randy Spurl, how you doing? And we've got about 45 seconds. Miss Vicky's chips are just the best.
No, they're great, yeah.
They're fantastic. And yeah, like Laura says, try thinking about a product and watch it come up on your phone. That is the weird one. That's a weird one for me. All right, a big thank you to Christopher, to Andrew, Jennifer, Apollo, Cat Chaser, Dirty Phil, Taywaz, and Josh for the amazing super chats tonight. It's really a cool thing to do to help support this show on a nightly basis. Thank you to all of our brand new subscribers who've tuned in because you were fans of Swamp Dweller. We really do appreciate it. The third hour of Spaced Out Radio is going to start right now.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We want to say hello to everyone tuning us in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free for you by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Yicker. Yicker is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we introduce an awesome guest. And if you're a fan of creepypasta stories, which are real haunted, true tales of people's encounters with monsters from ghosts to Bigfoot, this is the channel you want to subscribe to because he puts out content almost every single day. Swamp Dweller is the name of the channel. Its creator, Robby Antilla, is here with us tonight. And Rob, it has been such a pleasure to have you on this show for the first time. Man, I would love to be able to have you back again, and hopefully we did enough to impress you tonight to want to come on back sometime.
Oh yeah, anytime. I'm always willing to come on. This has been such a fun time so far, and there's always more to talk about, that's for sure.
Absolutely, my friend. We really do appreciate getting to know you on this show. And whenever you want to come on, you just let me know, and we'll make some room for you. We could definitely accommodate that. You know, Dogman is very, very popular right now. Over the last couple of years, we see a lot more people talking about these Dogman encounters that they're having. You mentioned earlier a great podcast called Dogman Encounters with Vic Cundiff, and there's a lot of great channels out there like that. For you, as people report in these Dogman stories to you, I mean, to me, this is a creature, man, that is just so pissed off for no reason. It is angry like a house cat, and yet it's out there in the forest and it's scaring the daylights out of people. When was the first time you heard of Dogman?
First time I heard of Dogman was when I experienced something that kind of looked like a Dogman, and I ended up finding a show called Dogman Encounters and getting in touch with Vic Cundiff, and even going on the show myself at one point and sharing my experience. And that was kind of the first time I ever found it out, because like I knew, like I heard werewolves and stuff, and I've always been interested in cryptids, but at that point in my life I wasn't really much more versed outside of, like the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot or Mothman, something like that. I never heard of this dog man, and I was super enthralled and interested about it. And after I discovered it, I discovered that like Dogman is kind of like a vague term. You got like the Michigan Dogman, the Beast of the Land Between the Lakes. You got the Azul, the Wahila, the Crocata, the Ozark Howler. There's so many different variations of this same monster essentially. And I found it just on accident when I happened to have seen something, and I was just Googling stuff trying to figure out what it was, because like I said, I thought it was like a hyena that was standing up or something, but it was just not quite an area a hyena would be in, living in Florida and all.
Right. So for you, as the Dogman stories started coming into Swamp Dweller, I mean, did you notice the situations that people were having, that this creature was really terrifying them?
Yeah, to me, Dogman seems more bark than bite. It seems like a lot of the times, like, don't get me wrong, I have read stories of attacks and like them being very aggressive, but it seems a lot of the times that they're more territorial and they just want you to leave their area, unless, it seems like they don't want to have problems if they don't need to have problems. But it seems that like the way they go about expressing this territorialness is just in a very aggressive, almost predatory type thing. I don't know. I have like a mixed bag of feelings on the whole Dogman things. Like they're angry, they're mean, they're aggressive, but it's hardly ever that you hear like of attacks or anything like that.
What do you think about, before we get into some Dogman stories, what do you think about these creatures where people claim that they can hear telepathic messages from them, basically saying, like to hunters, basically telling hunters, you should really look at putting your rifle down. It wouldn't be good for you, or something along those lines. Have you ever looked into we hear that with Bigfoot too, these telepathic voices that they hear. What's your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I've never really researched too far into that topic. It's been on my list for a long time, this telepathy that people seem to have. And it kind of just goes into this greater kind of conspiracy or theory or just kind of idea that floats around a lot, is that these things are either interdimensional or extraterrestrial in nature, because a lot of encounters with these ETs and such seem to be the same. So it's very, like, it just seems like very muddy, but the telepathy thing, I've just never really looked too deep into it, because it's just something that doesn't pop up too prevalent, but it is common enough that I guess it does warrant, scratching your head a little bit.
Very true. Very true. So for you, when you, as I watch a couple of daddy long legs walk on my counter here, I don't like that. But anyways, as you were hearing these Dogman stories, are there a couple that really stand out for you?
A lot of them are kind of similar to each other. There's a lot of, Dogman chased me or Dogman scared me kind of stories, but I'd say ones that stick out a lot are ones that where like the description of the monster. There's one where like they were in, want to say it's Twin Falls. I'm not exactly. I think it's Idaho. I might be wrong. I'm sorry to anybody who lives in Twin Falls. But they were out there in a rural part of town right outside of the city, and they were playing, I believe, I can't remember what they were playing in the woods, some sort of game. I think they were shooting paintball or something, and they see this creature, or this wolf, what they think at first, standing on the hill. And the reason why this story sticks out so much is just the description of this wolf apparently starts trotting down casually, but super fast in a sense, because like its legs, they're super buff, they're super long. They look weird for it to be running on all fours. The coat was this dark brown, with like clumps of like reddish, orangish hair here and there. The legs were inverted like a dog's would be, but the legs were more like spotted, like almost like a cheetah or something. And this thing was running really fast, and then suddenly it stands up on its hind legs and starts running almost like somebody in a track and field meet would be running. And then the description they give after this is they can see the eyes. It's a deep amber color. The teeth, they're pearly white with like these little black and red specks on them, probably from what it was last eating. And then they go on to describe how when this thing growled, it lifted up like it's like almost like how a Rottweiler will lift up its cheeks to bare its teeth. It's how this thing did it. But they mentioned that these teeth, they were like demonic looking teeth almost. Like if you've ever seen a goblin shark, that's the easiest thing I can describe it. Like how their teeth are jagged, but they are just messed up. It looks like they got punched in the mouth, and now every tooth is going every which direction. So that story is probably one of my favorite Dogman one. Not because like they saw nothing intense happen in the story, but just because like they had so many details down to the T. Like they got such a good look at this thing that like it's just mind blowing to me that like we haven't gotten more good stories with good descriptions. But I do attest that to most people just being terrified, like you mentioned earlier. Like if you're so scared, the last thing in my mind is going to be like, okay, let me get every detail of this massive werewolf thing that's running full sprint down the hill at me.
And the one interesting part about this creature, Rob, is that at first we were only hearing about it in the central United States, Wisconsin with the Beast of Bray Road, into Michigan, maybe into Indiana, and a little bit into Illinois. But over the last 2 years, we've really seen reports of this creature coming from all over the place, from British Columbia right down to Florida.
Yeah, and it's insane that almost like unlike Bigfoot, almost all of these dogmen, I've heard like some shows have like their types, they'll call them, and like they're the different descriptions, but almost all of them basically resemble the same thing. Most of them are about the same height, most of them are about the same width, most of them have about the same color fur, claws, big teeth, amber eyes. It's too cool. It's too exact to be coincidental.
Why do you think that is?
Man, that's a long conversation. I feel like there's so many different arguments for what that could be, but I think ultimately it just leads that there's something more out there. Maybe it's not necessarily a bipedal werewolf, but there's definitely something that people are seeing. Now, I can't. I'm not ever going to be somebody who can fully put their stock behind something unless I have like, foolproof evidence that I can't be denied on. But I mean, there's just plenty of theories. I mean, it could be manifestations of things that ETs are doing or interdimensional beings are using to present themselves in a more familiar fashion. Maybe it could be tulpas. It could just simply be a dogman, or it could just be mass hysteria or just people making things up.
Out of all the stories that you have heard over the years with Swamp Dweller on YouTube, do you believe that all of this phenomena in one way or another could be tied together?
Honestly, yeah. I did a interesting study a while back on something called CERN, and when I learned about CERN and what they're doing over there, and with all the portals and weird interdimensional stuff they're doing over there, It really just seems like it all connects in some weird way. Maybe some timeline, some sort of parallels. It all seems to come together at the end of the day. Like whether it's paranormal, supernatural, interdimensional, extraterrestrial, it all ultimately kind of feels like it all runs together in some way or meets together at some point.
And I'm the same way. I believe exactly what you're saying. But have you ever thought about where that point of conjunction is?
Honestly, I have. But I just, it's hard. It's hard to put into words. I feel like, is the afterlife, or what would be considered the afterlife, is that point, or is there a spot, or are there like these national parks? They have like these hotbeds of energy, and this is something that science acknowledges as well. There is places in the earth that give off this electromagnetic energy. There are high amounts of energy where people are having these crazy UFO, alien, cryptid, paranormal encounters. Are these those areas where these things are intersecting? Maybe. Or is it more spiritual? Is it more like anybody can connect with these types of things if they're open to it? And I don't know. I just feel like it's such a hard thing to know, and there's so much to expand, and that's what makes it so interesting to me at the end of the day, is that ultimately I could probably put 60 years, 70 years into looking into this and still know nothing more by the time I get put 6 feet down.
Well, you know what? The interesting part about it is I always think to myself, and I don't say this too often, but I think to myself, this is where Disney has it right with Monsters, Inc. by using the closets as portals. These animals or these creatures, they just seem to be able to have these portals all over the place where they can go in and out, jump in and out of reality. I just think it's very strange. I really do think it's extremely strange that they are able to do this. We have Swamp Dweller on Spaced Out Radio tonight, and he has a great YouTube channel called Swamp Dweller. I highly suggest you hit that subscribe button. I have a question coming from Magnus here for you, my friend. And he is asking, have you ever heard of the Morbach monster?
Yes, it's a German werewolf story. The Morbic or Morbach monster. It's also known as, like, I think something. What's the word? Monster von Morbach, something like that is what they call it over there. It's basically, it goes all the way back to like Napoleon's army and such, and a bunch of deserters and basically people who were running away, trying to dip out of the war and all that. And basically there was like a small town where the soldiers tries to hide out there, and they're attacked by some creature, and it kills like this farmer or the farmer's wife, something like that. And basically before this creature kills the soldier or whatever is happening, I'm not exactly sure on all the details. It's been a long time since I've read this. They look up, and in the full moon they see this monster with these blood red eyes and these big claws, and it like gives off this evil, vicious energy, and then attacks the people at its leisure, basically, and just messes up and destroys this entire village, and they have to basically abandon it and all that. And you could even fast forward to like more recent times. I think in like the 80s there was like a group of I think it was like a U.S. military base or Air Force base, something like that in Germany. And apparently on a full moon, there was a sighting by multiple people on the base where they swear they saw something that resembled a werewolf. And people were thinking that was the return of the Morbeck monster.
Out of all the thousands of stories that you have heard and read over the years, now that you can look at it from an outsider's perspective, what's the biggest piece of advice that you could give people who all of a sudden encounter some of these strange creatures?
I would say, first and foremost, write it out or talk it out, like listen to it. That's something that helps me out a lot when I see something so traumatic and confusing and out of this world. And second, just don't rely on being accepted by other people who are going to call you crazy or anything like that, because at the end of the day, your experience is unique to yourself, and you can't let yourself get down if other people don't have this unique experience. I would say just embrace it and try to learn more about it. Don't let it be something that scares you. At first I had a lot of bad anxiety. I was having sleep paralysis a lot when I first saw this dogman thing, creature thing in the road. For whatever reason, I wake up in the middle of the night and I would just be freaking out, and I would just see these red eyes again in the corner of my room, and I would be paralyzed, and it would just freak me out really bad. You can't let these things scare you. Like, these things, at the end of the day, if it's going to get you, it's going to get you. If it was meant to be, it was meant to be. And you were lucky enough that it didn't. So clearly you're meant to be here for something greater than that. So I would just try to see it as a blessing and something that you were able to experience, and see something that not many others probably will be able to.
What is the best way for people to report their stories to you if they want to turn them in and have you read it on your channel, Swamp Dweller?
You can go to swampdweller.net. It's the easiest way. It's basically all one page right there. You can submit it right there. You can send it in at swampdwellerreads@gmail.com. Instagram, Facebook, Gmail, Twitter, pretty much any social media. I'm there. Just search Swamp Dweller. Whatever's the easiest way for you to send it in, but swampdweller.net is pretty much the easiest way.
How many stories do you get a day?
Anywhere, it kind of fluctuates, but you're generally between probably like 75 to like 125 a day.
A day? How do you have time to read all of that?
Quite frankly, I just don't. I don't really get to read a lot of them until I go through the keywords. Obviously a lot of topics I do, so like I don't get to see a lot of stories until the keywords I search through them. But sometimes I'll go through and just read some. But as I was mentioning to you off air, I still have stories from back in 2017 I still haven't been able to read because so many come in. So it's just it's probably just impossible for me to be able to read them all, just to be quite honest.
My goodness, you would literally need a team of at least 20 people to get through all of those emails and to get them on air if you were to do each and every one.
Oh, yeah. It would probably be kind of miserable for the listener, too, because a big part of the show is quality control. So if I just read every single thing, people would probably be banging their heads against the wall because there's a lot of really bad stories that get sent in.
So when somebody submits a story to you, what do you want in there? Because it's easy for someone to say, yeah, man, I had this dogman encounter. It was in the forests of the Appalachians, and it charged us. We ran home and knocked on our windows a couple of times, and then after a couple hours, daylight came up, and we felt safe, never saw it again. I'm sure you get like real short stories like that. You're like, oh, I can't work with this. Give me some juice. You know what I'm saying? You need the juice. So what do you expect from the people who submit stories to you?
I'd say my quality expectations are like standard, but like a little lenient. Like, I don't expect people to be authors and I'm going to go through and fix the grammar and punctuation and spelling and all of that myself. But the thing that first and foremost that I'm going to look for is just like length of the story and like the details that you're giving. Like, if you're giving me a bunch of details that don't actually really pertain to the story and it's just kind of to buff it out and make it longer, that's more of like probably going to be avoided more than somebody who's giving me relevant details. It might not be the longest story, it might not be the most enthralling story, but if you give me like clear, concise details, locations, stuff like that, things that like I can reference back to and can somewhat corroborate and feel a little bit better about putting that allegedly true title on, is going to help me as well. And I guess the biggest thing is just the plot. Like, is there something happening in your story? Like if I wanted to read, I saw Skinwalker, got scared and ran away, I could just do that, all day, every day, but nobody really wants to hear that. People want to hear a story. So is there an actual story to what you're submitting? Not to discourage anybody, but if your encounter doesn't actually have a story to it, or you're not giving me any backstory to what happened to you before the encounter or after the encounter, it's not really a story that's worth sharing. Because everybody has been like, oh, I saw something scary and ran away.
Yeah, no kidding. You need the meat and potatoes. So if you're writing a story, Bring the meat and potatoes, because that's really what it comes down to. And details at its finest. Don't just say it's a blue sky day. We want to hear about those clouds in the distance as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I wanna know what you ate that morning. Now, it doesn't have to be that crazy, but like definitely just be concise and clear about what happened, and don't be scared to put in details that might not seem important, because a lot of the time, like the smallest of details actually make the story make more sense.
Absolutely. Rob Antilla from Swamp Dweller. I got to tell you, man, I was actually quite nervous coming into this interview with you tonight, because I respect your work, and I know you didn't really know us from Adam here before we sent you the invite to come on, but I'm a big fan of yours. I hope our audience is as well, and all comes over to support your channel, Swamp Dweller, on YouTube. I think you are one of the best out there, and I don't say those words lightly, but please continue the great work.
Thank you so much for the kind words, and I definitely plan on it.
Awesome. Awesome. We appreciate you, Rob. Rob Antilla from Swamp Dweller on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Coming up next, John Hudson has the UFO report. We have Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and the thought of the day. Stay tuned. Rob, incredible show. Honestly, incredible show. Thank you so much, man.
No, thank you for having me. It was a great time. It was an honor, and I was happy to be on here. It's something just a little bit different for me. I don't normally do these kind of things, but this was a lot of fun.
Well, I hope we did you some justice, man, because we got a lot of respect for you around here, and watching what you do, and now getting to know you a little bit, it totally met every expectation that I had on the type of person you are, and I really appreciate you, man, in giving us an opportunity, and making things happen to do this for our audience, and some of your audience who's listened to us for the first time. And feel free to share this show if you want. No problem with that. If you want to put it on your website or on social media or whatever, it'll be in the archives in about an hour and a half.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'll definitely share it around and let the swamp dwellers over there know that there's a great interview over here, and I'm sure a lot of them will be excited. I definitely saw quite a few comments over the past few days when you were announcing that this was happening. People excited about it, so
Right on.
definitely hope this was good for them and for everybody who listened, and hopefully I wasn't too I guess scatterbrained. I'm not the best at trying to explain all these folklores. There's a ton of details to try to remember and get straight all the time.
Well, I appreciate that, man, and thank you for the follow on Twitter, the follow back, I should say. We really appreciate that in helping us grow by another one, and thank you for allowing us to add you to our list of channels that we support on YouTube. And congratulations with your channel and all the success you've had. I got to run and get my news guy in here, and I know it's real late for you, but thank you so much for taking the time for our audience. I really appreciate that.
No, thank you so much, and just hit me up anytime whenever you want to talk.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Take care.
You too.
Good night. That was friggin' awesome. That was friggin' awesome. John, I don't know why I was nervous going into this with him. I think it's because I listened to him every night, and and like,
well, especially with his voice and his presentation.
Oh yeah.
He does provide a distance between himself and the story he tells, and so he kind of comes off as this kind of unknown, distant figure, and you really don't know what to expect when you meet a guy like that.
Oh, everything that I hoped it was going to be tonight. Some great stories and some good insight, solid insight. You could tell he's just a pro. He's just a pro.
Well, and that story he shared of his own about that creature that leered over his car. Oh my God! I mean, if you've never seen anything like that, right? It's really hard. It's really hard to believe it's real. But if it is, whoa! I mean, can you imagine the heart rate you would hit? I mean, I can't even fathom. I can't even fathom. I can't. It's too crazy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's what an incredible guy. You could tell in his voice, very humble,
Very humble.
and very, very honest guy. I love the fact that he's not trying to promote an agenda of what these creatures are or what it's all about. He's like, I don't know what it is. I just put the stories out there. People can decide for themselves. And I like that because he's not trying to wrongly influence his listeners on what this phenomena is. He's got a simple focus of just bringing the stories to people, and that is nice and easy. There's nothing difficult about it. I mean, the programming and the editing and the the sound effects and everything, that's difficult, in putting each of those pieces together, but he's perfected it. I mean, how
and
cool is
honestly, a
that?
lot of UFO people could learn from him, because a lot of
Yeah.
people in the UFO community take the research they do and then they present it in a way that conforms to their belief system, and some of them don't even realize they're doing it. And he just presents it raw, without any of his own biases. And man, I wish more people did that, because we'd all get more out of the content.
Fully agree with you. Fully agree with you. Hey, Walter Bosley, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Good to have you here. Walter Bosley, a guest earlier this week. We love him around here.
Very
Love him
cool
around
guys.
here. Very cool guy. Fantastic beard. Great solid beard. It's an investigative beard. Old school journalism right there. Hope you got some cool stuff for us tonight. Hint, hint.
Oh, it's been an interesting week.
Right? Right? That's good.
Been
A big
an
thank
interesting
you
week.
to Ozzy, Steve, Magnus, Christopher, Andrew, Jennifer, Apollo, Cat Chaser, Dirty Filth, Tawaz, and Joshua for the awesome super chats tonight. We're going to get going with the final half hour right now. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Let's talk some UFOs tonight as John Hudson is back. Yes, every couple of nights we bring in our intrepid UFO reporter, Stetson John Hudson, with the unbiased UFO report, where he gets to the heart of what's happening in the UFO community and around the world for this fascinating subject. And John, thank you so much for coming on in again, bud. It's always appreciated that you tune us and help us out and keep us up to date.
Well, thank you for having me. It's good to be here. It's been quite an interesting week, so we got some fun stuff to talk about.
All right. There's a big story, a clarification in the power of UFO Twitter, which is an anomaly, a monster, and a nightmare on its own sometimes. But this leads to a couple of former guests here on Spaced Out Radio, and one of the gentlemen who experienced the USS Nimitz encounter, Gary Voorhees, and investigative journalist Ross Coulthard. What's going on here?
So this was, to me, and maybe I hope everyone else finds this as interesting as I did, because to me, this was really cool on different levels. Because it started out, I was reading Ross's book, and on chapter 11, he's going into details about the Nimitz case, and he pulls in some other stuff that other people had, and it's a really good book. And at one point, he mentions that it was from Gary Voorhees that he heard that there was a submerged object that was traveling 500 miles per hour underneath the water. And, this caught my attention for two reasons. One, because I had originally heard it was fast, but I didn't hear it was that fast. And two, I had this vague memory that Gary Voorhees had actually recanted that story. And I knew Ross was a very careful reporter. So, I started wondering, did it go to print too fast? Did Ross not hear about this? Am I getting mixed up? Am I just not remembering this correctly? And in a lot of cases, what do you do when this happens? You're reading some author's book. Okay, maybe you can send him an email and he might respond, right? She might answer you. But, nowadays we have things like UFO Twitter. So I got on Twitter and I basically posted a message to Gary. I copied Ross on it because, obviously if he printed something incorrect, he's going to want to, correct it. And I basically asked Gary, I said, hey, Gary, this is in the book about, it's quoted by you. I thought you recanted this story because there was a problem with your source. Am I getting mixed up or did something go wrong here? Right. And it was, Gary's, I've said, been on the show. He's a great guy. Gary's one of the more down to earth, easy to talk to folks from that whole event. We love Gary. And he comes right back and he says, yes, it was secondhand information that was told to me at the time of the event. And it was essentially used out of context in an unidentified episode. But the main problem was that when I tried to identify it, the person who told it to me went dark. So, you first hear that and you're like, oh, okay, well, that's a bummer, right? But then he follows up and he says, I have, however, been able to verify that all the sonar techs that were involved, implying that it was a sonar tech that he was hearing this from either directly or indirectly, that all the sonar techs are now and forever under NDA. And they did indeed have a passive track, no clue of speed. So what this means is that what he heard was likely accurate. It's just that the person who told it to him either afterwards realized he shouldn't have, or somehow got into a little bit of trouble for it. So now they're all locked down by NDAs. And so now, you see why Ross went ahead and printed it, because there is still a strong possibility that it's true. My misconception is taken care of, and Gary stepped in to bring the clarity to all of us, and Ross gets to read it if he wants to. And this all happened within, like an hour of me posting or something. So,
well, I mean, the interesting part for me on this is that all of these sonar techs are now locked down for the end of their lives. What the hell are they seeing that the United States Navy and the U.S. government feels that these people can no longer speak about? I mean, that is scary.
So this is actually this was a side conversation that broke out as a result of this, because a couple people posted a question, said, for life, and I myself was curious, because in my line of work, I've signed, honestly, I've probably signed 200 NDAs in my life, maybe more, right? Pretty much every meeting I've ever had, I've had to sign an NDA for, but they're all like limited. They're like 2 years, 3 years, maybe 5 years, right? And so, and I got this confirmed by several people, including our own Science Bob, that essentially military NDAs have two criteria. You're either locked down until the information that you're aware of is declassified by some other party within the government, or until you die, in which case you're welcome to report it through a medium or whatever belief system you have. And so they don't do time-based NDAs. All their NDAs are based on either declassification or end of life. And so this is just their standard NDA. So but that means is it doesn't really matter, as long as it's serious enough to lock it down until it's declassified. It's serious enough to lock it in for their perceivable life. But yes, it does speak volumes.
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And once again, it leads to the fact, before we move on to the next story, that it just throws another wrench in this entire phenomena on what they are seeing and what they don't want to go out to the public. It's one thing to get F-18s to film little Tic Tacs, but any type of scenario from the movie The Abyss going through the oceans, we're not allowed to see that.
Yeah,
nothing to see here, people. Nothing to see here.
Exactly. But I'd also like to just point out that, as all of you are reading books, you're watching, YouTube presentations, you're listening to podcasts. If you hear something and the data doesn't match, don't just give up. Don't get frustrated. Get onto Twitter, post the question. You'll be amazed how fast the people on Twitter will help you get down to that answer. In a lot of cases, it's the principles that respond.
That's amazing. Let's move on to topic number 2 tonight, because after being silent for almost a year and a half, Tom DeLonge of Angels and Airwaves, formerly of Blink 182, and of course of the head of the To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, finally broke his silence on doing a podcast with, I'm going to call it another fanboy. And that's not an insult to the host of the show or anything like that. But once again, Tom comes out and wants to talk and play UFOs again. And by my wording, I'm sure you could tell that I'm not a big fan. Love his music. Think he's very talented, and everything. I got to download it. But in the end, not a good ufologist. Not a good ufologist. So what's going on here with Mr. DeLonge?
So, I mean, I will differ with you a little bit there in that I don't really, to me, Tom is in many ways no different than so many of the other podcasters that everyone's listening to right now, right? Everyone comes into this with some kind of an experience and some kind of passion for it, and a lot of people don't have science or journalism background. So in many ways, he is representative of a large portion of this community, good or bad. But what this really was, and it's funny because I listened to it again right before I came on because I wanted to kind of really kind of dive into some of it. And this really was a debutante ball. This really was a coming out party. This really was a reintroduction of To the Stars and a reintroduction of Tom DeLonge and a reintroduction. Well, you don't really need the reintroduction of Jim Simivan, but and the thing that was unfortunate was that Dr. Brian, Dr. Brian Keating. I mean, this guy. I mean, he's a sharp cat, right? I mean, he's a chancellor's professor of physics for UC San Diego, right? So he's like the top, one of the top physics guys at UC San Diego. He also recently became a member of the Galileo Project, right? He's a very articulate, very bright individual, and it was really him hosting it. And so I was hoping for some pretty direct questions. He was the one that clearly had a lot of admiration for the both of them and played it pretty clean. And then we had the return of Kurt Jamandal, and once again, Kurt, I'm annihilating your last name. I apologize. For the host of The Theory of Everything, and Kurt was able to ask some more direct questions, but unfortunately, he was just coming off the Travis Wilton interview where his direct questioning kind of put Travis in a defensive state. So Kurt was playing it a little safer this time because I think he was, didn't want to do the same thing again, and so he asked some pretty, open-ended questions. Like his first question was just, "What the hell's going on with Skinwalker? Like, I don't get it. Like, how does Skinwalker relate to any of this?" And it was kind of interesting because listening to it a second time, there was some interesting information that came out of it. But ultimately, if you look at the description of the podcast, in the description of the podcast, they include a detailed description of both Vault and Scout, which are there are two projects. Scout being the reporting tool, and Vault being the proprietary, what they call AI collaboration tool that basically mines several global databases. Keep in mind, when you see AI in these contexts, read ML. It's machine learning. It's not AI. And then it describes the entertainment division. So the description of the podcast really comes off as a new prospectus, as a new summary of what To the Stars is. And then Tom was a reformed Tom. He was a quieter Tom. He was a nicer Tom. He was an oh so friendly Tom, to the point where he said things like, which I never thought I'd hear come out of his mouth, was, I have no science to back that up. And he said, yes, I've heard that, but it's not my place to go into detail. So Tom's been trained better. Tom is being, and I'm not saying he's being, overly so. He's basically behaving the way he should have been behaving in the first place. If this is a Tom we've been seeing this whole time, a lot of things would have gone different for Tom, and quite possibly for To the Stars.
See, I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut you off right there.
Please.
And I'll tell you, because just a couple of days ago, all right, Tom put a big bunch of clippings about UFOs together to post on Instagram and Twitter. And one of the scenes that he put in there was on Joe Rogan, where he said, "Do you want me to whip out my bleep?"
Oh, right.
And then he comes into this interview sounding all humble and wholesome and professional. I don't get it from him. I don't understand the purpose. And
Well, we'll see if it sticks.
I totally get that. I totally get that. And trust me, I wanted Tom DeLonge to succeed. I did. I've always been and maybe it's because I'm a fan of the band,
Totally.
and whether or not people like his music with Blink-182 or not, that's everyone else's opinion. I mean, the only way that people are going to be wrong in music is if they insult Guns N' Roses. That's the only way that anybody will be wrong in music. But the point that I'm getting at is this, since the beginning, that to give people reminders, the TTSA, in my opinion, has been a cluster of fumbles and bumbles while putting out some great information at the same time. And the
But you had to
unfortunate
dig for it.
You didn't. I don't think you did have to dig for it.
I think you had to dig for the good stuff. You had a lot of other stuff that got in the way.
What really set my red flags off, and you can go back and listen to this show going back 4 years ago now, hard to believe almost. All right. When they held a pressless press conference to announce the To the Stars Academy, it was in Seattle. Guess what? Dave's in British Columbia. Old Davey would have driven down to Seattle to catch that press conference. Every journalist, UFO journalist, if there is no such thing in that term, you just use a term.
At least MTV would have showed up. I mean, come on. I mean, some reporters would have come if they'd invited press to the press conference.
Right. No, I get you. I get you. I just have a distrust with Mr. DeLonge. And you know what? I'm going to put a quick challenge out to you here, because we do got to get going here in about a minute here. But I want you to stick around.
Okay.
If you're still awake,
please.
I know you're a night owl.
Yep.
And what we'll do is, when we end the radio show, let's do a little bit of an after show on this topic.
Sure.
Right afterwards on our YouTube channel. While I'm editing the show. So
totally.
Let's do that, and let's fire this up, because I'm telling you, I'm fired up tonight.
Totally. And we should do it. But you know what? If we're going to do that, let me just say one thing really quick. People should listen to it, because as Tom always does, he uses language that conveys things that he might not have intended to be sharing. So he uses language like cuts between cells with no vascular collapse when talking about cattle mutilations. He talks about materials that materialize, that displace time the way a submarine displaces water. He comes up with some interesting descriptions of things, including a cow that he claims had its heart removed without any incisions to the body. And so in Tom's normal style, as he's talking, he uses the language that he heard it with. And because it's not his native language, it conveys more than he perhaps intends about where this information is coming from. So it's worth listening to.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's get into it a little bit. And you know what? Hey, I'm pretty sure that Joe Mergia is going to go nuts on me after this. Because he always does. And, I'll just have to tell him that, his Brillo pad hairdo, if he doesn't watch it, I'll stick him against the wall, because it's like Velcro, so we'll get into it. I love Joe. I do. I just love insulting him because he does it to me. So I'm going to do it back to him. And finally, I'm going to fire that first shot, fire that first salvo over his Brillo pad. All right, let's get to the news right now. The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR News Wire at the back end of every show, where we get to the weird, the strange, the wacky, and sometimes the proper, the smart, the intelligent. Yes, it's Left-Handed People Day, and old Davey's giving a fist pump, because on International Left-Handers Day, here is what we do know about left-handed people, a.k.a. people like me. that we make up 10% of the world's population, and scientists being that left-handed is influenced by genetics, environment, and random chance. With a long list of famous left-handed people like Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, Dave Scott, Benjamin Franklin, and Ronald Reagan. See, I just threw my name in there. It's one of those cool things that we got to talk about. And, researchers at the University of Athens found a negligible difference between the intelligence of left-handed and right-handed people in a 2017 study and meta-analysis. For their findings, researchers analyzed 36 studies that measured the IQ scores of more than 66,108 individuals. The meta-analyses found that right-handed people had slightly higher IQs, but when the largest study was excluded, the researchers found no difference between the two groups. We're just as smart as them righties, even though it's a right-handed world. Meanwhile, as far as creativity goes, they found that left-handed people think they are more creative, but they didn't spend significantly more time on artistic pursuits than right-handed people. That survey, quick question, more than 20,000 participants. That was done by, the Fast Company, who did that survey. So, is there a difference between righties and lefties? The answer is yes, because there's so few of us lefties. But in a right-handed world, us lefties, we got it right. We did. Pink dolphins, piranhas, and black caiman. It sounds like the stuff of legend or Dave's nightmare, except the pink dolphins. But in fact, it's the inhabitants of a protected wetland system in the Amazon, home to thousands of rare animal species, fascinating tales of tribal gods turning men into dolphins. Storytelling is part of the culture of the indigenous groups who live along the Amazon rainforest, and the wetlands play an important part in the yarns that have been spun for centuries. But the waters of the Lagos de Tarapato aren't just home to tall tales. They are such inhabitants, they are important habitat for animal species that were granted protected status in 2018, following a 5-year battle to petition for the wetlands region to be internationally recognized. Scientists have been conducting research into the wetlands, which included Lake Tarapato and other areas as well. So these creatures, they're going to be safe. Just be careful because piranha like to eat things, especially if it goes splash. And caimans, well, they like to eat people too. Let's just be honest. There's going to be a lot of eating going on. Don't go for a swim. Not going to be good. Thought of the Dave happens every night at this time, where we ask a question on our Facebook and Twitter pages. Then we read your responses on the air because we love the audience participation around here. Today's Thought of the Dave is as follows. What creepypasta stories really freak you out? Danny, none of them. I actually find them quite relaxing, probably because of the narrator, Swamp Dweller. Magnus, the Stairs of the Forest ones are weird, and the SNR ones. Ted, Russian sleep experiment. Tim, well, Mystic 411 is covered, so for sheer terror, Dogman, both good reasons not to go in the woods. Terror Bigfoot doesn't worry me so much anymore. Dogman, it is. Peter, Creepypasta Moon, landing story, totally freaky. I think about that story all the time. Thank you to everybody listening to the news. Thank you to John Hudson for the UFO report and Robby Antilla from Swamp Dweller. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thaw rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, whatever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight on YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitch and Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, say it with me, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Big question coming out of the Spreaker chat from Bill WD40. Is Chad Smith left-handed? We're going to have to find that out. That could be breaking news, Bill WD40. Could be breaking news. HL Westlake, how are you? Good to see you. All right, let's bring John back up here. How you doing, Johan?
Good, good, good. You know, one interesting side note about left-handed people is when you come to the whole concept of left brain and the way the different right and left brain handles different operations, it's not reversed for left-handed people, which I think is interesting. I always assumed that left-handed people had their brains reversed as well, but it's not true. Left-handed people typically have their hemispheres in the same orientation as right-handed people.
Hold on, I got to grab a picture of this, and I'm going to send it because I think I don't think Chad Smith is in the chat room right now. This is fucking awesome. Oop, pardon my language. I didn't mean to swear. I'm trying to get out of that habit of swearing on here. I could do it during the show, but the minute the show is on, I want to go straight potty mouth. And it's terrible. So this is just amazing. Swamp Dweller there is like, hey, I'm Chad Smith. All right. That is awesome. I'm sending that to him right now. That's going to crack him up. I don't think he's here right now. Aussie Steve, thank you for another super chat. Oh, and then he's called himself Chad Dweller. That is amazing.
Chad Dweller.
That is
That's
just
awesome.
amazing.
That is awesome.
All right, you got me fired up here, dude. Gorgeous Jean Beckett, what is happening? She's looking lovely tonight. So I've heard. But all right, where do you want to start here?
Well, the one thing I want to pose a question is, because
Sure.
I've been trying to figure out for a long time why, with as much as Tom didn't necessarily perform how most of us thought he would overall, why some of us reacted one way and some of us reacted the other. And I was trying to think of, like, you know, what is it that really bugs some of us about him? And I think, and I want your opinion. I think part of the problem is that when he posts these pictures, when he posts these things on Instagram, what he shows is a complete lack of discernment. He shows a lack of ability to ferret out what is worth posting, what isn't. And so that puts caused all of us to put his judgment in question. And considering how much information he was presenting otherwise that we wanted to trust, it then caused us to have doubts on everything else, because if his judgment was so bad posting this stuff, what else is his judgment bad about? And I think that whittles down what some of us were found so frustrating about what he was posting.
I think for me, like, if I go back in history here, okay, if we go way back, I remember telling our audience point blank, you know what, let's see how this plays out. You know, let's sit back and see what happens here. Because as a journalist, and I took a lot of heat over this. I don't know if you were kind of part of the club at that point, but on UFO Twitter, I was getting roasted left, right, and center for
Well, that was still
everything.
the pink cloud phase. That was still the pink cloud phase where everyone was giving Tom a lot of runway.
Yeah. Hi, Carbine's right. How are you? And well, we don't want that kind of channel on our. No, we don't want that kind of channel here. We'll just get rid of that one. But no, man, the first red flag for me was the pressless press conference.
That was so weird.
And
That
then
was so weird.
and then the next red flag for me was, like every other media outlet, I tried to get them on the air. Couldn't get them on the air. I had request after request denied. We're not doing interviews. Then you'd hear them on Coast to Coast or with Jimmy, and it'd be like, what the heck is going on here? I go and try. Nope, not even a response. I put out 15 requests, and I
Well, and what's crazy is that you weren't the only
yeah.
one. And
No.
and this is my personal opinion, but I firmly believe that in the case of some of the radio hosts that really turned negative on Tom, a lot of it actually came down to this. It came down to the way interviews were handled, the way people that even knew Tom, that had his phone number, would communicate with him second channel, right? And still, when they would ask for an interview, they'd get shut down. And I know that his sister was for some of it was a gatekeeper and was a very strict gatekeeper. So I have no
Yes.
idea how much input the rest of the crew had into it. But
None.
I think a lot of the animosity that grew, but from all the different show hosts, came down to exactly what you're talking about. Was just the way, and it wasn't even like there wasn't even a polite like if they'd come back and said, well, look, we're trying to pace the guys because we don't want them to get burned out. We have a list of target we're trying to do for some months. After that, we're going to open it up to everyone, and I'll make sure you're top on the list. They could have done a lot of things to mitigate the
and I'll give
damage
you an
that was caught, and they
example.
didn't do any of it.
And I agree with you. I'll give you an example. Okay. And this is no offense to the names that I'm going to be dropping here. All right. Because I've talked to these guys about it and I'm well over it. But my concern going back 4 years ago is somebody like us or Richard Dolan or Grant Cameron or others with podcasts or radio shows, even George Norrie for that matter, couldn't get an interview with these guys outside of George Knapp, outside of Jimmy Church at the time, and
Well, and
outside
even Jimmy was having
but,
trouble.
But at the beginning, Tom and
correct.
Jimmy were talking quite often.
Yep.
And who was the other one? Alejandro Rojas was the other one. So what had happened was they started doing interviews, and then all of a sudden they started meeting up with all of these people who we've never heard of before at that time, like Danny Silva and others. And God bless Danny for the work. Danny's a good guy, and he is a hard worker. I will never, ever crap on Danny's parade for his hard work. I may not agree with some of his stuff, and I know he doesn't agree with a lot of mine, but I really enjoyed Danny's his tenacity to try and bring these stories out, and he made a lot of trust in what's going on. But I mean, they were not talking to anybody. They were not talking to anyone outside of their controlled environment. So that led to my second issue, my second red flag of everything, which was when you control the media, you control the story. And going back to the 60s, Marshall McLuhan, he famously said the medium is the message. And if UFOs is the medium and the message, and you're controlling the medium of where your people are talking, then that's where you control what goes out. You control
and here's
everything.
The thing. I've been part of product launches for companies where we've been bringing out a whole new line of product where we have like $1 billion bet on something, right? And in the beginning, we control the message because we know at that point we have some deficiencies in our product. It's not fully baked yet. So we have to really curtail where we talk to, who we talk to, how we show it to them, and so forth. But the whole idea is that you get to a certain point where you take all the cuffs off, you open it up, and you let people really go after it. Otherwise, what have you done? I mean, like, the whole reason why you control the message that much is because you're afraid of what's going to happen if you don't, right? And that in itself is a statement.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, in talking to Lou Elizondo about that on this show, that was one of the issues he had. Is he had no idea that there were all these shows, whether it was John Greenwald, ourselves, or even Richard Dolan, or anybody else who wanted to talk to him about this. He
Yep.
wanted, and this is his words to us, he wanted to, when he came out, he wanted the TTSA to be the bastion of information that, almost like MUFON had dropped the ball over the years, okay, and he wanted to be that the TTSA to be that public voice, because here they were announcing back on October 11th, 2017, that we're going to be open, we're going to be transparent, we're going to find out what's going on. And then, Joe Rogan comes along. Let's put nuclear weapons up in space, according to Tom. We need to get nukes up there because these are evil bastards that are going to, come and harm us. Just, a little bit too much influence from people like Peter Levenda. Not that there's anything wrong with Peter Levenda. Okay. And that's kind of where that message started. And then the famous quote, "Would you like me to whip my dick out?" Right? On Joe Rogan. And I know for a fact, in talking to some insiders, that it was after that interview, you watch Tom went silent.
Oh yeah.
Because after
we all
that
knew.
comment, from what I heard from the inside people, okay, is after that comment was made, there was 3 people in their next board meeting, 3 or 4 people ready to resign. And they had to remind him, this isn't rock star time anymore. This isn't rock. You want to play with the big boys. We've allowed you into the group. That you have to show up and be part of the big boys.
No, and I'll tell you, like, when I watched that interview, when that interview ended, my first thought was, wow, I hope I see Tom again someday. Because I've seen people do that for companies and they just disappear. You never see them again.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you, man.
You're not allowed you are never allowed to talk to the press again. We're very sorry. We picked the wrong person. Here's an office for you. Go sit and do paperwork. It was my, and the thing is that, in Tom's defense, that's the sort of line where if he was getting interviewed by the Rolling Stone or by Rolling Stone or by MTV or something like that, and it was about one of his new albums, right? The crowd would love it. Yeah. Like, he would get, they would think it was really funny, right? And so, that's the behavior that he was accustomed to, and
very true. Hey, one second, I want to give a shout out to a couple people. Bim Jim,
yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Swamp Dweller still here, hanging on out. Red Panda Koala, welcome to our channel. And who else came in? There was one over on Twitch. Lil Cam, how are you? Welcome. And did you ever read the article that I wrote about the 14 reasons why I never trusted the TTSA?
Actually, funny enough, Dave, I remember that, and I read a little bit of it, and I decided that at the time I didn't want to finish it because I liked you, and I was worried that after I read that I might not like you anymore, so I didn't finish reading it.
Well, I'm pulling it up right now. So, number 1, in no particular order. Number 1 was the Pressless press conference.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
That was number 1. Actually, you know what? I'll bring it over here right now so that way people can see. Hold on, I'll share it. So I'll read this for everyone here. And believe it or not, Jim Semivan actually, according to Melinda Leslie, said this article that I wrote, and everybody has to realize this article that I wrote back in January
This
of
is
this
early.
year. This really, Jim Semivan, if we could go by that word with Melinda Leslie, said that I was about 95% correct on this.
Yep.
So I don't.
Yep. I agree.
So the first one we already talked about, pressless press conference. The next one, denial of media requests. And I said from its inception, the TTSA, rightfully or wrongfully, were very elusive on the media front. If you weren't George Knapp, or at the beginning, Jimmy Church from Coast to Coast AM, if you weren't a mainstream media outlet, the likelihood of getting an interview request granted by TTSA was slim to none. Personally, I put in 15 requests for interviews. The only time I got close was when I was asked to provide questions at the forefront, which I declined to do. As a journalist, I am professional, and I will not supply questions up front to any guest. It's part of the business. However, the TTSA didn't decline me and Spaced Out Radio. They declined pretty much everyone with a podcast or radio show that was of the alternative media. Over time, they eventually started sporadically granting media requests. But if you look at the majority of the programs people from the TTSA were being interviewed by, they were shows that held bias towards supporting their efforts and weren't basically softball questions is what they were.
And let me add something real quick. It'll take some time to get enough data to do a proper analysis, but it's my personal belief that in the end, what they will discover is that that's what hurt the stock. Because essentially because a lot of people don't realize that the stock offering failing was the first severe nail in the coffin for the original vision of TTSA, okay? Because they were expecting to raise like $50 million and they raised like $2 million. The problem was, many people were pissed at them for the media interactions. And there was so much negative talk about it that the very community that they were hoping would buy the stock got turned off and got concerned about the company. So I think in many ways, their refusal to allow interviews actually was one of the reasons why the stock didn't sell.
Well, I mean, I think it's more than that, though. I mean, when they came out in that first press conference and were discussing the fact that they wanted to be the face of the UFO community, they wanted to bring disclosure, they wanted to bring everything. You know what? Kratas don't bring disclosure. You know what I'm saying?
No, but originally they were inferring they were going to build a ship. They showed us a ship.
They showed us a ship. Absolutely.
I don't think I remember, but there was a whole point where people started asking, like, wait, does this mean they're not building the ship? I mean, a lot of people, it was all about the ship, you know, and the ship went bye-bye as soon as that stock offering failed. And then as a second attempt, they tried to get the money through the government, which is where the CRADA came in, right? But even that failed. And so at that point, like, I mean, as I've said to you before, basically as soon as the stock offering failed, I was expecting Justice to walk away, because I mean, he had nearly an unlimited budget at Skunkworks, right? And so he builds things. That's what he does. Justice builds cool stuff. And so he was done, and he stuck around a lot longer than I thought he would.
Well, I think he stuck around because Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo were there. And there's a tight bond there.
Yeah, I agree.
Know, the other thing, they weren't answering any questions. Okay, we all know now that Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo got the videos out. How they got the videos out, the three, the gimbal, Go Fast, and Tic Tac, were when Elizondo ran A-Tip, there would be a sheet or a form online that he would have to fill out. And they would have to put on their terrestrial, UAP, or other, and they would have to check one of those off. If it fell under UAP, it would become top secret. He checked on the advisement of Chris Mellon. He checked the terrestrial box or whatever that box is
I have a
called.
copy of it. They gamed the system, is what they did. They basically they found a loophole and they took advantage of it. So they didn't really there was an investigation. After the investigation was done, it was found that they were not at fault. It was the office that processed it that was at fault. But basically, they used their insider knowledge to essentially game the form.
Yeah,
to our benefit. But I don't think they were all excited about sharing that information.
No, but I mean, here's the thing, and Elizondo said this too. One of the downfalls of TTSA was the fact that they really turned their back on the UFO community.
Yes.
They underestimated the brilliancy and the minds and the love and the excitement of the UFO community, and they were the anti-UFO group.
Yep. And I think one huge mistake they made is I think that they honestly believed that by opening the Komodo to the New York Times, by essentially showing as much as they did privately to the New York Times and using that to convince the New York Times, that then when the New York Times came out and said what they did, I really think that what they expected to happen was for everyone to be so bloody excited about the crumbs they were getting that they didn't ask for any more. They didn't poke at it. They didn't question it. And that was insane. I don't know why they believed that, but I think that's what they believe.
Shame on the New York Times, though, John, the editors of the New York Times, where that UFO article was the hottest selling New York Times newspaper since 9/11. They made millions off that. But you know what they didn't do? Normally, when you have a red hot story that is going viral like that,
what could you possibly do as a follow-up?
You do a follow-up. And they didn't do
you do multiple follow-ups. You take 6 different angles at it. You leak them out over months. I mean, you can turn it into a whole year-long project.
But the fact is, when that story broke, usually within the next week, there is a follow-up story with further information. Now, from what I heard, and I'm hearing this secondhand, that Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal had a follow-up article ready to go, and the editors of the New York Times nixed it. They nixed it. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, look, you know what? The reason why I think you can somewhat safely think it's true is because Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal are good journalists, and they I'm not saying that they're completely unbiased. I know something about Leslie Kean's perspective on things, and so I'm not going to argue that doesn't ever come into the way to what they report and how they report it. But they are professionals, and I think that if your understanding is that that's how you play ball, then I guarantee you they had something ready, and I think that they presented it, and how the New York Times responded to them doing it, whether there was any debate, whether there was any consideration of doing it. But I think it's safe to assume they would have produced something, because that's what a professional would do.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a sports analogy here, because it's the easiest way for me to get that across. Okay, if I use a sports journalism thing, Tom Brady going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after 20 years in New England. All right. That would be like breaking the story that Tom Brady has signed a 2 or 3 year deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he gets to Tampa and there's no press conference. And all we have is this story of Tom Brady is going to be playing football for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this coming NFL season.
Yep.
And nobody's interviewing Nobody's interviewing Brady. Nobody's interviewing the management of or the coaching staff of Tampa Bay. That's what happened here with the New York Times.
And let me ask you something. If the analogy you just gave actually happened, what would people start mumbling about? They would start questioning whether it's really happening or not.
Exactly.
They would start questioning whether what they heard was true. They would start questioning whether there wasn't some darkness secret behind what was going on, because they would expect that kind of follow-up, right? And I think that's part of what happened. It was a vacant valley of silence. Even if it wasn't the New York Times that followed up, why wasn't 16 other newspapers writing follow-ups? It was weird, just the silence that we got after that. It was totally strange. It made me suspicious.
It was strange, and that's the big thing right there, dude. That's the big thing. Okay. And that's what I don't get. And GFG, I now know who you are, so thank you. I'll get to that point in a minute on Twitter if you don't mind. But thank you for that. Here, let's go through the list, because the question that Meaty Toes has is pretty relevant. Okay. But let's go through the remainder of the list here.
Yeah.
For a second. All right.
And when did you write this again?
I wrote this a couple days after. This was December 22nd. I wrote this. So this was 2 days after Elizondo announced he was leaving the TTSA.
Okay.
Okay. So nobody ever questioned the TTSA being able to put their logo on the United States Navy videos.
Yeah, I remember you being really pushed out of shape about that. I thought that was really interesting.
But the media didn't follow it up. How, that would be like me putting my Spaced Out Radio logo on those videos claiming property.
Yeah.
In reality, these were stolen videos. Now, there's a lot of people who are going to say, really, Dave, stolen? Hey, they were United States Navy videos that were accidentally leaked. And I do know for a fact that Elizondo and Mellon nearly lost their top secret clearance because of it.
There was a very formal investigation as to how those got released. It was a very formal investigation.
And that's why, after the U.S. Navy, a year later, admitted that those videos were theirs and real, that all of a sudden the media outlets stopped putting the TTSA logo on United States Navy ownership of the videos. The other issue, talking.
And a quick funny side note is it the part I found amusing about all of it is that what I found almost more strange about TTSA putting their logo on it was the fact that everyone else didn't clue in on the fact that meant everyone else could do so too. And what I was expecting was I was expecting to start to see that video popping up all over the place with everyone's personal logo on it. Because basically what they were saying is it was public domain material and anyone can just put their label on it. Because they didn't have any actual authority over that content. There was no official. They weren't even involved in the chain of command. A chain of custody. They were just advertising. It was like they were embedding advertising into the video.
Yeah. So the other one, not allowed to talk aliens. Well, guess what, people? I don't care if they're not from here. Okay, something is flying them, whether it's inside or by remote control. Something is flying them.
This has been the biggest joke, Dave. This has been the biggest joke, because you talk to anybody. I have several friends and family members that, were not into this topic before and have recently, suddenly taken a lot of interest, or I didn't know they had interest before and they take a lot of interest. And you start talking to them and they sit there and they kind of get quiet and they go, but wait a second, who's flying these things?
Exactly.
And you go, sorry, can't talk about that right now.
Yeah, exactly.
How ridiculous is that? I mean, it's like,
Well,
it's
and
completely
that,
juvenile.
but that also leads to number 5, where DeLong was very, very outspoken about his dislike for, at that time, President Donald Trump and his support for Joe Biden. Now, leading up to the election, DeLong was very, very disparaging about President Trump. Now, whether you love or hate Trump is irrelevant in this conversation. But when you are dealing with high, top secret people like Elizondo and Mellon, who have worked for both Republicans and for Democrats, the last thing you need is your TTSA CEO talking about Biden and ripping into a president when you're trying to get information out of both sides. And if you look at it, it was a Republican and a Democrat in Warner and Rubio who worked together to get this thing into the Intelligence Committee meetings. Thank you to Chris Mellon.
Which is one of the beautiful things about this topic, is it is actually cross the aisle stuff. This is actually real bipartisan material. It's a real opportunity to work with both sides. The last time you want to be calling out the other side, regardless of how you feel.
And the other thing, and this was just an observation that I put in there at the beginning, was that there was absolutely nobody from ufology in there, in the original group. It was all spooks. Where was Stanton Friedman? He was still alive back then. Where was Peter Davenport? Where was even somebody along the lines of Richard Dolan in there? Or Jim, not so much Jim Mars at the time, you know.
And you know what's funny about that is that my understanding is that Grant Cameron was approached. Now, to what degree, I don't know. I never got any indication that he was offered any kind of an official role within TTSA, but he did speak about the fact that they came to him and offered him somewhat of an insider's connection to TTSA, and he said no. He said, no, I don't want that. I want to report on you from the outside, and he turned them down. And so I don't know how many other people they did that with, but my understanding, at least according to Grant, is that they did that with him.
They may have,
and I think he made the right decision.
You know, then you get DeLong in number 7, where he would put all these weird posts up. What if I were to tell you? What if I were to let you know? And then within a couple of hours, that post would be deleted. And thank God for UFO Twitter for screenshotting all of them. And Tom, though, was getting in big time shit because a lot of the stuff he was putting out there was either A, top secret, or B, was so far off the actual event or what was happening that he was using his own imagination to do these what if I were to tell you, and he was getting in crap from the rest of the board. And of course we talked about
every time one of those tweets went out, man, I guarantee you, Elizondo, Mellon, their stomach sank. Oh boy.
Yeah.
What did Tom post this time?
Absolutely.
Right? And the thing that was funny was that, you know, for me, like, I mean, I guess part of it is that, you know, even though Tom was like the head of the company, I've done several startups before, and so I know like how founders behave and what founders will do, and how once a company gets started, you take the founders and you put them somewhere else, because they're usually not someone you want to put in front of the press once things get going. And so for me, I could kind of, you know, cage Tom in a way that I didn't have to take him all that seriously. And so for me, a lot of his postings where he would post it and then he would delete it made me laugh, because it was so funny that he thought that made it okay. That like that it was okay for him to like if you feel that you have to delete that post after 3 hours, here's a clue. You probably shouldn't have posted it in the first place.
Exactly.
It's like it was hilarious.
It was.
It was really as long as it didn't irritate you, it was really funny. It was and it didn't and I think what happened was that he couldn't say what he wanted to say, so he thought that this was a way he could say what he wanted to say without getting in trouble for it.
Well,
and didn't work.
The other part coming out was that Tom had made a comment in the later stages of TTSA that they were not a UFO group. It went contrary to everything that they had stood for in that first press conference. And I think that little comment really hurt a lot of their supporters. It really did.
Yep.
And that's where Elizondo actually came out and said, we alienated the UFO community.
Well, that's why Elizondo's been killing himself, going on every little tiny podcast he can find, because he's trying to make amends.
Yes,
that's what he's doing.
I agree with you.
He's making amends, right? And now the one thing I will say is that part of what we've seen as Elizondo has done this kind of world tour is we have seen one of the things occur that I think TTSA was trying to avoid by controlling their assets so heavily, and that is that he's shared a lot of main, like, really important information on really, really small little channels where not many people have seen it. And while if you're following him and you watch everything he puts out, you still get it, and it's interesting, and it's super cool for that little podcast to get that information. If you're actually trying to get all that information out, that's not how you want to do it, right? That's not the good. That's not how you get the information out. And so part of what they were trying to keep from happening, it did actually end up happening, which is kind of funny because it did kind of play out the way they were afraid it would.
Another blow came out shortly after TTSA was announced that DeLong had approached Renario Hernandez, the head of Dr. Edgar Mitchell's Free Experiencers project, where they, for people unfamiliar with Free, this was a group that Dr. Edgar Mitchell put together to try and gain some sort of statistics on people who had extraterrestrial contact, abductions, and anything to do with alien contact. And the statistics literally showed that I think it was like 80 or 84% of people who had ET contact would want it to happen again and had a positive experience. Well, then you go back to the Rogan interview where Tom was saying, we got to put nukes in space. We got to get ready to fight these aliens that are coming down like the movie Independence Day to blow us into smithereens, to eat us, to use us as food and slaves and everything along those lines. And we got to get them nukes up there. We got to get them nukes up there. They're afraid of our nukes. We know they're afraid of our nukes. And in the end, we find out, thank you to Renario Hernandez, that he was approached by DeLong privately, and DeLong asked to buy those statistics off of them. You know what would have happened if they sold them? Those statistics would have went right in the delete file, gone forever. And thankfully, Renario Hernandez had a bad feeling about it and said, no, we're going to continue Dr. Mitchell's work. Thank God that happened.
I agree with you that it's a good thing it didn't go forward, but I would say that I'm not sure I agree that they would be deleted. I think what they wanted is they wanted to suck that into their knowledge base. Because they're trying to build this massive database of content that can be easily searched, and I think they were hoping to basically put that data into their own data set, which is going to be behind they publicly state a proprietary algorithm that means that that information is only going to be available if you query it through them.
No, I fully understand that, but the fact is, they didn't do it. Then there was the debate about disclosure versus confirmation, because they went back on the disclosure talk and okay, more about confirmation. UFO history. I mean, we can thank the TTSA for literally the DNI report starting in 2004 and not 1947. And of course, the spooks part.
No,
Everybody's a spook.
To be honest with you, like, to me, like one of the most valuable lessons I learned in the last big corporation I was in was we really became to learn that it's really not about what you do, it's about how you do it.
Yes.
That how you execute matters far more than the material situation that's at hand.
Yeah.
And if you really think about it, what Tom got together, or what Tom got handed, take your pick, either way, was like one of the most phenomenal freaking opportunities that anyone in this field could have ever hoped for. Right?
He was
I mean,
handed
to have
he was
yeah,
handed
exactly.
the ball on the 1 yard line.
Yep.
Okay.
And
no defense.
it was
and the team forgot to put out their entire defense, and he couldn't run the ball into the end zone.
It was, and it wasn't even just one mistake. It was a series of repeated fumbles and misses. And I mean, it was because the thing was that what they didn't realize was that several of the mistakes they made would come together to present a viewpoint. Because if you take the we're not UFO people, you take the fact that everyone in the company is spooks, you take the fact that they're not doing interviews, to take the fact that they're distancing themselves from experiencers, and suddenly they look like the antithesis of what anyone wants to happen. Like they made themselves look like the enemy, and I don't even know if they intended to do that. I mean, a part of me hopes they intended it, because if they intended it, then at least they did something correct. But I don't think that was their intention at all. And I think it was a perfect storm of mess ups that came together to, I mean, essentially you and to be fair, like I've like I said, I've been a part of several startups before, and this was a startup. Okay, this in many ways this was a classic California startup, and very often in the first couple of years, we completely change products. Right, we'll be working on one product for a year and a half, and suddenly we'll realize we're building the wrong thing. And the VCs will come in and they'll go, but you know what? We like the team. We got a good engineering team here. We got a good management team here. You guys work well together. We want to keep working with you. And so they'll put more money in, and you start and you grab what you can, you reuse it, and you try again. And sometimes the product that you come out with, 3-4 years later, is nothing like what you thought you were going to be building when you first started that company, right? So I get how all that happens, right? But normally that all happens undercover. You're not talking to people while that's happening. You keep all that dirty laundry. You're in stealth mode. That's the whole point of stealth mode. Stealth mode means you don't have press. You disappear for 3-4 years, then you hopefully show up with a product that works. They were in stealth mode and tried to do PR. And I think part of what they did is they relied on Tom to basically be the PR person, because in fairness, like his other companies have had a lot of social PR aspects to it, and they seem to have done well. And so I think people gave him credibility for that. And essentially, like, I mean, someday there will be someday in a business school, this will be a case that people will study as an example of all the things you shouldn't do. I mean, just
absolutely. But you know what? It sounds like, and I want to be fair here, because in the end, we do have to be fair. It sounds like we're doing a lot of crapping on Tom DeLonge and the TTSA. They did do some very good stuff. Okay. They got the media attention. They got it out of that Saturday filler spot at the last minute and a half of the newscast, and they brought it to the front page of the New York Times. They brought it to the top stories on Fox and CNN. That is incredible. They got people in Washington, D.C., politicians, elected officials, talking about it. They got the military talking about it.
Yep.
If they
I mean,
would
let's
have,
face it. Would we have Elizondo? Would we have Chris Mellon? Would we, would as many people know about how put off and would know about, they introduce, there's a lot of people in this community that are only with us because of what TTSA did.
yeah,
And, like me, for example, I had actually started researching it about a year and a half before TTSA came. But let me tell you, man, my engines got way more engaged after TTSA launched.
absolutely.
And actually, it was that first talk that Lou Elizondo gave in March. So it was like March 2018. It was a SC. I can't remember the name of the conference. It was a conference that it was the first kind of technical conference that Elizondo spoke at, and it was that conference. What Elizondo said at that conference, that's what made me personally feel safe to start really talking publicly about this stuff. Before that, I was very careful what I said. I was very careful. I was very nervous. I was very cagey about what I said. So, they do deserve a lot of credit for what they achieved. It's very hard not to get frustrated because we all knew what they could have achieved, right? We all know what we all have a vision as to what they could have done. And it's hard not to look at that.
But I mean, the thing is, the UFO community, to put some of the blame on it, the UFO community didn't put enough pressure when TTSA started to pull away from them almost instantaneously. Okay? They didn't put enough pressure on this group. And Elizondo has stated publicly, it's the biggest mistake the TTSA made was they forgot about the people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They forgot about the people. Whether they're experiencers or whether they are amateur ufologists.
They didn't just forget about them. They made them feel unwanted.
Absolutely.
They made them feel unwelcomed.
Yeah.
It was tragic. It really was. In many ways, it was tragic.
To this day, when I don't talk to him often, okay? I'm not trying to say that I talk to Lou Elizondo once a week or even once a month. But to this day, Lou still apologizes to me for not coming on the show previous.
Yep. No, and what's horrible is that I've seen Lou talk about this. He really he's not just trying to make amends. He honestly feels bad about it. He really does. It sucks because I don't even know how aware he was. I don't even know how aware he was.
He didn't
of what
know
was going on.
He didn't know because under their contract, with TTSA, Carrie DeLong, Tom's sister, ran the PR department. And when they signed the NDAs for the TT and their contracts with the TTSA, in that agreement, it stated that all press coverage is to go through Carrie DeLong.
Yep.
And according to Lou, that he has said on interviews, is that he actually approached Carrie and said, where are all these podcasts? Where are all these shows about UFOs that I hear about? And they're not calling to interview us. And Carrie never really answered the question. And then all of a sudden, when Lou and them leave and his floodgates open with literally hundreds, not 10 or 20, but hundreds of interview requests immediately, he was like, oh my God.
And there's someone, I don't remember who it is, but there's someone on Twitter that's been keeping an Excel spreadsheet of all of Lou Elizondo's appearances since he got out of TTSA. And let me tell you, that is a long damn list. Like, it is astounding how many places he went and talked. And he poured himself into those talks. He really did. A lot of them are long form, 2-hour plus talks. He's basically been trying to make up for all of it, and
absolutely. But you know what? The public, like let's bring it into the focus for this interview here, because Meaty Toes on Twitter was asking about how does this guy from Toronto, okay, all of a sudden get Jim Semivan and Tom DeLonge? How does this happen? Right?
Mhm.
And they're not the biggest UFO show out there. All right. And this isn't an insult to this show. Not an insult whatsoever. But in typical DeLonge fashion, he went to someone who was going to throw him a bunch of softballs and do an interview that way. That's the way it happened.
Well, I mean, that professor, he's professor UC San Diego, so he's right in Tom's neck of the woods, right? I mean, he's that's his hometown.
But why would Jim Semivan all of a sudden come out from the forest and do an interview? All right.
Yeah, I mean, no, the thing is that my understanding is that Dr. Brian Keating, he knew both Tom and Jim, and he's known them for a while, and actually considers them friends.
Oh,
so I don't know under what capacity he's interacted with them in the past, but I think what we're getting down to is that, as you and I have talked about at other points, there's this really unfortunate thing that's going on right now where essentially it's like this whisper network, and essentially people who know the right people, they've made friends with the right people, they're able to kind of reach out to this whisper network, and they're able to get these crazy interviews, and often it ends up being on channels that I mean, you take for example Kurt. I mean, he just started doing this like a year ago, and
hey, Chris,
like I mean, he's pulled some, I mean, of his top 11 biggest interviews since he started this channel, 6 of them are UFO people.
Yeah.
Right. And they have huge numbers, huge numbers.
And good for
right?
him. Good for him.
But how did he get those interviews? Like, how did that happen? And why did he get those interviews? It's weird. It's weird the way it works.
Absolutely. But I mean, the fact is, Tom, whoever did the interview isn't the issue. Okay. The issue is this. If you were going to go on a podcast, Tom, there are dozens of UFO podcasts out there. And by the way, Dan W, thank you so much for that incredible super chat. Really appreciate it. You do this every month, and thank you so much. That's just way too kind of you. Way too kind. Thank you, buddy. If you look at the interviews that Tom has done, there's no hard questions. Right? There is no hard questions. And somebody needed to ask Tom some hard questions. But the good part about Tom with his position and his popularity, he doesn't have to answer tough questions. The hardest questions Tom has had to answer in the last 20 years is, why did he leave Blink-182?
Yep.
That's it. He never had to answer a tough question about UFOs.
No, and actually, you know what? There was one question asked today, or just the other day when this was done, that I thought was good, and that was that I think it was Kurt asked, at one point Tom talked about something he learned that really shook him up, that really changed his whole perspective on things, and really made him see the danger or the risk in this whole thing. And Kurt asked him, what was that? And And Tom just immediately was like, well, I'm not going to talk about that. And like went on to something else. I mean, it was actually kind of funny. It was, so Kurt did try once and Tom just like, but like you said, it's Tom DeLonge. So, I mean, he can get away with a whole lot of stuff.
No, and I understand that, and I can appreciate that. Rockstar status, dude, has a lot of privileges. A lot of privileges. People in the music world get a lot of breaks and a lot of information. Because you know what? I have a buddy named Jamie who lives in Texas, been in the music industry and scene since the hairband days of the 80s. All right. And him and I had a talk, probably 3 years ago about this. Yeah, right when the TTSA had come out, because I was talking to him about this. And he's like, Dave, you have to remember that people who are secret agents, government officials, they all love music. And how they work their way into get these rock stars get this information is, look, a guy like Mark Warner or the head of Lockheed Skunk Works, if they know that Tom has a love of UFOs, they can request tickets and say, hey, we'd like to meet with Tom after the show, because there's always an after party after every concert. It's rock and roll protocol. I mean, these guys don't get off stage and all of a sudden say, good night, we're heading home to bed. They're partying and hanging out till 3, 4, 5 in the morning.
Well, that's how this whole thing started. That's how the whole thing at Lockheed started. Was basically they were doing a very unusual family event at Lockheed, where for once in a long while people actually got to bring their families onto one of the campuses, and basically the president of Lockheed was going to be giving a speech, and someone a friend of a friend of a friend, from, because they all live in the same area, basically knew Tom and basically asked Tom if he would introduce the president. That's how that meeting started to happen.
That's if you buy the story and the narrative that's the way it happened. I don't think for a second that that's the way it played out.
Oh, really?
Not a second. Think about it.
All right.
You have a major rock star who sings about aliens and UFOs, very public about it. He has 3 million followers on Twitter, 3 million on Instagram, and they're thinking, how do we get this message to the young people? Because they don't care about us old bastards. And I'm adding you up in that group too. Anybody over 35, they don't care about. You know why? We're still religious. We question too much. There's an entire generation below us that is more interested in clickbait and being offended than they are about gaining actual knowledge. All right. They're not into heavy news. They're into the 24-hour news cycle where, hey, there's UFOs here. And by the way, new Barbie doll has just been released. That's what the generation is into. That's why you've seen news cycles like CNN.
They grew up in a 24-hour news cycle.
CNN and Fox, what they've done is they've really catered to that clickbait crowd. Let's hit you quick, let's hit you hard, and let's get on to the next story. Right? Remember, we're dealing with generations that do everything in 280 clicks or words, or letters on Twitter and hashtags than they are about investigating where a story come from. I don't buy the DeLonge story for a heartbeat. Behoff, my shirt is from the gun store in Las Vegas, because that's the first and only place I've ever fired machine guns.
Yeah, that's fun, man. I shot an Uzi. That was crazy.
I never got it. I shot an AK-47, an MP5.
Oh, the MP5 is fun. Yeah.
Oh, that was, and I
Yeah.
did a shotgun.
I was really upset when I saw what the price of was the ammo for the Tommy gun. I really wanted to shoot the Tommy gun, but my God, that ammo was so bloody expensive.
So, anyways, they needed a way to get into to get
Okay,
into
so
the
so
group.
I want to make sure I understand this. So you think that before Tom got invited to that event, that
It was
there was
already set up.
there was already a group that was looking for a way
Yes.
to release this, and Tom came along and they went, oh, kind of
Well,
like
think
along came
about
the
it though.
spider sort of
He
thing.
had the followers. Okay. If they needed him to go on tour musically and talk some UFOs to people while on stage playing songs with angels and airwaves, he could do that. Okay. Then if you go a little bit deep, and this is just my surmising.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Do I have proof of this? Not at all. But this is reading in between the lines of everything.
Yeah. Fair enough.
All right. Because look, if you're putting together a UFO power group, how does 75% of your team be part of Robert Bigelow's team?
Well, now the one thing, so the two things I would add is that one way to kind of flush out your hypothesis would be to look into what was that crazy place called Internasa or the previous to the Stars Academy, the where they had the rotating
Well, you had
goddamn-
NIDS. If you look at the team of NIDS, Bass,
Joe Firmage, I think it was.
Yeah, but if you look at the teams before that, okay, that Robert Bigelow put together, 75% of Tom's team were Bigelow cronies at one point or another.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing is that when that
including
Joe Firmage thing,
Elizondo, including Elizondo.
Including Elizondo?
Elizondo worked at Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because of the contract, because of the no, you're right. Yeah, but no, the one thing I was going to say is that if we look and see at what point did Hal Puthoff distance himself from Internasa and the Joe Firmage, that whole thing, if the timing of that came right before the Tom's invitation to Lockheed, then that would mean they were looking for a new target. They were looking for a new
Absolutely, because Bigelow had done nothing. Bigelow had done nothing up.
That would be a way to test
for
it
a couple of years.
No,
Don't forget, he had quietly sold Skinwalker Ranch to Brandon Fugel in 2016.
Right.
All right. He was out of the game.
Well, yeah, because my opinion, I don't think I think Bigelow was only ever there to answer his own questions.
Yeah.
Bigelow had a set of questions that he needed to answer, and that's all he wanted.
And there's a story.
Everything else was a side effect. Oh yeah, no, I mean, all of it has to do with his son. It's actually a sad story, but and then he lost his wife as well. But the one thing I would add is that, and the part we can't forget is that the team that Tom ended up with was the B team. Because the A team he lost as a result of the WikiLeaks release. The original team of people he had
included
vanished on him, and included the person he used to refer to as the general, right? So basically, that was the original team. They got outed in the WikiLeaks email. They vanished, and when they vanished, this new team approached Tom and said, "Hey, we'd like to do this with you," And
think about it.
I was always a little suspicious about, because it seemed like it was a little opportunistic, that Tom was now without a team and still wanted to do something, and suddenly a B team showed up and they all knew each other and they were ready to go.
But that's why
worrisome.
it was interesting. That's why it was interesting that nobody from the UFO community, and there were some brilliant people in there, okay? Nobody from the UFO community was in there. Okay. There was no, you got to realize, how do you put together a power team of UFO people without Stanton Friedman? How do you do that? Or even
God,
Dolan for that matter.
Dave, you know what's really hard, man, is oh God, people are going to hate me for saying this, but if
Hi, Mark.
if I were putting together that team, I don't know if I would take anybody that you're talking about.
That's fine and dandy. That's fine and dandy. But remember, they were,
because there's so much baggage that comes with all those people. I mean, there's so much baggage, and you're trying to build a company. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what I would like. If like, I mean, like Richard Dolan is someone that I might consider, but I don't even know what role I'd put him in. I mean, if I'm building a company, I need to hire people that are going to be doing something.
no,
They actually they have a role.
Peter Davenport. Look, we
As
can
an
throw
advisor,
names. We can throw names out there left, right, and center. Let's also remember that they didn't even invite any scientists part of the SCU, the Scientific Coalition for
now
UAP Studies.
that
Okay,
I will completely.
they
concur
didn't
with you
invite
on.
anybody.
That was worrisome.
And
Hal speaks at those conferences.
But here's the other thing too. Okay, if you look at the entire group, for years people have been told point blank, okay, don't trust the spooks. Richard Doty himself came out and said, don't trust the spooks in this field because there's disinformation agents. Now, I'm not saying Lou is a disinformation agent. I think I really like Lou Elizondo. I really do. I was weary of him at first, but my attitude changed on that, okay? And I will be the first one to admit it. All right. So when you have a team full of spooks whose job was to go be in everything from remote viewing to psychological warfare to covering up the UFO subject, denial of the UFO subject, hiding the UFO subject, all working for the same man who bought into MUFON, who went out and spent money on buying UFO research sites. I'm going to show you something right here. This is a Canadian website. Okay? A Canadian website. Okay, was owned by a guy named Brian Vike, who lives in a small town called Houston, British Columbia, which is about hold on.
Yeah, I agree. Dolan would have outed them in a second. Sorry, just respond to a comment in the post.
Hey, it looks like hold on. Maybe the site was taken down. I'm wondering if the site was taken down.
But Dave, this is why there are certain real hardcore skeptics that think the entire UFO community, the whole thing, is just one gigantic scam. And they'll point to a lot of things you're pointing at and go, look, this person knows. Do you remember that? God, what was that slide that Melinda Leslie did in one of her presentations? She has this magnificent slide that shows all the people and where they worked, and she has boxes checked off in all the places, and you can see over time like the movement of the same people through all the different organizations. It's really crazy the work she did on that. And it's hard because, like, from one point of view, that looks incredibly suspicious, right? Like, why are the same people showing up? The flip side is, right, that if I'm trying to build a startup and I'm trying to build a new rocket startup, okay, there's a certain group of people I'm going to hire from, right? And when I do another startup, I grab a lot of the same people that I worked with in my last startup because I know them and I trust them.
But let me finish my thought here.
Please.
Okay, Brian Vike, I try, and this is how I caught on to this. And when I started Spaced Out Radio, I wanted to bring a real North American flavor to the show. Okay.
Yeah, because your accent's really hard to handle sometimes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyways, and I wanted to find some Canadian ufologists outside of Grant Cameron and the Eastern people, like being in British Columbia here. And I came through Google, I came across Brian Vike. I emailed Brian Vike. He said, look, due to my health and everything, I am no longer in the UFO game. But thank you. I'm done.
Oh, okay.
All right. Not a problem.
Right.
However, there is a problem because if you go back in history, and the site is now down, I was going to show you guys the site. Brian Vike's UFO reporting site, which was hbccufo.org, which stands for Houston, British Columbia, Canada, UFO.org. In the About section, showed that a company called BAASS thanked Brian Vike for all of his hard years and dedication to UFO research, and that the BASS team, Bigelow Advanced Aerospace Space Systems, would be taking over all the reports. Okay? So Bigelow bought UFO sites with that $22 million that he got from the government. He bought into MUFON and he started buying up UFO websites.
Interesting.
Okay. Somewhere there's a screenshot of that. Now, I had heard through some sources that Vike got paid as low as $850 and as high as like $150,000 from Bigelow, and that also included all the reports. So in the meantime, people were contacting Brian Vike's website, giving them their name, their phone number, their email address, their personal address, and all that information went into the hands of Bigelow Aerospace.
Well, hell, eventually he got it. He got the reporting number changed to his number. People, when people would call in things, it would bring up Bigelow.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, Bigelow also during that time with the 22 million, and I'm not sure if these two are tied together, but at one point, every UFO report into the FAA, in the FAA handbook, it showed that if you see an unidentified flying object,
you
report it to Bigelow Advanced Aerospace Space Systems.
Yep. And honestly, if I remember correctly, I don't even know if it declares it's Bigelow. I think they give you a phone number, and if you call that number, you would find out that it was Bigelow. So I'm not even sure, because he was doing that on behalf of the government.
Yeah, of course he was. They were collecting names. They were collecting anything.
But here's the thing, just real quick, because there's two different ways to look at this. If I'm trying to get my hands on what's going on in this whole phenomenon, right? Yeah. Like all I was able to do was read freaking, like, I don't know how many I'm up to now, like 60, 70 books or something like that. That's all I could do, because that's the only thing I had access to. If I had money, what I would have liked to have done would have been to do what you just described, would be to go around and buy copies of everybody's database of reports and incidents and experiencers and abductions and everything, grab all of that data, put it into one database, write a proper front end to it, and mine that database to get my answers.
Absolutely.
So I mean, that's actually.
But hold on a second here. If you take the HBCC website that Bigelow had bought, or MUFON, how would you feel if your private report that you sent to a private site has now fallen into the hands, your private information has fallen into the hands of a government black project business?
Yep.
Or a government contract.
I'll say this. I agree with you, but I'll say this, that I don't. Oh man, I wouldn't want to shut down any people doing this, but I have to admit, like, I've never understood why anyone thought that any one of these groups could actually protect their anonymity. Because one of the nasty things, and a lot of people aren't aware of this, but one of the nasty things about U.S. business law is that if any organization goes bankrupt, the court manager will sell all the assets to try to recover as much money as they can to pay back the debtors. And in every single bankruptcy case in America, the contact list, the customer list, the research list of all the people that company worked with is sold in auction to the highest bidder, and you have absolutely no rights, like, because they're in bankruptcy.
Man, I just want to quickly say just a couple things. Thank you, Logan, for coming back in. JR, what about the guy from Secure Team 10? He could go do his own thing. I don't. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that and bite my tongue on Secure Team 10. But I don't think it's right to support people who, A, do a lot of CGI, and B, who are convicted people.
Yeah.
With
yeah,
we'll leave it at that.
It's just dark.
Apollo 11. Dan Aykroyd is extremely hard to get. I've been trying for years to get him, and I'll continue to try and get him.
He did an interview with someone a while ago that was really good. Oh, I think it was Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
I think it was Joe Rogan. That was a good interview. I had no idea. I had no clue how into this topic he was.
GFG is asking, why now? What's next? This is what I think is next. I find it extremely interesting that Sean Cahill has gone absolutely silent. I think that we got to figure out that reasoning, because wherever Lou went, Sean was right there. And I like Sean, and Sean is a good man. And hopefully I can get that out of him, at least the public story out of him.
A quick point on that. The one thing I'm curious about is right before he vanished, he did a couple interviews, and in those interviews, he got really thoughtful, and he shared a lot of really personal views on things.
Oh yeah.
And then he vanished afterwards. And what I'm curious about is this just him needing personal time because he got to
I know he needed personal time,
or is it like PJ? Because PJ Hughes, right, is another one who was very active. He was talking a lot to us. He was sharing a lot of information, and he vanished. And he just recently came back, and his reason for vanishing is different. His reason for vanishing is that he said too much.
Yeah,
and
he got
and he had to back off, right?
Yeah.
So it's hard to know exactly what happened with Cahill.
I know what happened.
Was
with
it all
Sean.
him, or was it?
I know what happened with Sean.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sean told me, because Sean and I have developed a really good kinship. I don't want to call it a friendship, because you got to remain professional.
Yeah. Totally.
Okay.
He's
a good kinship. And let's just say, without getting into any drama, that Sean is not too happy for a long time with UFO Twitter because
Yep.
there was an incident, and that's his story to tell.
Yep.
If he chooses to tell it.
Yep.
But it really made him need to back off for a while. It had nothing to do with government. It had everything to do with UFO Twitter and some of the things that were happening there. And that's where I'll leave it. That's his story to tell, not mine.
Yep.
And, but getting back to GFGFGFGFGFGFG's point about where do we go from here, what we're seeing right now, in my opinion, is an absolute mess of the field. Everybody is scrounging. We're like a bunch of rats scrounging for breadcrumbs that a restaurant just threw in the back alley. Like a chef missed the dumpster and landed on the ground, and now the rats are scrambling to grab every little piece of it. I mean, you have the guys from UAPX, they have their focus on that is trying to recreate the Nimitz incident.
They're doing some very interesting stuff.
Hi, Ethereal Aura, how are you? You have now the Galileo project. I think that if I were to encourage my listeners to watch two things, okay, and this is no disrespect to anybody on Twitter, or any other project or media project or podcast or anything. Okay. The only two things that I am personally focusing on right now is the Galileo project, number one. But that, with the addition of Seth Stoshak, I really do believe that could turn ugly and fail quite miserably. Or number two, the second part that I would follow in all of this would be, oh shoot, I just had it. There was Galileo project, and what's the other one? My mind just went blank.
Well, let me just say something real quick about Galileo. Maybe you can remember what you were going to say.
Yeah.
And that is that one of the most important things about the Galileo project that I hope everyone's catching on to is what they're getting at is the same thing that Lou's talked about and a lot of us have talked about. And that is that when you record video on a cell phone in an airplane, it's a hell of a lot easier to get that out than anything recorded with an official government camera. Because the thing is that the only way you can release that data is if you clean the data. You clean the footage that comes from the gun camera or the pod. Once you've manipulated that data, it's not useful to scientists anymore. They don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. You've neutered its value, right? So it's only this phone stuff that's useful. Well, that's not a great way to do it. And so one of the big things about the Galileo project is Avi Loeb wants to build hardware. He wants to build devices.
I get that. I
get
that.
Public hardware, so it'll be public access data, and that's a big deal.
The part two is, in my opinion, Ross Coulthart.
Yes.
The Australian investigative journalist, award-winning journalist. We just had him on the show a couple weeks ago, and I really do believe that the two things to watch right now is, what is Ross Coulthart going to do? All right. Let's remember, he's a real journalist. He's not one of these fake ones who self-titled themselves. He's not a blogger who's decided to call themselves a UFO journalist. And if Ross can stay clean, and I'm not saying Leslie Keane or Ralph Blumenthal or George Knapp are dirty in any of this. I'm not saying that at all. I respect all three of them wholeheartedly and their journalistic endeavors.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But Ross Coulthart is coming after the cold, hard facts. He has no skin in the game.
Yep.
Okay. He's coming at this fresh, new, new
And it
questions.
helps that he's from another country. It really does.
He's not afraid to
Yep.
ask the tough questions.
Yep.
And in my opinion, if Russ Coulthart is as serious about this topic as he says he is, and it's really, really hit him, I would love to see Coulthart build up a team of journalists and scientists, real journalists. I'm not saying those who
Yep.
play the role for the sake of UFO Twitter or
Yep.
the sake of
and you can see it. You can see the difference in the way he does things.
Absolutely.
It's a whole different level.
Hey, Preston Beckett, how are you, buddy? But if because he's going to need some help. Eventually, he's going to need some help. You know, like I would love to see him team up with somebody like Bryce Zabel.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bryce Zabel
Yeah,
does
that
some
would be
great
interesting.
work, has Hollywood connections, and I think Ross Coulthart is sitting on some incredible information, like Steam Train Mark just said. Hi, Mark Sanchez. All right. And I think that if he set up a proper journalism team with
wouldn't that be cool?
that
Wouldn't
is
that
where
be cool?
that is what I think, with some proper scientists, okay, who have maybe not knowledge of UFOs, but knowledge of how government works.
Oh man,
or whatever.
God.
I think Ross Coulthart, in my opinion, is the man who can bring true disclosure to journalism and the world.
You know, you probably put together. You could probably do it with maybe 6 to 10 people to start, and you put the right people behind Ross, and he could be a force. He could be a force of nature. He really could.
Yeah.
You really the other person I will add to this, and it's not for all that he does. It's just for some of what he does. But I really think that Danny Sheehan's someone that you got to keep an eye on. Because
but you got to realize though, okay, here's and I like Daniel Sheehan. I'll always make time for him on the air, but we also have to remember that Danny is very much like Steve Bassett. They're playing political sides. This is a non-political event. It's an apolitical event. And UFOs is not about politics. It's not about Republican. It's not about Democrat. Up here in Canada, it's not about conservatives or liberals or New Democrats. It's about everybody. It's not a socialist thing. It's not a capitalism thing.
So I completely agree with you, and I specifically see this whole topic as a silver bullet in the fraction that exists in the U.S. right now. I think it's an opportunity to bring them together. The one thing I will say though, in Danny's defense, is that, you know, what I like about Danny is that he's like a bulldog.
Absolutely.
When he bites
100%.
into something, he doesn't let go. And he has been at the forefront of what he loves the most is exposing government cover-ups.
Absolutely.
He doesn't actually care very much.
Talk to the audience.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I honestly, dude, I'm about to bust here. I'll be right back.
No, go right ahead. But all I was going to say is that he will. He gets a passion for something. He gets a passion for civil rights. He gets a passion for, drug corruption. He gets a passion for, I mean, God, the work he's done in some of these things. And if he really sinks his teeth into this, he's not going to let go. And he will bite and bite and bite and bite and bite. And there's a really good chance that he'll shake something out. And yeah, I know some of you are, it makes you a little nervous, his involvement with Dr. Muscles. And I know, there's different feelings about Mark Sims and so forth. And there's different feelings about the CE5 stuff, but set that personal stuff aside and look at what he's doing on the legal side, what he's doing with the Inspector General. And Danny, man, that guy, he's he's a beautiful lawyer. Yeah, I can see it. I'm watching you. Assuming it actually updates. Hey man, we appreciate those of you that are actually sticking with us. No man, it's 1:30? It's 1:30 here. Can't imagine what time it is for some of you. No, you're right. Dave takes this very, very personally, and it means a lot to him. And he's he does a good job of hiding it usually, but he has strong feelings, and he's got a lot of passion. It's good. God, man, I got to be honest with y'all. I really struggle. I really struggle with the reptilians. I mean, I believe experiencers. I take them for what they say. I haven't been there. I wasn't with them. I have no idea, what, I'm not going to judge someone's personal experience. But man, when people start talking about giant mantis things and all this stuff, whoo boy, I struggle. I really do. It's hard for me. I don't know what I would do if a 6 foot tall mantis started talking to me. I think I would just start laughing. I don't think I could control myself. I just can't even imagine. And like, why do some people see reptiles and some people see little grays and some people see this and some people see that? I mean, are they all just the same thing and they're just presenting to us what they think we're going to like the best? What's going to scare us the least? So I'm not okay. So as much as I love Everett, I'm not a big fan of the multiverse model that some people prescribe to, as far as everything being replicated. However, I think that there is actually some evidence for other independent dimensions existing. And I think that I'll repost it later. But I have this great app for my phone that allows you to see radio signals, all over the all over the area you're in. And unfortunately, it's done from databases. It's not real time. But and I doubt, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it, but basically, you can see, like, all these overlapping radio networks, like overlapping them each other right there. It's really hard to see on my phone. I apologize. It's called the architecture of radio. And I think there's a good chance that that's what we're talking about, that essentially all these places overlap. They're all in the same location. And we're like a radio, and we're just tuned into the set of frequencies that represent this reality. And there are other beings that are tuned into a different frequency, and we're all existing in the same space. And there's some people that can listen to a wider band of radios than other people, radio signals than other people can. And as you change your vibration, maybe you can see. I think that's completely possible. But I don't have any evidence for it. But
Yeah.
I think it's totally possible.
Well, I mean, like, sorry for I know I'm hopping way back here. in
And
regards to
one quick question. No, I haven't really gotten into the Vedas yet, and it's something I need to do. Sorry,
like getting back to what I was saying about who to watch, which I said Ross Coulthard and the Galileo Project. I want to make it sure that this isn't an insult to the work of Danny Sheehan or Lou Elizondo. You obviously have to keep an eye on what Elizondo and Mellon are doing too. That's only obvious. But I think on the bigger sense of everything, we really need to also understand that media outlets, whether it's shows like Coast to Coast or Jimmy Church or myself, or media outlets like The Debrief, all we're doing is reporting on the scraps that are thrown out there.
Yes.
We need to start concentrating more. Never mind of splitting up the podcast, because now there's about 3,000 UFO podcasts out there, and I don't even think I'm exaggerating on that number. Okay. What we need to do is we need to start as a community, gaining focus. It's not about the conferences or the technology in the conferences or who's getting what information, or the television shows or whatever. It's literally about, in my opinion, focusing on 2 or 3 different categories of where is the information coming from. So yeah, I should add Mellon and Elizondo to that list. But here's the other thing we have to realize too. Elizondo's been going hard. He doesn't want to touch the UFO question or the extraterrestrial question.
The alien,
I think we have a time limit with Elizondo. It wouldn't surprise me if within 2 years Elizondo walks completely away from this subject.
I'll go further
whatsoever.
I hope he does. As much as I like that guy, and I haven't had a chance to meet him personally, but I have to admit I have a good I like him from a distance. But this what he's doing, that you burn out fast, right? And this is a man who's already spent most of his career away from his family. So I would completely encourage Mr. Elizondo to exit stage left sometime soon.
But Elizondo isn't the guy who's going to take us into the aliens, wherever they're from. If they're from inner Earth, if they're from a different dimension, or if they're from outer space. Elizondo's not that guy. He doesn't want to be that guy.
Yeah, no. But I'll say this, Dave. So one of the things that I've been really enjoying about the last, say, 18 months is all the new blood that showed up, right? All the new people like Ross, right? Like think about it. Back in January, I had a friend of mine from the UK message me about this guy Ross, and he's like, "You're not going to believe this guy. This guy is going to be huge." And I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" Right? It took like 3 months for it to happen. Like, my friend was dead on, right? Ross is awesome. But here's the thing: like, there's Eric Weinstein. Right, Eric Weinstein's another one. Is a brilliant guy who had nothing to do with this stuff up until now, right?
Right.
And now he's pissed. He's mad that the community of smart, smarter than the average bear people that he runs with that are actually have the capability of solving real problems haven't been working on this problem, right?
Yeah, and absolutely.
And I think there's a good chance that the people that really take the ball, to go back to a sports analogy, which I'll be honest here, not a sports guy, so I may mess this up. But if you look at who's going to take it, down the line, I think there's a really good chance that we're looking at a multi-year, multi-phase thing, and the people that are going to take us down the road later, the people that are going to really help us make leaps later, we haven't even met yet.
Okay, so let's look at the tips. Okay. We've heard Elizondo say very ominously, phase 1, phase 2.
Yeah.
Okay. And nobody really knows what he means. We have speculation.
Yes. Yep.
But I'm going to tell you what my sources have told me. Phase 1 was getting it in front of the media and getting the conversation happening, stirring it up in Washington. Phase 2 was basically getting the UAPTF to go public. All right?
And to get support.
And
get government support for it.
Eliminate the words Russia and China.
Yes.
And foreign adversaries.
Yes.
We saw that all of a sudden later on in interviews, Mellon and Elizondo were both no longer mentioning China or Russia.
And Leslie went hard against that in her article on the debrief the other day.
Yeah,
she went hard. She brought up quotes from Mitt Romney and someone else, saying point blank, it is a foregone conclusion. This is not foreign technology.
So the next phase is phase 3, which is the big one, which is still a couple years away from what I'm hearing. And phase 3 is, ladies and gentlemen, we have contact. Now, I will stand by with zero proof. I will stand by my original thought that I said about a month and a half ago, which is that I think contact was made. And that's why we saw all of a sudden this rush and this push. Because if you remember about 6 months ago, it didn't really take off, but a lot of people were using it. Hashtag why now? Why now? Why all of a sudden is it important over the last 3 years to get the UFO story out? After 70 years of cover-up. Doesn't make sense. The only logical reason that comes out of this, or actually the only two logical reasons are this. Number one, and I don't believe this one, that Stephen Greer is right and that there is an alien false flag event happening. I don't buy that whatsoever. Or number two, they got a phone call from another dimension or from space or wherever saying, we're coming. This is when we're going to be here. And you better start now preparing.
So I will offer one more possibility. And another possibility is that perhaps we have made contact. And I have to admit, I think that there's evidence that either we are aware that contact is possible or we've already made it. But here's the thing. We can't assume that it's one party. We can't assume it might be, but we cannot assume that it's one individual organization off planet that everyone's communicating with. And so I think it's possible that we have communicated with more than one.
Yeah.
I think it's also possible that other countries have communicated with more than one. I think it's also possible that there are groups that other countries have communicated with that we have not, and those that we've communicated that other people have not. And this scares me. I don't want to end up being the North and South Korea in someone else's proxy battle, right? So
yeah,
I think that
understand that
there's a chance of that, but I think the other pressure that is coming, it's possible that those contacts were made a long time ago, and we can control when that happens. I think the other problem that was occurring is the U.S. is moving the U.S. business world into space.
It is, but
and that was going to create a certain amount of pressure from the point of view of now you're going to have a lot of people working in orbit and working between here and Mars, and they're going to start seeing stuff and they're going to start asking questions. And so I think that was another direction of pressure. How important it was, I have no idea, but I think that was another factor.
But this is what I think. I think a date was given because here's the thing. The younger generations, that 30 and younger crowd right now, they're opening up and have opened up to a lot more possibilities in this world than we can imagine. I look at my own kids, dude. My own kids don't even question, never mind because of what I do, but they don't even question whether or not there's life out in space or there's aliens. They
Yep.
don't question it. Okay. We have to remember this. Over 4.5 billion people on this planet still pray to a religious deity. Most of those religious deities say anything coming from an unnatural world outside of ours is demonic, is satanic, and they are scared. Guess what? In the next 30 years, the majority of those people will be dead.
Mm-hmm.
They will be dead
Mm-hmm.
through natural causes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Their lives are going to be over. They don't care. Okay. The government doesn't care about the people like my parents who are in their 70s. They don't care about the people who are in their 60s, their 50s, and even many in their 40s, like you and I. What they care about is that 30 and younger crowd who is going to be just fine with little Sally and little Jimmy walking around, going to elementary school with Ock the Gray from Zeta Reticuli.
Have you seen that video that someone made of there was like, I think it was like a fake UN video that shows an alien kid going to school?
No.
Oh, I'll find it and I'll send it to you. It's crazy. I don't know who made it, but it's crazy.
That's the big thing, guy. And for our audience, that's the big thing. And I would suggest that anywhere between the next 5 and 30 years, all right, between the next 5 and 30 years is where we're going to see this happen.
I'm not confident enough to put a year on it, but I will say that my daughter, who will still be 6 in October, that someday in her lifetime she will work with people who are not from Earth.
Yeah,
she will share
my son too.
workspace with people. But here's one of my big questions, right? So I started researching this stuff in about 2015. So let me tell you, when 2017 happened, I was like, oh wow, did I jump in this at the right time? But I avoided the abduction topic until about a year ago, and I did so on purpose because I knew it would trigger me to a certain degree, and it has. And the abduction phenomenon, whatever it is, it's a challenging thing, and I don't see how they can go to a phase that introduces off-world entities and tries to acclimate them to our society without addressing the abduction problem.
But that's part of the secret problem. This is why that DNA report is garbage. Okay, you got to realize, like I've said on the show, and nobody can argue against me on this, this opens up every UFO conspiracy possible, from MK Ultra and my labs right through to Roswell, whether or not Eisenhower traded humans for technology. It opens up all of the, it even opens up Bob Lazar again. It opens up everything.
And see, Dave, that worries me, because for all that stuff to really get exposed, the U.S. has a long track record of this. We wait until every principal involved has died.
Exactly.
Before we release that information. So
exactly.
I mean,
and the majority of them will be dead within 30 years, within 25 years.
True.
Okay. The majority of them who are covering up this secret and have, that's the way it is. But, that's why the DNI report is garbage. It's absolute garbage. Okay. And it isn't because of anything else.
Wait, the report you're talking, you mean the big report that just came out?
Yeah. It's garbage.
That report was basically introducing people to put their feet in the shallow end of the pool when there's a bunch of the rest of us floating in the deep end. But that was like here, come in, dip your toes in, the water's okay. That's all
Well,
that was.
I understand that. Okay. But there's a strong reason why they didn't go previous to 2004.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Okay.
absolutely.
And don't
The
think
liability is
guys, but
huge.
don't think for a second here. Okay. If we want to talk stupidity, and I've said this to my good friend Tom Whitmore from MUFON, where the hell has MUFON been through all of this? Where has the SCU been through all of this? When all these press conferences are happening about UFOs, where the hell have these groups been? They've been nowhere. They've been silent.
And you know what I don't understand is so MUFON I understand a little bit better, only because they were very recently hobbled. I mean, let's be honest, right? The whole Jan Harzan thing. I mean, that's a freaking
Yeah, but
disaster.
you don't even
And so
have
that
you
but
don't even
what I
have
was
to go
going to
into
say
the
was
Harzan thing.
no. But all I'm saying is that they were wounded, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and so them not responding as we would hope they would for at least for a period of time, that makes sense. The SCU and Rich Hoffman seems like a really nice guy. Like he really does. I mean, I've been very impressed with what I've seen out of him. But what on earth is going on with the SCU? Like, I mean, for a while they were trying. They were coming out with these reports, and some of them were really good. But I just don't get it. I don't understand what the SCU's what they're waiting for. Are they waiting for an invitation? I don't get
know.
it.
But
I'm
here's
baffled.
the thing. If they had a proper PR person who understood the media, they would have been putting out press releases stating that our scientists are willing to talk about this publicly, and instead of hearing and this is I don't mean this as a slight to Nick Pope, but I'm going to give him a shot here. Okay, why do we keep seeing Nick Pope on television?
Yep.
He brings nothing to the table.
Dead on, man. The
Okay.
SCU should be a source for credible interviewees
Absolutely.
and credible commentators.
But that's
and,
where
like they should be rotating
But
in
that's
and
where
out of
Dave
there.
McDonald also dropped the ball, and MUFON has dropped the ball. You guys are supposed to be the number one. You claim you're the number one UFO group in the world. Well, why aren't you on the news? Where is your statement regarding what Elizondo says or Mellon says or where's MUFON's statement? Give me a second here. Where's MUFON's statement publicly in the media on this goddamn thing?
Yep.
Okay.
And the thing is that there have to be normal people in the ranks of both of those organizations that are just busting at the seams. They're just like, we've been doing this for years. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. We really get to step up and throw ourselves in the game and do something big. And they're just sitting there. It must be driving them nuts.
I'm going to give you an example here. Okay. That's like saying, okay, when I covered sports journalism, that's like saying I'll use a baseball term because the majority of our audience is American.
A baseball, I get. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say the Seattle Mariners make a major trade for Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees or Mike Trout. All right. They make a major trade. They have a quick press conference introducing Trout or Judge. All right. And because there's a major shift in power in baseball now, that you got these power hitters going to Seattle into an unfriendly home run stadium, which it is. That's why Ken Griffey Jr. left first time. Okay. That's like all of a sudden saying, but all of our baseball analysts now are going to keep absolutely silent on this trade.
Yes.
So ESPN or Fox Sports or MLB's baseball analysts are not going to say a thing. Or to make it even more picturesque, just a couple of days yesterday, we had the Field of Dreams game in Iowa between the Yankees and Chicago White Sox.
Oh,
beautiful.
right.
They came out of the corn fields. It was like, dude, to
Oh man,
me,
I didn't see that. I
it,
gotta check that out.
no,
That's cool.
it's beautiful. It really is beautiful. Okay. So that's like having that major league game at that cornfield in Iowa. All right. Where they trot out Kevin Costner right at the beginning. And guess what? There's no cameras there. Okay. You
Okay.
take away all the television cameras. There's no cameras there. How can you report on the game? So here you have these brilliant scientists from the SCU and a press guy who claims he knows all about the press, but knows nothing about how the press works as their PR guy. And then you have MUFON sitting there with their thumb up their ass, okay, not making any comments, yet they're supposed to be by the people for the people in the world of UFOs, but they're not saying anything. Dave McDonald from MUFON, the president, should be all over. If Nick Pope is on the air, where's the counter? These guys have the opportunity through press releases and through gaining media attention to get in front of the cameras and say, this is what's going on.
And they could really be a voice for the experiencers. I mean, they could really. I mean, they have the case files. They have the
Absolutely.
knowledge to
But then
really
people
stand
wonder
up
why
for
there's
those.
but then people wonder why there's a bloody narrative. Okay? Then people wonder why there's a narrative that the TTSA, when they came in, could do anything that they wanted.
So, do you think it's possible that MUFON and SCU and I mean, I doubt they'd have to say this to SETI because they seem to just want to do it anyway. But they were told to stand down.
No, I think they're too stupid to stand up. And I mean that with.
I mean, do you realize how crazy this is? I mean, if someone had told me that, if someone had told me 5 years ago that we would get to this point in disclosure and MUFON and SETI and the SCU would be zip lips, I wouldn't have believed you. Like,
No,
to me, like
this
that
is
was the whole point.
MUFON had, as I said to
thing.
Tom Whitmore, okay, and Whitmore agrees with me on this. As I said to Tom Whitmore, I said, Bud, you guys have waited 50 years for this subject to hit the mainstream, and now you choose to be silent?
So weird.
I said, what kind of mishmash are you running there? I used a little bit more colorful, and I actually said to Whitmore, the last time I talked to him, I said, you know what, Tom? I said, there's one job I want in this world. One job. I said, I want to be the president of MUFON because I'm going to clean your shit up. I said, there would be a lot of people on that board, Tom, that would hate me. That
org could do, and I'm not saying that they haven't done good. I think that the independent investigators, the local groups in MUFON,
amazing.
There's a lot of really good people do
there
a lot
are
of
some
really good work.
Fantastic, and I agree with you.
But
There are some
as a
fantastic
whole,
people, but there is no thinking.
So much they could be doing. God, there's
there's no thinking on that board. There's no thinking. How do you drop the ball? You've been waiting half a century for this bloody story. How do you drop the ball at the biggest time when the UFO world needs you? It doesn't matter about Harzan. It doesn't matter about the sex flights that McDonald's company had. Right. I saw Twitter go all, I'm offended. How do you put Dave McDonald in there when he had people pay to have sex in the Mile High company? Who cares? Right. It means nothing. Stop being offended and look at the big topic. MUFON has members all around the globe. They've been waiting 50 years for this subject to go public. And what do? They drop the ball. And they say, well, now we're just gonna sit silently and watch over here. You're the leader. You're the
So
leader.
maybe with MUFON, what we see independent researchers pop out of nowhere, like Katie, right? And maybe they come up with something big. Maybe they come up with something significant, but it's not going to come from the organization.
No, they still want MUFON still wants to play small time. Guess what? The days of videos with little dots in the sky, those are over. Those mean nothing. Look, I would love to go outside right now. If I didn't have forest fire smoke up there, you and I wouldn't be talking right now, because what I would be doing is sitting on my my gravity chair, leaning back, staring up at the Milky Way and the stars, waiting for some aliens to fly over.
Quite jealous over what you get to see,
Right?
Dave.
International Playboy. I don't really see where I'm sucking up. Please define that, if you don't mind, because I would love to understand that comment. All right.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. I've seen this in other environments where essentially none of the major players that were involved during the early years end up having any significant positions in the future.
That's because
later on professionals come in and take it over.
Think about this, though. Think about this. When you have, okay, and this gets to my original point, going back 3 years ago when I started taking crap from UFO Twitter about the whole fake journalist thing. We accept information from everybody. Okay, and we do not. Let me phrase this correctly, because my mind's starting to go. It's 2:00 in the morning here. Okay, and we've been on air for 5 hours.
This is where things get dangerous.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I forgot that thought. Let me get, because I just saw internet. He says, International Playboy said, you just said some chapters have good people after torching them. No, let me explain that a little bit more. And there is a big difference. And John, I think you'll agree with me on this. There is a big difference between MUFON's board of directors, who run the business side of MUFON, and then all of the investigators and the state investigators who are down below. It's like two separate entities. The people who are doing the grounds work, the boots on the ground, taking the investigations, building up the files, there's a lot of good people in there.
Yep.
It's the confusion and the old attitude, the stale attitude that this board of directors has. Okay, and they do have some people on there who have some forward thinking. The problem is they don't have a leader who's going to take that board by the balls and say, this is the direction we are going.
No, they're paralyzed.
They were paralyzed by the Jan Harzan situation, which still is not over. Okay, and then they bring in a leader who in Dave McDonald, and I've never talked to Dave, so I'm not going to throw him under the bus. From everything I've heard, he's a pretty good guy, pretty smart guy. Okay, but when the biggest story in the world is coming out that you've been waiting for 50 years, that is completely on the board of directors for dropping the ball. It has nothing to do with the investigators down below, the boots on the ground people. So I hope that International Playboy, I hope that that kind of brings a little bit more clarity. If it doesn't,
and let's be honest, right? That's very normal human behavior, right? We see that all over the world. There are tons of organizations where the bureaucracy on top is 16 ways, messed up, but you have all these small chapters in areas and neighborhoods that are doing good work, and they're good people, and they're working hard, and you can't always put the bureaucracy's mistakes on the local folk, and I'm not even saying all the local folk are good, but but I've been really impressed with the ones I've had a chance
Yeah.
to interact with.
Yeah. And I got a lot of friends in MUFON. A lot of friends.
And a lot of people have worked at MUFON at some point in their life.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people have done a stint as an investigator.
Absolutely.
It's incredibly common. You can learn some good things for sure.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's a really interesting question as to, how is it that you have, I mean, I don't even know if there's any other ones you could point out, but you look at SETI, you look at MUFON, and you look at the SCU, and you have three organizations that were it's like training all season to go to spring training and try out, and then you just don't show up.
Yeah.
You
Dude,
just don't even go.
That's a great example.
You don't even go.
Yeah, you just decide
all summer, and then it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go get a beer. Forget it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a great example.
It's weird.
No, it's baffling. It's baffling, but it also doesn't help. And I've said this, Nicole Sakic and I have talked about this quite a bit too. It also doesn't help when you have researchers who are promoting, there's a lot of yeah buts in this field. Yeah, but this person's a good person. Yeah, but this person has pull on UFO Twitter or something like that. We have to stop with the yeah buts, and if you have to clean up the field too. Raven is Ryan. Dave, do you think that, or do you think anything new and important will be shared at the Making Contact get together, or is it now going to be like the Abrams and Netflix show of rehashing and book pitches? With that, I think Mark Sims is trying to set up an area where people, kind of like an online university, a virtual university for contactees, where everybody can go in, share information, and Mark has the money to back that. All right, Mark has the money to go with that. I don't know what Mark Sims is worth, but I have heard that he is worth millions.
And
millions.
let me say this: someday, what
Good night,
Mark
Fapster.
is doing is going to work. Yeah, good night, man. Someday, what Mark is doing is going to work. My personal opinion is that it's not going to happen until VR becomes a dominant interface.
Absolutely.
It's going to be when VR is a dominant interface that you're going to see this really take off. But that whole movie that came out, Spielberg, what was that name of that game? I mean, basically those virtual worlds, they're working. I've worked at companies where we've built them. You can do it, but I don't know if what Mark's putting together now with the technology he's now using, if it's really going to turn into something. But I applaud his effort.
But a lot of people are balking at the $250 course. Look, you don't go to college for free. I have no problem. Look, universities and colleges across the United States get donations and backings from alumni all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A lot of companies, including Spaced Out Radio, my company, has what we call angel investors to help set things up. Then it's our job to make the money back.
Mm-hmm.
So Mark may be funding the money for this, but eventually he wants to get his investment back because everything is business. And I don't have a problem.
And the thing is it's in my opinion, the people that use the system should, if not cover the cost of the system, they should cover a portion of the cost of the system. What I have a challenge with is that we have a significant, like, there are more people out of work in the United States right now than has been for almost 100 years, right? It is crazy the number of people who are unemployed. And so the only thing that I would ask is, like, so I work in an organization called the IETF, okay? And we're the organization that does all the standards for the internet. So how a protocol is made, HTTP:// That was one of the guys in this
Yeah.
organization, right? We create the standards, we write the protocols
Yeah.
that the internet runs on. We have meetings, multiple times a year, okay? And a in-person meeting used to be $750. Now the virtual meetings are $250. But for every conference, we have an email address you can send to where you can apply for a waiver, and you explain, look, I'm at work, I don't have a job right now. I'm active in the community. I really want to go, and they waive the fee. And that, to me, if they offered that, that would solve the problem.
Well, I mean, you know what? I have no problem with the $250. Look, I've spent money on things.
I'm sure it's worth it.
You know,
I'm not saying it's not worth it, and they offer a money back guarantee.
So, I mean, I don't have a problem with Mark charging $250. What they're trying to do is they're trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. The unfortunate part about it is there's a lot of people who have some amazing experiences who would rather use that $250 for groceries than they would the conference. And that is a choice that everybody is going to have to make over time, because this isn't just about a conference. This is about something bigger that Mark is trying to do. Okay.
Correct.
With Danny.
He's just using this event as a kickoff for the platform. Yeah, absolutely. But to answer the question, please go ahead.
I just want to make one quick comment here. Dark Winter Wolf on Twitch. I'll be honest with you. I have tried to learn how Twitch works. And it's funny, John and I had this conversation before the show.
We're going to figure this out.
I have no idea. I know we broadcast on Twitch. I have no idea how to make Twitch bigger. I really don't. I am so dumb when it comes to Twitch. So if you know how Twitch works and how we can take advantage of that a little bit better, let me know. I'd love to have you have a meeting with my team on how we can improve that. So, I'm all ears. And I agree with you. I like Twitch as a platform. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of times before the show, I log into Twitch because they have some great live music on there. They really do. From people who, they don't have a lot of famous bands or anything on there. I can't get the Twitter stream going, GFG, because when Twitter decided to take Periscope down as a platform, here on StreamYard, we could broadcast into Periscope. But when Twitter removed Periscope,
that sucked.
There is no link for Twitter to broadcast live on Twitter via StreamYard.
They'll fix that.
They'll eventually fix it. So there's nothing I can do. There's absolutely nothing I can do about.
Man, I was listening to some cool
Twitter.
bands. I was listening to some really cool bands through Periscope. Like really, really cool home bands that were just putting out some great music. It sounded good. I was really enjoying Periscope. I'm really bummed to see that go. But I'm gonna do one of those. Yeah, I'm gonna do one of those. I'm gonna do one of those spaces events pretty soon here. I gotta figure out a better way to do it. But I'm gonna try. But as far as like streaming from here, you're just gonna have to wait for them to get an API. They have to expose an API from Twitter Spaces to StreamYard, so StreamYard can link to it.
But here's the thing: Twitter canceled Periscope at the end of March. They just hit me a few days ago where they pulled me off. So I think they're doing it individually. Okay, and pulling them off, because I went and checked on my broadcast area here. If I go to add new destination, and there is nothing on, if I go to add Periscope, it wants me to create a new account.
That's weird though, because if you're going to migrate people slowly like that, the reason why you do it is because you're migrating them onto a new system, but they haven't offered any new system yet. So that's odd.
Well, maybe this will work. Maybe I just got logged out. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, mine
See,
is. But
see, right now I'm trying. Right now I'm trying to log in. Okay, so if I go like this,
But they've publicly said Periscope is going away. They set a date. I don't remember what the date was.
it was
but
March
they said
31st.
Yeah. So if it was March 31st, then there's no point. They're shutting all that down. I don't know why they're doing that. It kind of irritates me, but that's what happens when companies get bought.
Yeah. So like when I just tried to log back in via Twitter, it didn't allow me to. It just kept on going circles and circles and circles and circles because there is no more Periscope. So
can you reach out to StreamYard and ask them about it? Do you have a contact at StreamYard?
Something to try.
The thing is it StreamYard will have a technical person that is a liaison to Twitter. And Twitter should have a technical liaison that is a liaison to StreamYard. They're both big enough that they should have that relationship. And sometimes all they need is to hear from enough customers, get your butt on this. We want this working, and they get the budget to do it. So sometimes it's worth complaining.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm only going to spend about another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I'll go to the bottom of the hour. It's 2:13 right now. I'll go to the bottom of the hour, and then I still got to work in the morning. So, but I'm having a lot of fun here right now.
So here's a question I have for you, Dave. So one of the things we're starting to see, which I knew would happen, is for forever the big joke has been that no one can make money in this field, right? With the exception of people that write books, maybe Dolan, maybe Grant, right? People that get into publishing, right? But for the most part, no one makes any money. They might make a little bit, but like nothing that's going to change the fact that they have a day job. And we all knew that it would someday get big enough that it would be possible to make some money at it. And we're starting to see an attempt to do that. And so, but there is this kind of culture in the field of people that charge for knowledge perhaps aren't giving up the best knowledge, because somehow paid for knowledge isn't as valuable as free knowledge. And I get that. I mean, same thing problem we used to have with the internet. People used to think everything on the internet should be free and you shouldn't charge for it. That there was a culture thing we had to overcome for that. But my question to you is,
good night, Apollo 11, and there is no hard issues, no issues whatsoever. I'm not upset. You're allowed a great opinion, and to bring that opinion into the conversation, which you did. So we appreciate that.
Totally. We don't know. Look, we're all figuring this out. So my question to you is, do you see a path, or do you see a vehicle, or do you see a time where some equilibrium will be hit and you will see people doing this and doing it for a living in a way that the community is cool with? And like, do you see that happening at any point in the future?
No, the community is too divided.
They're going to keep trying. I mean, that's the whole point of this.
You know what, though? You're going to start seeing, I think you're going to see the growth of the cliques a little bit more. And this is something that Nicole Sakic and I have slowly been working on over the last couple of months privately, about these cliques in the UFO world. All right. Who belongs to what clique? What clique is which? All right. We're still in that I'm offended. So because you questioned me, I'm going to block you bullshit.
Yeah.
We're still involved in that. We're still involved with other stuff.
But a lot of that's because of the vacuum, right? It's because there's not enough to do. And so people, they busy themselves with
absolutely
with politics.
But you have to build here's the thing though, is you have to build, whether you call it a team, a clique, or whatever. Like if you look at the job the Debrief has done, whether you love him or hate him, Tim McMillan and Micah Hanks, I think, have done a great job on bringing, new faces,
I agree.
new people still in. Hey, Bombshell Bomber, yes, we're still live. We're going to be live until the bottom of the hour. They brought in some good people. Okay. And
I like that they're trying to mentor people, and I like that they're trying to cover lots of different content, not just paranormal stuff. They're doing defense stuff as well. I like Tim's writing. I like Tim's work.
Yeah.
No, it's a I think as long as they continue to be successful, you're going to start seeing that model get copied.
Yeah,
you're going to see that model get replicated.
If you look though, everybody's trying to clamor together. Okay, we saw after the TTSA collapse, we saw a real shift in UFO Twitter. Because you had the so-called young guns. All right, and they were, like Danny Silva kind of worked into his own area. Joe Murgia worked into his own area. Definitely not at a hair salon for him. You saw.
I think we get to blame Grant for that whole Young Guns thing. I think that's his terminology.
But you see the old guard starting to come together too. That's kind of led by Daniel Sheehan again, where Daniel at however old he is, I think he's around 76, 77 years old, has decided to kind of have one last hurrah and gather all the old timers together to make a push. Yep. All right. And, you have your Elizondo clan. You have George Knapp building a clique with Jeremy Corbell, which includes, a few other of the young guns.
Yep. He started including Silva and
Murgia and Iandoli.
Yep.
And Iandoli. You have the Debrief, which is about 12 people deep.
And let me be clear, like if Knapp really mentors them, if Knapp really helps them become better at what they do, that's good for all of us. Right.
It is.
I mean that's at some the cliquey infighting is not, but the mentorship is. Yeah. The mentorship improves everybody.
But the thing is, you look at Third Phase of Moon, they have their own clique. Dr. Stephen Greer has their own clique or his own clique.
And Third Phase of the Moon, they have a lot of viewers, don't they?
They have about 800,000 subscribers. I talked to them yesterday. They're good people. I have no issue with them.
They seem like nice guys. I can't speak to their content, but they seem like nice guys.
Very nice guys. And they're a big reason why our numbers have jumped up. They gave me they gave me some hints. Jimmy Church has his own clique of people and his own stable, much like we have our own stable. All right. There's all of these stables that are clamoring, right? And we just don't have direction.
So, but I'll tell you, in that situation, one of the most important things to happen is, if the primaries in those cliques want to, get puffed up sometimes and whatever, that's fine. But the younger ones, the newer ones to those group, those are the ones that have to build those bridges. Those are the ones that have to reach out and make sure that they keep a good relationship with the other groups and keep those communication channels open. Because the thing is that this is not a competitive sport. I know people want to think about it this way, but this is not a competitive sport. This is a research movement. And we can all help each other out, and we don't have to fight.
But the infighting happens when the cliques collide, and everybody. And like I said, everybody, like you said earlier, it does not help the field when you got somebody as big as Elizondo going on a podcast that has 30 people and dropping bombs on those podcasts instead of bombs on a show that like Coast to Coast or Jimmy or us or whomever, or even Third Phase of Moon or whomever, where that same message is going to explode if it hits a bigger crowd.
Do you think it's possible that's on purpose?
Yes. It is on purpose.
To
And the
cause
reason
for
why,
a slower
here's the
distribution?
reason why. Lou, because of what happened at TTSA, Lou doesn't care if he's talking to 30 people or 3 million people. All right.
He just wants to be.
Lou has the dignity and the consciousness to understand that if somebody is giving him time to speak, he wants to bring a nugget for them.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. He actually said it point blank. He said I always make sure I come with some kind of an offering. And God, man, Dave, I've seen him because I tried really hard to keep up with all of his podcasts for a little while, and because every time you get a new little nugget, and and God, Dave, there was times, man, he looked so tired. I felt so sorry for him. Like he was barely holding himself together. Like he's a trooper, man.
I was told the best thing that happened to Lou, and this is from insiders who are very close to him, was that night that the last time he came on the air with us, where he absolutely exploded.
He vented. That was cool.
And then the next day, he went on with the boys from UFO Garage. Ben and Joe.
God, I still haven't watched that yet. I need to watch that.
They did so well. Lou was only scheduled for like 30 minutes or an hour or 45 minutes, and he ended up staying 2.5 hours because they were just having fun.
Nice.
They were talking cars and they were talking music.
Good for them, dude.
And
good
everything,
for them. That's
everything
awesome.
that Lou needed to chill. So Lou was able to get his frustration out with me, and able to explode and vent. And then the next day he gets the Band-Aid from UFO Garage because Ben and Joe, and this is why I promote Ben and Joe so much from UFO Garage, because they just get it. They're humans. There's no agenda there.
It's such a natural, like, it's a safe environment.
Let's have
it's a nice, safe environment.
They are the virtual. Let's have a beer and let's talk some UFOs and aliens.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it's so true. And that's cool because you know what that means? That means that after Lou gave and gave and gave for a couple months, that means that the community was able to give him back, give back a little bit, give him a chance to vent and give him a chance to relax, and that's cool. That's nice to hear. I'm glad that played out that way.
So
that's nice.
GFGF, Dave, there's too many shit UFO podcasters, and that could be, but the number is only going to go up. It's not going down
to a point. It will go up to a point, but there will be a point where it will start to collapse, because the thing is that right now you have this interesting problem where like Lou will go on, like someone will go on tour, right? And so like Ross is a good example, right? Ross is on tour right now, right? Mm-hmm. Ross did your show, he did that show, he did this show, he does that, he does a bunch of shows, right? And if you're clever and you seek him out on certain shows where the interviewers have a certain style of interviewing, right? Mm-hmm. It's cool because you will get different perspectives. Like there was 2 people that interviewed Ross like nearly back to back, and I listened to both, and it was amazing because they talked about completely different things. Mm-hmm. There was almost no overlap between the 2, and that was cool, right? But you get to a saturation point where it's impossible for those guests to be on that many shows and provide any sort of original presence. And you end up with just horrible replication, and then it'll start to collapse back down. And then the danger is that you don't want it to collapse back down too small. You don't want to end up with too few.
But I mean, there's some good hidden talent out there. You look at Jason Guillemette, a Canadian podcaster, the UAP Studies podcast. I mean, that guy is rocking the big names. Names.
I like him.
And he's still growing. Okay, he's doing a great job, and he's still growing, right? So, I mean, the talent is out there. Are there too many podcasts out there? Yes, there are. And it's diluting the subject poorly, because what happens is it takes away from, like, competition is great, and everybody should be allowed to have their say. If they want to hop on a microphone and go on a SoundCloud or YouTube or whatever, why not? The more the merrier. If we're talking about the subject, that's always a good thing.
And if
Whether
people want to listen,
people want to
you're
listen.
providing value, right? So,
But here's the problem with it. Okay? The problem is we have taken this subject, and if you take a thick subject, like say you take a piece of gold and you stretch that piece of gold out, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. Do you see what I'm saying?
yep.
So
Oh,
what's
totally.
happening is with these topics, we have diluted these topics and broken them down so much that instead of getting chunks where like we had back in the day when it was just coast to coast with Art Bell,
Yep. Yep.
we
Yep.
have we
Yep.
have tens of about, I think there's something like 10,000 podcasts in the paranormal field alone in North America.
Yep, and I love his comment. Like now we have podcasters interviewing podcasters. It's so true. It's
What you're
so
trying to
true.
do. See, and that's something that I try not to do, but it's getting more and more difficult because look,
Mhm.
I'm not here to promote anybody else's show. Okay? But if the person is interesting, you take somebody like Swamp Dweller earlier
Yeah,
tonight.
no, totally.
Okay?
Especially because a lot of them have
That's
had
a
their own
di-
experiences too.
That's a different that's a different
Yeah,
uh
that's a different color horse,
that's a different color horse, but I mean, you're just trying for that different perspective.
Yep.
What are they
Yep.
seeing? So when I see somebody like Jason Guillemette and I see that Ralph Blumenthal has been on his show, I want to talk to the guy because I want to know why Ralph Blumenthal hasn't been on Spaced Out Radio.
Right.
All right. But he'll go on that show.
Yep.
It's not an insult to Jason Guillemette or the great job that he does.
No.
But I want to know.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Totally.
I want to know why, a female podcaster who took over for Art Bell, who hasn't done a show in a year and a half, gets a Discovery Channel expert role as a UFO journalist. I want to know that. Right?
Public service announcement. Don't ever call yourself an expert about anything. If other people want to call you an expert, whatever. But don't ever call yourself an expert of anything, ever. Real experts don't call themselves experts. Drives me nuts.
But I mean, as far as our growth as Spaced Out Radio, and I know it's 2:30 here now, and I said I was shutting it down then. But as far as our growth with Spaced Out Radio, it's because we've made a lot of mistakes along the way. We listened to the wrong people. We took too much time, which is my fault as the leader. We took too much time to get to YouTube, especially the on-camera thing. And I fought that. That's completely 100% on me. And
but you're so pretty.
No, I face for radio. There's a lot of mistakes that we have made. Okay.
But that's how you learn, man. Like, the whole right and wrong thing, it's BS. You either teach or you learn. That's the difference. When you're right, you teach. When you're wrong, you learn. There's value to both.
I mean, that's why I'm excited to get our new website put together by Ben from UFO Garage.
Oh, is he helping you with that?
Yeah, because I'm not a techie guy whatsoever, and that's what Ben does during his daytime job.
Oh, far out. Good job.
So he's building us a brand new, sexy-looking website.
Oh, far out.
And he's going to load it with proper SEOs, which should help us take off. I mean, I talked to the guys from Conflict Radio. They've got like 53,000 subscribers. They've done maybe 1/10 of the shows that I have done. And they've got 53,000 subscribers. I asked them point blank, I said, how did you do it? And they said, we did it because I guess one of their friends works for or used to work for Apple or Google or somebody like that and understands how the algorithms and the SEOs work. And when they tied those SEOs, search engine optimization, into the website and tied it into the YouTube channel, their subscribers just took off. It just took off. So that's what we're trying to do here.
Little echoes.
Right?
Totally.
That's what we need to do here. So right now we may not, we're growing. Like, hey, we got another one tonight, and Black Dragon never listened to us tonight, but because of Swamp Dweller, we were able to, Black Dragon was able to learn about us, and now he's right here.
But Black Dragon, just so you know, like, we love that you're here, but just so you know, this is not a normal night.
No, usually we're signed off an hour and 2 hours ago. Almost 2 hours ago we're signed off. But no, it's just the way it is. So we have a lot of growth to do. And it's funny. This is why I laugh when these trolls came in and said that I was buying followers, because I know sweet FA about how this works behind the scenes. I'm just lucky that I have people like John who understand. I have people like Gary who runs our YouTube channel who understands. I've had social media people teach me about how to somewhat properly use Twitter and Instagram. I don't even know. Honestly,
I didn't know you could buy followers on YouTube. I mean, I know you can do it on Twitter, and I know you can do it on other platforms. I honestly didn't think it was that easy to do that on YouTube, because YouTube uses like that for to decide how to pay you. So I would think they would have that locked down really well.
Here's the stupidity behind that argument that we're buying followers. Okay. Number one, if you knew me personally, you would know how much I hate the number 13. Okay. And the fact that that it's probably we're going to see 13,000 over the next couple of months.
Oh God, Dave, I am so with you on that.
Driving me absolutely crazy. Okay.
I'm so with you
crazy.
on that.
So the other thing too is,
you'd buy 100,000 freaking users. Like, who's going to buy 5,000 users? I mean, come on.
Exactly. I mean, here's the other thing too that a lot of people don't realize is YouTube's algorithms, and it's all over Google. You can check it. Their algorithms are always searching for fake accounts. And if they see a channel that has bought a ton of fake accounts, that channel can either lose its monetization or lose its the channel completely. They'll shut the channel down. So
and there has been a couple reaping sessions, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Haven't there been a couple times where they've gone through and cleaned house and everyone's lost users?
Yeah. So if you're me, who is a legal business here in Canada, Spaced Out Radio is owned by a company called SOR Media Ventures Limited, which is owned 50% by me and 50% by my angel investor in Vancouver. Okay. Do you really think that as I am paying back my angel investor with what we earn on YouTube, that I am going to risk anything to lose my monetization?
No,
hell no.
Crazy.
Hell no. We already walk a fine line with the subjects we're talking to, with the I'm offended crowd running in and out with their canceling.
And you're a Canadian business. You people in Canada, you do things much more like regulated. Like, you give engineers rings and stuff, Like, I mean, it's hardcore.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the one who came at me yesterday and the day before. I mean, I shake my head at that, because they're not, well, prove to me that you're not doing it. Well, first off, who the hell are you?
How do you prove that?
Who the hell are you for me to prove my numbers to you when I don't even know who you are. Number two, you're trolling, which means all you want to do is, no matter what the truth is, if I'm lying, which I'm not, or whether I'm telling you the truth, you're not going to believe me because you've already made up your mind in the way your line of questioning is.
Well,
So
it's a compliment was what it really is. It's a compliment because what it means is that you're rubbing them the wrong way because you're doing well and either they don't want you to do well or you're doing well and they're not, or it's basically it's a passive aggressive attack is what it is. I mean,
absolutely.
But it is a compliment, you know. And I'm sorry, what was the swamp dweller guy's name again? I apologize.
Rob
was dead on when he said, you know, the bigger you get, the worse it'll get, you know.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's like, you know, and that's how you know you're doing well. You know, once you start really when people start really coming after you, it's like, okay, now, you know, now things are doing better, right?
I mean, the funny part about it is the channel that started that all with that rumor is a great show. I'll never talk poorly. I'll never talk poorly about it.
Agreed.
The host works his ass off.
Yep.
He does.
Yep.
People don't like the host because of his attitude.
His abrasive moods.
Absolutely. But I will tell you this. He does his homework. He works very hard. He's very passionate.
He's passionate. He's very
passionate. And you know what? He deserved his break a long time ago, and nobody gave it to him.
I agree with you.
That pissed him off. He's a guy who would be great at conferences because he's not afraid to speak in detail.
Yeah.
But nobody will give him a conference because they watch him on air and see.
Oh man, that would be risky.
And I was trying to get him into San Francisco. Not now, but I was trying. And I almost had it done. But I mean, I will never put down that other show, even though I don't watch it anymore. I mean, we have enough mutual listeners where people come to me and say,
totally.
"Oh my God, you should hear what they were saying about you."
Right.
Oh well.
Yeah. But you know, the one thing I started paying more attention to too is like, you know, you log into like Fade the Black, right? And like for their live show, sometimes I'll see like maybe 400 or 500, you know, people watching it. Sometimes I see it, you know, 900 and I'm sure it gets higher than that. I haven't seen it higher than that yet, but I'm sure it does. But you know, when you get down to it, you know, that their numbers are their live numbers.
Yeah.
What I want to find out is I bet you their ratio of live number to views is actually very similar to your number of live users to views. It's a grand multiplier.
You know what my goal is to work this channel hard enough properly. Okay. I want one of those 100,000 subscriber YouTube plaques. Because YouTube gives out a 100,000 subscriber plaques. I want one of those.
Yep.
That's what I'm aiming for.
They also give one out for $1 million too. And I believe
they do for $1 million, and I think they do for
10 million.
10 million.
Yeah, I think 10 million. Well, you've seen that one kid that just plays with toys, right?
Yeah.
I mean, man, that kid, boy.
That kid made $29 million last year.
Oh man. It's so, but you know, but once again, that family, they work hard. They do. They work hard. They put on a show, you know? I mean, it's yeah, but it's funny. It's really funny. It's like it's what a crazy world, you know. But you know, the one thing I will say too about how this is all changing, the comments you made earlier about people under a certain age, you know, being into clicks and so forth. You know, people used to really complain about, you know, the internet replacing, you know, television and so forth. And you know, one thing that I've come to notice is that now that YouTube has gotten as popular on it, think about how many people now listen to long form interviews.
Very few.
Well, but it's actually a number. I mean, there's actually people that actually listen. Well, when did you ever see on TV anyone sitting there listening to 2 or 3 people talk about intellectual topics for 3 hours, right? For 2 hours, right? Never happened. right?
Yeah.
And now it's happening on YouTube. That's an uplift of communication.
Absolutely. And it's only going to expand. And if we're blessed enough with this show to get to that level, we'll see where it goes. And I hope to get there. But hey, I get frustrated. I get mad. I mean, John, you and I had a conversation the
Yep.
other night after the show. I was pissed after the show. You
Yep.
know? I mean, it's it's hard because it's cutthroat and you don't want it to be cutthroat. You want to be able to work with people, but just because you want to work with people doesn't mean people want to work with you,
Yep.
right?
Well, and it's hard too, because when you have another full-time job,
Yeah,
the energy you get to put into this, it's got to come from someplace personal. That's
absolutely.
the only way you're going to get the energy to do it. And so it's hard not to take it
You know,
personally. I mean, actually it's a really good challenge for a person, to be honest with you.
absolutely. Like I'll give you an example. Like there's a lot of people who listen to this show who can't afford to super chat. They would love to donate 99 cents or $1 or
Oh,
$20
totally.
or
Oh,
whatever it is. But
oh,
you know what?
totally.
You know what though? I look at a $20 super chat or a $50 super chat the same way I look at a 99-cent super chat or someone who said, and I've had listeners say, private message me and say, look, Dave, I'm in a real tough bind financially. I cannot afford to give you a super chat, but you know what I can do is I can share your show on my social media. All
Totally.
means the same to me.
Dave, I'm astounded that anybody does that. I mean, when I first heard that this super chat thing was happening, I gotta be honest, man. I thought it was gonna be a flash in the pan. I really didn't think anyone was gonna do it,
Yeah,
and the fact that anyone does it is like,
yeah,
wow. Like
yeah,
especially when you get it from other countries. Oh
yeah.
man, like
Oh, dude.
I'm in awe. I'm in awe. It,
Yeah,
it is it is so cool.
you
It
you
is
know
so
what?
cool.
One of my biggest thrills, and I haven't done it yet. And I've got a big open space on my wall right here. You can't see it, but I want to get a map of the world, right? Because I want to be able to tag on there where our listeners are.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
be able to
Yeah.
tag on there. Like when we have Ibarata from Singapore,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
a few weeks ago we had a couple people from India listening in,
Yep.
and
And there was that one woman from Japan.
Yeah, Chris Mo
Yep.
is from Australia.
Yep.
For a long time, we had a guy in Thailand listening in every day. We used to have a couple people from South Africa.
Mhm.
Um, and it's weird because they're all named Chad Smith,
who
right?
who returns?
Yeah, who returns. Um, but I mean, we have like watching the chat room fill up, and there's 5-6 people from Australia there, and New Zealand and
Yeah,
everything.
I got to admit, Dave, like that's one thing I really look forward to, because in my last big corporate job, I traveled a lot, and I got to see 14 different countries, doing public speaking, and I would often get to hang out, with like the local teams afterwards for a while, get to know people and so forth, and man, like you so quickly see
Thank
how
you, Fap.
how much we are all just exactly the bloody same. I mean, it is so amazing. And once we get to the point where this field is big enough that we're having conferences, virtual or physical, where you have a significant number of people there coming from India, coming from all these different places, or we start having conferences like the IETF thing I'm part of. Each conference we have in a different place. So we'll have it in Singapore one quarter, next quarter we'll have it in London, next quarter we'll have it in Tokyo, next one we'll have it in we go to Singapore a lot, and we go to these different places, and you get people coming from all, and man, it is amazing to meet some of these people, because what no one likes to admit is that the population distribution of intelligence and amazement is completely even everywhere. So like you know, these people spring out from these other countries and they're brilliant and they have these gorgeous ideas and there's so much passion, and it's just I'm looking so forward to seeing a real international push come out for push out from the Bledsoe Discord. Nice.
Are you playing this on the Bledsoe Discord?
No, but I'm on that too, and GFGF just posted saying shout out from the Bledsoe Discord.
You know what's funny? I can guarantee you. Oh shit! Look at this.
Oh damn!
Thank you guys. Way too kind.
Yeah, dude, you guys are awesome.
You know what's funny is yeah. Now I planned on shutting this down. Now I got to keep going. But what's really kind of cool about it all is you'll never see Spaced Out Radio on Discord. I hate Discord with a passion, man. I remember, I'll tell you why. I remember I was on, everybody's like, you got to get on Discord. You got to get, okay, yeah, man. I'm with the times. I'll get on Discord. And I logged into Discord one day and I turned my phone off, but Discord was still playing and I couldn't log out. Right. And I'm trying to log out and I can't get logged out and people are still hearing me. And I'm like, this sucks. So I turned it off and I've never gone back. And then I went back a few months later. Oh, you got to come back to Discord. We're all chatting on Discord. And I go back there and nothing again. I couldn't turn the goddamn thing off. And then I couldn't get my mic working, and it's like, I haven't even used any of the voice stuff on it yet. But the thing that's funny is this Bledsoe Discord group. There's a lot of great people in there, and my problem is that like I have enough trouble keeping up with Twitter, and then there's some people that only post on Facebook. They don't post on Twitter, so you have to follow that. And then like someone else just started a Discord, and they they're invite people. I'm like, I'm sorry. I would love to. I don't have time for that. I mean, it's crazy keeping up with this stuff. And what started happening is Discord keeps going off my watch. Yeah.
And so what I can do now? I can now measure how active the Bledsoe Discord is on a given day by how much battery I have left at the end of the night.
Right.
Basically, if my watch battery is drained, I know there was a really good conversation going on Discord.
Right. Okay, I swear to God, this time, when we're at 5 hours, 49 minutes, and 50 seconds, at the top of the hour, I'm shutting it down. I gotta get to bed.
Yeah, no,
I gotta get to bed because I gotta be up at 7:45 for work.
Me as well. Me as well. So I got another question for you since we got a couple minutes. So
yeah,
at some level, right? The U.S. government exists actually for one reason, and that is to facilitate interstate commerce, right? I mean that's fundamentally one of the main purposes of the U.S. government is to facilitate interstate commerce. At some point, the reason for contact with another species is for interspecies exchange. It's for interspecies commerce. At some point, we will be trading goods, selling our goods and buying goods from them. And there will be a market. There will be that exists between us and whoever it is. How far away do you think we are from that?
Decades.
I'm hoping not more than 30 years. I'm hoping not more. I'm worried it's going to be more like 50 to 70, but I'm hoping it'll be 30 years. Like I want to be able to buy art from another place and put it in my house.
That'd be kind of cool.
I want to hear what kind of music that the young people listen to that
Yeah.
the older ones hate. Right? Man, I want to see
See,
the
and I like house
food.
music. I like ED. Here's something
Oh
strange
yeah.
about me. I love EDM music. I do.
Oh, actually, I'm right there with you, man. I love house music.
Oh yeah.
I have an incredibly eclectic taste for music. There's actually not a whole lot of music I don't like.
The only two brands of music I cannot listen to. I cannot stand anything country. Drives me up a wall. And that real hardcore gangster rap, not a fan of it.
Yeah, so some of the stuff, like if I can, if some of the really hardcore gangster rap, if I can find, if there's a good beat,
Yeah.
then I'm cool. But if
Yeah.
it's too much dialogue and
Like
it's
like
not
Nicki
relative to me,
like Nicki
I-
Minaj and like who's the idiot who is married to the Kardashian? Kanye West. That stuff I can't stand that either.
but
That hip
but you
hop.
know what's funny is that
Drake, can't
I
stand
said
him.
the same thing about country, right? And then someone pointed out to me, they're like, yeah, but you listen to Leonard Skinner, and you listen to, and they started pointing out all these bands that, like,
Don't care.
that, they got a little bit of a southern, a
Well,
little bit of a country feel to it,
let's
so I
get
got
to
to
Mark.
admit,
Let's get to Mark in Australia's comment because we are running out of time.
yeah, what do you gotta say?
What would Dave? What would make you walk away from this subject? Three things: absolute exhaustion, because I could tell you, working two jobs, I've worked 16 hours a day for the 6 days a week for the last 6 years.
Iced tea body count, yeah.
All right,
That's crazy, man.
I've worked 16
not,
hours a day for 6 years,
just so you
and
know, that's not
and
good
I'm
for your
tired.
health.
What's that?
It's not good for your health.
Oh no, I fully understand that. I fully understand that. But you know what keeps me going is the progression. Number two, if the Canadian government ever came up to me and said, shut down your show, here's 100, 200 grand or $1 million to shut down your show, I'm gone. And I mean that because that pays off my mortgage, that pays for my kids' education. Absolutely. I could be bought that way.
No. I know. I agree with you. But like, does the Canadian government ever do crap like that?
No, they never would.
Okay, all right. I was
They
gonna say,
never
because in
would.
the U.S., I think they'll just shut you down and they won't
Yeah.
pay you for anything.
No, I have mentioned many a times, and I say it in jest, I can be bought. I can be bought.
Actually, I'm wrong. There was a gentleman in Roswell, and who suddenly changed his story. And right when he changed his story, he got a brand new truck.
Yeah.
And no one ever proved anything, but the rumor was that the reason why he shut up was because they gave him a bunch of money. He bought a new truck. And so I take that back. There have been times where people have been paid off.
I mean, if the Canadian government ever came up to me and said, look, we don't like what you're doing. We can't stop you, but what would it take to stop you from doing spaced out radio? $1 million. $1 million. Now that doesn't sound a lot in today's money, but you know what? It makes me mortgage free, debt free, pays for my kids' colleges, and allows me to buy a motorhome and to go wherever I want. Nobody says you have to leave the subject. Just stop broadcasting the show.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing that would make me leave. The other thing that would make me leave would be probably if something happened to my children, one of my kids. And I don't know how I would react to that.
Yeah, that would be hard. I have to admit, the other thing that I would struggle with is if I ended up with a job where this started negatively impacting the job, and it was a job that I really loved, if it was a job that I really loved doing, and somehow this hurt that, then that would be a tough choice. But like you said, just because you stop talking, doesn't mean you're going to stop reading. Doesn't mean you're going to stop listening, you know.
I would just change the I would just change the address. I mean, like here's my boss during my daytime job. My boss's biggest fear, like my boss is one of my best friends. His biggest fear is my show gets picked up. Right? His biggest fear is my show gets picked up because he knows I would quit. Like I'll be honest with you. I will be completely honest with you. If like George Norrie's contract comes up in 2022, okay, and he'll likely sign another contract after that because he's having a lot of fun with what he's doing. Not. But if Coast to Coast AM ever called me up and said, "Hey, you know, we want to bring you in as a fill-in host potentially for the future to, you know, see where George goes in the future." And let's say George retires and I get offered the Coast position. Oh God, that would shut Spaced Out Radio down.
Can you imagine?
That would shut Spaced Out Radio down. Do I see that happening? No, because I think George is in the hot seat for at least another 7 to 10 years.
Like what I would, man, you know, because like having my own show, I find I don't know, man. Like you people work too hard, but you know, like doing like the weekend thing at Coast to Coast, like what George Knapp does.
Oh yeah,
man. Oh my God, what a dream that would be. That would be so awesome.
It would, you know,
that would ruin you, Dave.
and you know the cool part is this, that if that ever happened, I'd put it in a contract. Like if any major network ever picked this up, even Sirius XM or somebody like that, the big thing that I would do is I'd move to Vegas. I'd move to Vegas in a heartbeat. Part of my that's the one clause I have in any contract. So if anybody's listening, that's the one clause that I want, that if you're in the States and you pick up Spaced Out Radio to go syndicated, Dave, I gotta tell you, man, really want to move to Vegas.
There are much nicer places to live in the United States than Las Vegas.
Yeah, but I'm a night person.
All right. I mean, yeah, okay. I got a good buddy who lives there. I used to go there a lot. You know, it's a nice place to live. Oh, it's not so much that Coast to Coast is specifically like that different. It's that the audience that you get to talk to.
Absolutely.
I mean, Coast to Coast is like they'll get like 10 million people listening. Like
we got 20 seconds.
All right. Well, hey, Dave.
20 seconds. John, good night. Fun, Thanks for hanging out late. Thanks to all the audience hanging out late. Thanks for all the super chats. Much love. Lynn Wallington, the next 2 nights, I'll quickly give you Lynn's schedule for tomorrow. It is tomorrow night is Rebecca, or later tonight, Rebecca Hardcastle, who will be talking UFOs, ETs, and contact. And then on Sunday, it will be Susan Messino, who is a rock and roll paranormal author. You'll love her.
Oh, far out.
She's got great shows. So on that end, 6 hours of broadcasting, I'm going to bed. I'm done. Later, guys.
Good night, Dave. Good night, everybody.